Jin Hyuk was wrapped in his strings. But he was even more arrogant. If we're talking about experience and soul power, then he'd have to call him great-grandfather. Jin Hyuk flexed his muscles, causing the strings to snap. His attribute had no effect on him. The manager didn't know why, even though he was only on the 10th floor. But his strength and mental power were at least that of someone who climbed to the 100th floor. To achieve. Even so, he still didn't believe he couldn't beat him. The manager snapped his fingers, causing ripples to rise from underwater. Puppets rose up, swarming in vast numbers. This is a puppet legion within the mental world. Experience is power. These are the puppets he obtained from his experience of climbing to the 100th floor. He designed them to get stronger when infused with mana. And they are as strong as those who climb to the 50th floor. The winner has already been decided. From the moment you entered the mental world, the arrogant demon face manager ordered the puppet legion to attack. Jin Hyuk was grabbed by them and drowned in the water. The confident manager left to let them torture him a bit more. Because these injuries wouldn't appear in the real world. Suddenly, a pillar of water rose up behind him. He didn't expect him to be able to use magic. Not only that, he also summoned necromancers. A 100th floor boss inside his mental world. Jin Hyuk returned with the familiar outfit from 15 years ago. Even in the mental world, summoning a soul takes quite a bit of time. Compared to what he thought. A puppet army? Sounds cool. But it seems he has never seen a real army. Today Jin Hyuk will show him what a real army looks like. Not just a necromancer. Jin Hyuk summoned the whole lot of them. Just as he said. The winner was decided. From the moment they entered the mental world. How can those mediocre puppets compare to his high-quality souls? The manager looked over Jin Hyuk's army. There were only a few characters whose names he knew. As for the remaining souls, they seemed to be bosses from the 100th floor and above. He finally had to say the familiar line. Who on earth are you? Jin Hyuk didn't answer but led his army to charge forward, crushing him in extreme fear. The manager returned to reality. Since when was he not the one to close the mental world? There is only one possibility. Jin Hyuk can control the mental world. Jin Hyuk approached, telling him to stop crying and fulfill their promise, which was a meeting with his Goldrich. Jin Hyuk gave him a letter addressed to Goldrich. He knew he lost. But if Goldrich didn't answer the letter, he wouldn't know what else to do. Jin Hyuk was confident Goldrich would definitely answer. Then left the company. The manager and Hanzian bowed respectfully to him. The sun had set, so Vulcan suggested they go to a hotel. But Jin Hyuk didn't know the word rest. Now they needed to go somewhere else. Sitting around waiting for Goldrich would be too boring. And he is someone who dislikes boredom. At the headquarters of the White Heron Guild, first floor lobby. Two girls were gossiping. One who had climbed to the 57th floor said she would buy new equipment when she finished her goal this month, but they needed to finish eating before continuing. The blonde girl didn't understand why they had to sit here. For what? Is there any crazy person who would storm the front door of the St. Guild? As soon as she finished speaking, the door burst open. The two girls immediately bowed and asked what he needed. Jin Hyuk pretended to smile foolishly. Climbing the tower is so hard. I want to join the guild. Ah, is that so? You scared the life out of me. The two girls sighed in relief when Jin Hyuk only came to join. Suddenly they remembered that if they recruited a rookie for the guild members, the introducer would gain significant influence. So both of them immediately used a totally not fake smile to invite Jin Hyuk, asking if anyone had introduced him yet. Jin Hyuk played dumb, saying he didn't have an introducer and came here because fate led him. Awesome, the two girls thought to themselves. Seeing that he was still a bewildered rookie who didn't know anything, they decided to pay more attention to him, asking him to show his skills. Jin Hyuk borrowed a coin from the two girls, then directly used two fingers to bend it. The gentle performance made the two girls gasp in admiration. Jin Hyuk said he could also do some basic spells, which was magic. In his palm was a flame summoned from a magic circle. The two girls exclaimed, "Wow, you have a lot of party tricks." The two turned their backs to whisper. What his skills are doesn't matter, because that performance was so beautiful. If we get him under our wing, he might even become an idol. In addition, Jin Hyuk caught the eye of the blonde girl, because he was exactly her type. Meanwhile Jin Hyuk was just acting to buy time for the next act. Suddenly a strange noise rang out. A person ran in panic, announcing that there was an evil spirit outside causing chaos and destroying the village. All those who had climbed to the 50th floor and above were summoned. So the two girls also had to leave with regret. Before leaving, the blonde girl didn't forget to tell Jin Hyuk to stay there and wait for them. The door closed and Jin Hyuk put on the mask. Dr. B returned to his demon face identity. Outside, villagers were frantically running away from the shopping area. Their attacks had no effect on the evil spirit. Not only that, this evil spirit was very weird. Because Vulcan was trying his best to look vicious. But his face was born for comedy. Vulcan knew he looked ridiculous. Because he hadn't acted in these trashy scripts for 10 eras. It was all caused by Jin Hyuk. While Vulcan was causing chaos inside the guild, Jin Hyuk was creating just as much chaos. He took down the guards and went to look for something. A sleeping soldier had to come out because of the noise. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Jin Hyuk's demon mask, almost scaring the soul out of his body. Jin Hyuk grabbed him to ask for information. He wanted a list of other guilds affiliated with the Saint Kingdom and the exact locations of them. The reason is I will find and destroy them all. You think you'll be safe after making 2 of the 9 stars your enemies? Jin Hyuk thanked him for worrying unnecessarily. Yourself. You can't even save, so don't worry about other people's business. After being strangled to the point of suffocation, he tried to point to the papers on the table. Jin Hyuk checked them. They recorded the subordinates of the Pelin brothers. Jin Hyuk burned everything down and left. He would make every one of their subordinates kneel at his feet. And finally, it would be the 2 Pelin brothers. Meanwhile, this blonde man was sitting reading a report from the 10th floor branch of a puppet. Suddenly a letter fell out, making him wonder. For what reason? They sent a separate letter alongside the report. After reading the letter, he angrily crumpled it. Demon face. How do you know about this? Meanwhile, the White Heron Guild was trying hard to put out the fire. All witnesses at the scene had died. Guild leader Bak Holio started to get suspicious. Jin Hyuk questioned the 2 girls. The blonde girl described Jin Hyuk to him. Male and slim build. Handsome with a high nose bridge. But the sister who went with her found him ugly. Ugly AF, and his nose was big too. The 2 girls turned to look at each other. Only now did they realize they had fallen for Jin Hyuk's illusion magic. After finishing the job, Vulcan returned tiredly, only to receive a half-hearted compliment from Jin Hyuk. He even mocked him out on the street. People are spreading rumors about a terrifying ghost appearing. Vulcan, annoyed, changed the topic to Jin Hyuk's business. Did your arson go smoothly? Of course, Jin Hyuk arrogantly recounted. Even though it was low-level magic, it was effective in this situation. Everyone who met me will remember that I had slightly different appearances. But Vulcan was curious seeing him return empty-handed. Because the information on other guilds is already in my head. Okay, you're the best. Vulcan said helplessly. Right. Then a knock on the door made him alert. Because they didn't call room service, Jin Hyuk put on his mask and slowly walked towards the door. After counting to 3, Vulcan threw chains to bind the stranger. The plan was easily executed because the person knocking was Han Xian, an employee living paycheck to paycheck. Today he came to announce that Goldrich had landed at the 10th floor branch. They then specifically invited Jin Hyuk to meet. An army was waiting. But Goldrich was nowhere to be seen, making him alert. At this moment a voice rang out. I don't know how you knew the content written in the letter. But I commend your arrogance as well as your bravery for daring to show your face. Those who know about that matter are not allowed to exist in the tower. Goldrich, the man with blonde hair, stepped out. Jin Hyuk smiled with satisfaction. It had been a long time since he met Goldrich. After speaking, Goldrich immediately left, leaving a small test for Jin Hyuk. The army immediately set up a defensive formation, thinking he would attack to break the siege. But the signaler took a punch straight to the face. This is the price to pay for telling your plan to the enemy. The army lost its captain, and Jin Hyuk rampaged, easily bypassing them. Next, Goldrich would be his opponent. Goldrich turned his back. A pile of gold coins burst out, too many to count. Jin Hyuk recognized. This was Goldrich's golden power, his ability to control gold with mana. But it couldn't tie him down for long. Goldrich still had another move with pure gold, gathering almost all the gold in the branch into a tsunami. Just getting hit by that move was enough to put Jin Hyuk in the grave. A huge explosion with pure gold falling like leaves. Goldrich coldly muttered, so he's gone. Not done yet. A spear tip was close to Goldrich's face. In a speed battle, I am always the winner. Goldrich pushed the spear tip away with an indifferent attitude. Do you think saying that will make me afraid? If I wanted to, I would have killed someone like you. No, you can't kill me, Jin Hyuk said confidently. Because he didn't know where the information in the letter came from, and the army wanted to capture him alive. But he would tell Goldrich about the source. So he led Jin Hyuk to the office. Truly a magnificent room. People with money really have it good, huh? Jin Hyuk said sarcastically. Goldrich closed the room door, then continued to get physical with Jin Hyuk. His golden power had completely isolated them from the outside world. So neither gods nor devils would know anything, and now Goldrich wanted to know who told him that he was the owner of the auction. The auction is a massive system where individuals can freely trade items within the tower. However, this system didn't just appear naturally. It was created by Goldrich. If this truth were exposed, the foundation of the entire Goldrich company would collapse. That is why he went crazy like that. Jin Hyuk feigned ignorance. Just burying me? Why did anyone say that? Then if you lose an arm and a leg, it's still just burying, right? Goldrich used pure gold to form a gigantic axe to attack Jin Hyuk. At times like this, he didn't need to act. Vulcan just used one punch to shatter the golden axe. Goldrich was astonished to witness a soul soldier, because only a necromancer has the ability to summon souls. And that meant Jin Hyuk's identity was proven. He took off his mask and said, "Time to pay your debt, creditor William." He didn't expect him to be alive since 15 years had passed. Jin Hyuk sat down and told Goldrich everything. Vulcan, nearby, also overheard a bit. He didn't expect their relationship to run this deep. Even so, Goldrich still couldn't believe he had resurrected. Of course, because even I myself can't freaking believe I'm still alive. This time, Jin Hyuk's goal was some resources from Goldrich's company. We can create a sponsorship contract between the two parties. You speak as if Goldrich is your company. Goldrich grumbled. But basically, that's not wrong. For someone with no talent for business, who would agree to sell him items from the higher floors of the tower? I was the member who made the biggest contribution to building the foundation of Goldrich, and also the largest shareholder. This god-complex arrogance made Goldrich somewhat believe he was really Jin Hyuk. However, even so, when the contract is signed, Jin Hyuk also needs to give him something. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the information he had collected so far, compiling and decoding for Goldrich. Fine. I will give a price for it after listening. Goldrich said if the 9 stars eliminated Jin Hyuk, it meant there was a mastermind behind everything. Since they all have their own egos, it's unlikely they would listen to each other. This proves there is a force strong enough to control and order them. None other than the 4 kings of the tower. Goldrich was shocked when Jin Hyuk mentioned the 4 king tribes. They want to protect their supremacy against other species. So if there is another race that successfully climbs to the higher floors, their power and influence will drop sharply. This makes them either climb to the top of the tower themselves, or eliminate those capable of climbing higher than them, and those who agree to join will all be appointed as the ruler of a floor. However, Goldrich didn't trust it much, because he was the only victim. Jin Hyuk immediately mentioned the Oni village on the 100th floor. There is only one survivor from that tragedy. None other than Hario, a young Oni. But she is training diligently to fight the orc warrior. She still hadn't passed the 10th floor's trial to be able to meet Jin Hyuk and Vulcan again. Haru was determined to become even stronger. Why do you keep complaining? Don't you just need to use me? Why did the spirit and the sword appear and ramble in Haru's ear? He knew very well. She wanted to meet Jin Hyuk again as soon as possible. Then just use him, and the orc warrior will be nothing. But Haru was determined not to use the power of the dragon-slaying sword, because she promised Jin Hyuk she would become stronger on her own, and not rely on any other power. After hearing the story, Goldrich gradually guessed that their target was Hario and the sword. To destroy her, they didn't hesitate to exterminate an entire species. Or in other words, they are choosing targets carefully. Goldrich couldn't believe it, because this could completely change the foundation of the tower. But hearing him speak, it made strangely perfect sense. He was extremely hesitant. Jin Hyuk said his purpose was revenge. I will destroy them all, sparing no one, including the 9 stars or those who support the 4 king tribes, and including those of the 4 king tribes who slaughtered Goldrich's family. After finishing the conversation, Goldrich unlocked the barrier. The subordinate jumped in again, asking curiously. Even the 9-tailed fox wondered if he liked men annoying him. But the good news is, Goldrich decided to buy that information, on one condition: that you must prove yourself right now. Jin Hyuk sighed. This guy is really stubborn. As a merchant, trust is also an asset to Goldrich. He cannot trade based on just a little bit of trust. Jin Hyuk had to turn to Ban for help to prove his identity. The price was a handshake, but he pushed his luck and demanded he shake hands 3 times. After it was done, Ben spammed notifications to Goldrich. That he was indeed the person he was thinking of, staking all of Ban's honor as a guarantee. So Goldrich had no reason to refuse anymore. I will believe you. Nice to meet you again. Demon face. Goldrich reached out his hand, and so did Jin Hyuk. He was sure there would be a day they could call each other by their real names, instead of these two nicknames like now. As long as it was something money could buy, Goldrich could get it for Jin Hyuk. As for him, he needed all kinds of weapons, usable within this tower, and plenty of ammunition. Hearing this, Goldrich felt a headache coming on. You're a necromancer, are you buying weapons to resell? Jin Hyuk gently revealed. His subclass, all-rounder master, causing Goldrich to panic. He didn't expect such a class to exist. Jin Hyuk further explained some of its effects, such as enhancing all his stats. Even with weapons he had never used, it would feel like he had been familiar with them for years. Although a bit jealous, but Goldrich knew for sure he would become stronger than in the past. Of course, he was weak now, but the future would be different. Therefore, what he needed to do was multiply Jin Hyuk's capabilities manifold. Goldrich summoned the manager puppet, ordering him to collect and buy all weapons on the 10th floor, under the name of another company, then package them for the VIP client, Jin Hyuk. Waiting for about 10 minutes, the manager returned with a cloak. But it wasn't a normal cloak. It was a portable warehouse. Goldrich finally had something to show off. The name of this cloak is Taoist Robe. It is linked to a subspace that can contain many inanimate objects, like a large warehouse. Temperature, size, and color can also be customized according to the user's will. Additionally, there is a protective spell. If you have accessories inside, their effects will automatically transfer to your gear. This is an extremely rare item in the tower, so Goldrich hopes you will take good care of it. You're the one who needs to be careful, Jin Hyuk said, implying he might spend so lavishly that Goldrich would go bankrupt. Scene change, Song Ti's trio returned through the dimensional gate. Although they had no achievements, keeping their lives was lucky enough. They hadn't even reached the 10th floor and had spent all their money. So how were they supposed to continue climbing? Don't worry, the White Swan Guild has people on the 10th floor, Song Ti said arrogantly. Just by meeting his older brother, they would have more money to climb the tower. Remembering Jin Hyuk, he felt even more bitter for being threatened and humiliated by him. So he would prepare for a bloody revenge battle after getting the money. Less than 10 minutes later, their faces looked like they had indigestion. In front of them was the ruined house of the White Swan Guild. The guild members had evacuated to the 30th floor, and Song Ti's brother had also disconnected. No money, no skills. At this rate, they couldn't even pass the 20th floor, let alone reach the 30th. Seeing Song Ti silent, the other two started to complain and criticize him. Besides bragging all day about the White Swan Guild, he had absolutely no talent. Song Ti listened to their nagging and just wanted them to shut their trap. If he had no talent, then they were just a bunch of useless people leeching off him, so he took this chance to leave the bastards behind. Suddenly, a small fox walked up trembling. Song Ti quickly waved his hand to shoo it away. If you're hungry, we don't have food. Get lost. The fox approached and sniffed Song Ti's leg, annoying him. He kicked it away with full force, causing the fox to be more seriously injured. He was irritable, so he decided to vent his anger on it, mercilessly torturing the small and heavily injured body of the fox. It cried out but was beaten to exhaustion, leaving only faint whimpers. Meanwhile, Song Ti's voice still echoed. My life is so wrong. Only idiots hovering around me, my luck is as black as the bottom of a pot. A dagger flew from out of nowhere, piercing his shin. Song Ti hadn't even figured out what just happened when a wave of pain shot up. Jin Hyuk slowly emerged from the darkness. Did he ask who he was? I am the one about to become the master of the fox that you just trampled on 5 minutes ago. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were still strolling on the street. He would go to the tower to change his class to acquire spiritual power. Vulcan didn't quite understand, since he was already a spirit master, because Jin Hyuk's class was like a glitch. It was like a mage, having memories of a past life, but not yet proficient in using all the magic power he had. Currently, he still didn't have cultivated spiritual power. Vulcan hadn't even thought of this scenario. However, for now, Jin Hyuk decided to rest and spend Goldrich's money. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something. Ban immediately pointed to a small alley, while the nine-tailed fox was begging him for help. Because her child was in danger. That was what led to Jin Hyuk taking one of Song Ti's legs. Truly a side character. When opportunity comes, they can't grasp it. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe he would be able to see the child of the nine-tailed fox. A legendary beast, in a place like this. Besides, there was a mission attached. To rescue that child. The disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After rescuing, he needed to take good care of it. Then he would receive rewards, items of the fox and increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. Song-Ti looked at the mask and recognized he was Demon Face. Jin Hyuk played dumb and asked, "Huh? Have I ever seen you before? Is that how you plan to provoke me?" Song-Ti ordered his two lackeys to ambush Jin Hyuk. But he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the two not knowing what to do. Jin Hyuk had already picked up the small fox in his arms. He stepped on it without knowing who it was. So this will be the last time they can open their mouths to speak. Song-Ti didn't give a damn who that fox was. He decided to cut off his limbs for revenge. Jin Hyuk asked for the nine-tailed fox's opinion. She said to send them back to Mother Earth. Jin Hyuk didn't intend to do that, but since they liked to rush to their deaths, Jin Hyuk returned the leg to Song-Ti, turning it into an exploding corpse. One leg neatly took care of. 3 ignorant quacks. Jin Hyuk brought the small fox home, but he didn't know what to do with it. First, let's just name it. Because the name, Child of the Nine-Tailed Fox, is too long. If he shortened Little Fox, it would sound weird. Sounds okay. But Vulcan advised him to be careful. When it grows up, it will definitely drill a hole in your skull. If it were Vulcan, he would demonstrate his naming ability, derived from his countless years of experience, with the meaning of shining brightly. Ho is fox, Guang is shine, so call the fox Hoguang. The great name he came up with made the atmosphere awkward. Vulcan, out of embarrassment, shouted angrily, "If you don't like it, then just say it." Jin Hyuk saw it was a two-tailed fox, so just call it Miho for short. Vulcan disdained the common name he came up with, and was sure the fox wouldn't like it. But who knew Miho would appear so delighted, making Vulcan speechless with embarrassment. The side mission of rescuing Miho was completed. Miho took out a fox mask and gave it to Jin Hyuk. When using it, he would have the abilities of a wolf. At the same time, the mask's abilities will increase with the owner's strength. It's quite similar to the Oni mask. If this is the ability of a fox, then charm is the best. There is no better skill to confine an opponent. The nine-tailed fox was reminding him that the mission was only half done. The other half was to enhance Miho's vitality by feeding it 999 pieces of fresh liver. 999 pieces was one problem, fresh was an even bigger problem. He would have to hunt for ingredients himself. But considering the value of this mask, he couldn't complain. Moreover, there were many benefits. In gaining the fox's affection, Vulcan made an excuse to go out on patrol to avoid being ordered around by Jin Hyuk when the sun started to rise. They would go to the job change tower. So Jin Hyuk warned him beforehand not to be late. Now, let's join Vulcan for a night stroll around the town. Just as he predicted, everything was very different from when he climbed the tower. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. Vulcan looked towards a man with 2 horns. He was a dragon. The amount of mana was so massive that the surrounding air was thick with it. He sighed and muttered, "I want to kill all dragons." Vulcan was surprised. Dragons are a narcissistic species. In the way they love their kin, they are the proudest of the 4 great divine beasts. So when a dragon uttered that sentence, it proved that no dragon would be allowed to exist. Vulcan didn't expect dragons to swarm the 10th floor so soon. The climbers looked at each other and whispered, "That dragon guy has been standing here for a few days, rambling things no one understands." The time he spent here puzzled Vulcan. If so, the dragons hadn't acted yet. Suddenly, the dragon looked towards Vulcan, making him startled. "Oh crap," he sensed the mana of mine. The dragon grumbled, "Is it you? The useless ghost who acts crazy and keeps hovering around?" "What? Useless ghost?" Vulcan could let Jin Hyuk order him around, but he couldn't let others insult him. He immediately went down to reclaim his honor. "Hello, little dragon." The man shouted grumpily, "You dare call me a dragon? Tired of living?" The next morning at the job change tower, Vulcan was late again, annoying Jin Hyuk. He didn't even reply to messages. He had to go inside alone. A young man named Ken stepped out to greet him. He was the one managing this tower. "This place is deserted, isn't it?" Jin Hyuk said. "Because few people awaken mana on the 10th floor, so there are only flies and mosquitoes around here." Jin Hyuk borrowed the Necromancer's room. But first, to prove that he had awakened mana, he needed to infuse mana into the crystal ball in Ken's hand. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on it and gently released mana. Ken struggled to hold on to the crystal ball, but just a few seconds later, it cracked, causing Ken to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Vulcan was still fighting the dragon. But since he wasn't with Jin Hyuk, both his mana and soul were limited. The dragon said arrogantly, "How long do you intend to hide in that ghost shadow? Show your face and fight properly. Show your face and fight properly." Others attracted by the fight ran over to watch. "Look at those horns. He's definitely a dragon." Being called a dragon by others made him furious. Vulcan didn't understand why, since he was clearly a dragon. He was so sensitive to the word dragon, as if his soul and body were split. Just like Jin Hyuk. Thus, the curiosity of a researcher within Vulcan was aroused. He used his soul as a weapon. "Let me see what is hidden inside that body of yours." Vulcan attacked. Although he dodged it, he had to admit that he was not a useless ghost. Spiritual power is a magic that absorbs souls instead of mana. Magic that even Jin Hyuk could not use. This is the power of the strongest necromancer. That dragon would regret badmouthing him. The two sides fought chaotically. The dragon mocked. "Is Vulcan going on a blind date? Or something? Introducing yourself like that?" If weapons were being used, he would also use his sword. Since Vulcan introduced himself, he would also introduce his profile. "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer." Dragon Slayer is the title given to those who successfully conquered a dragon. Such a powerful soul stuffed into the body of a dragon, what an irony. Hendrik used dragon flow, forcing Vulcan to separate. He saw he was young and inexperienced, so he let his guard down. If his soul was truly the Dragon Slayer, who climbed to floor 780, then even with Jin Hyuk here, there's no guarantee they would win. Then the only way is to trap him. Vulcan prepared to attack. But Hendrik wouldn't let his cloak be burned. A second time. Suddenly, soul hands grabbed him tightly, followed by a super gigantic attack. Hendrik gritted his teeth, using 10,000 sky slashes to cut through every attack. But there was no time to react to his hand. Vulcan. Hendrik was grabbed by the giant spirit Buddha hand by the head. There was resistance, but it was insignificant. Vulcan sighed in relief, almost died there. He had to use all his soul and magic power Jin Hyuk transferred to him. Perhaps this would hold Hendrik back. Now was a good opportunity for him to flee quickly. Below, Hendrik finally broke free. He remembered the name Vulcan, vowing that the next time they met, he would chop his soul fragment into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was inspecting the room. The magical corridor seemed to stretch endlessly. Guiding him, Ken was sweating profusely. Although he had reached floor 35, he still felt trembling before a floor 10 climber like Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk thought Ken seemed to be doing a good job, making him feel at ease. Finally, they reached the Necromancer's room. Inside were potions, corpses, and countless books. This was truly the dream room of every necromancer. After Ken left, he got to work. At this moment, Vulcan popped up from the ground, scaring Miho out of her wits. He wondered where he had been all this time. Vulcan, being too embarrassed, said he went to do some elderly exercises. Vulcan quickly changed the topic to Jin Hyuk's business. He summoned some minions to work, getting books, drawing magic circles, lighting scented candles to set the mood. While Jin Hyuk was working, Vulcan and Miho would have to stand back. This might be the last order from Jin Hyuk, so he instructed Vulcan. "Protect my body until I wake up. Be careful. I will swallow your body if you die." Vulcan said that, and only Jin Hyuk would feel reassured. A ghostly soul, summoned from the magic circle, entered Jin Hyuk's soul vessel. Miho, witnessing this, yelped in surprise. Vulcan had to pat and comfort her. Spiritual power is the essential realm of a mage of the necromancy class, manipulating souls like mana. The fastest way to awaken this power is in the form of a spirit body, which also means nearing the realm of death. Jin Hyuk closed his eyes tight. This was also the moment he touched the godless realm. At the same time, lost souls appeared. They needed a complete body to resurrect. That was why Jin Hyuk had Vulcan protect him. He immediately summoned soul soldiers. They had to save the spirit prince from the realm of death. Vulcan used Aurora's soul, along with soul soldiers, to fight the hungry ghosts. Ken heard the noise and rushed in to check. The horrific scene made him chicken out. Vulcan, seeing someone arrive, pulled him into the battle immediately. Meanwhile, Miho was trembling, hiding in a corner. But from this corner, she saw a ghoul rushing towards Jin Hyuk. Ken realized it, but it was too late. Vulcan could only curse, turning on alarm mode to wake Jin Hyuk up. Miho hurriedly rushed forward to block Jin Hyuk's body, releasing a blinding light. The other ghouls immediately froze. They didn't know where Miho jumped out from, but their first impression was that she was too adorable. That small tail, those small paws. They were all defeated by Miho's cheesy cuteness. Even the group of soul soldiers. collapsed before Miho's cuteness, leaving Vulcan helpless. Not only that, even Ken the gatekeeper was affected. Only Vulcan recognized this as charm magic. But it usually only controls physical bodies. A power that can control even souls. Proves that the creature bestowed with the blood of the gods is no ordinary being. Amidst the chaotic scene, another ghoul appeared. Vulcan saw that he used to be a very strong climber. When he was alive, if he let him possess Jean Hyuk's body, it would be very dangerous. Vulcan had to stop him. But the effect of Miho's charm caused him to gradually lose his strength. Now he could only rely on Miho. Get out of the way, I don't care about a furry thing like you. The ghoul reached out towards Jean Hyuk's body. Miho immediately jumped up to approach him, then emitted a beam of light. But Miho only burped out a tiny heart shape. It wasn't enough to charm him. Vulcan froze completely. Had she run out of power already? The ghoul showed no mercy and prepared to mince Miho. She closed her eyes to accept the pain, but nothing happened. A surge of magical power pierced through his arm. Jean Hyuk had finally woken up. Now that demon is definitely dead. He shrieked, "Ah! Boo-hoo! My spirit body!" Jean Hyuk absorbed all the surrounding ghouls. This would be a good source of ingredients for him to refine elixirs. As for him, he just needed to use the move, 10-finger spirit bullet. Spreading his 10 fingers wide, he destroyed his spirit body. He even overdid it, destroying the room as well. Vulcan saw that Jean Hyuk's method of gathering spiritual power at his fingertips and shooting it out was truly powerful. And simple too. Why hadn't he thought of that sooner? After it was done, he left a large void on the wall of the room. Ken was still fast asleep after being hit by the charm. The puppet manager arrived and had to exclaim, "What a monster! What on earth did you do inside the tower?" It's a long story to explain, so Jean Hyuk wouldn't explain it. As for the manager, he came to deliver one of the things he had requested. That couldn't be stored in the spatial bag. Those were vials of potent poison sorted by rank. Heat stones containing fire energy, and frost stones containing water energy. Jean Hyuk feigned confusion. These stones are only used for the dungeon excavation work. From floor 100 onwards, right? The manager was startled when he saw through him. This delivery was his last job, as the branch manager of the 10th floor. From now on, he would return as a climber. All because he needed to become stronger. As a merchant, the manager aimed for the highest position, but he felt that Jean Hyuk and Goldrich could both lead to a great change for this tower. And in that change, one could not fail to mention the most talented merchant, who was also a 100-floor climber. By his own strength, like himself, Jean Hyuk saw his determination was very similar to Goldrich back then. If he had suitable abilities, then he would also let him know about the plan with Goldrich. Of course, he was very willing. After the manager left, hunger struck. Jean Hyuk decided to replenish his energy with this pile of poisons. This decision gave Vulcan goosebumps. But his absorption ability was to turn the power of what he swallowed into his own. Aren't you curious? What power these things will bring you? A moment later, Ken opened his eyes, tense as a string. But everything had been handled and seemed very safe. They only had one final risk, Jean Hyuk. He shoved a heat stone bar into his mouth. It felt like eating 108 bowls of highest level spicy noodles at once. The heat stone bar was too big, so it took quite a while for Jean Hyuk to completely swallow it. His absorption of ice and fire had reached its maximum level, so the rest couldn't be absorbed anymore. That night, Vulcan was transporting the pile of orc corpses Jean Hyuk caused. He felt like he was being tortured. Jean Hyuk finally swallowed all the poison, resembling the fighting style of the Black Star. He also had to prepare to deal with emergency situations, especially poison. One of the Black Stars was very knowledgeable about poison. If he had realized his tricks, he wouldn't have been ganged up on so miserably. After transporting all the orc corpses, Jean Hyuk fed Miho a buffet of hot, fresh livers. Vulcan thought she should learn how to fight, which is what a descendant of the nine-tailed fox should learn. But Jean Hyuk felt she was still a baby, if counted in human years. Baby Miho, with sharp teeth devouring the orc bodies, made Jean Hyuk retract his opinion. Tonight she only ate 127 livers, but was already full. On the way, Vulcan confided, he also wanted to tear up the city like him. But it was better to act mysteriously. Jean Hyuk guessed wildly that he intended to fight in the middle of the night, because Vulcan's mana was surging. He was just curious who he had met. I fought with the Dragon Clan. Vulcan gently recounted his achievement, of course omitting the part where he ran away. Suddenly, Jean Hyuk was filled with killing intent. He seemed to have a deep blood feud with the Dragon Clan. Vulcan hurriedly signaled him to calm down. Don't drop a bomb on the street. Jin Hyuk didn't mean to, but the after effect of swallowing ice and fire made it hard for him to control. Vulcan then explained that the Dragon Clan member he met wasn't normal. After hearing the story, Jin Hyuk was extremely surprised. Soul and body separated? At first, Vulcan didn't believe it either, but Jin Hyuk was a prime example. Moreover, he also knew of the dragon slayer, Hendrik. He started by practicing butchering dragons. When he became a climber, he took down every dragon he met, or whose location he knew, thus becoming a monster with the title Dragon Slayer. Rumor had it he died on floor 700 or 800. Based on what Vulcan said, it could have been a trap set by the dragon royalty. If so, Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Hendrik once. Too excited, Jin Hyuk suddenly released another bomb. His absorption trait felt like a scam. Vulcan thought it should be called penalty. Devour instead. Poison, heat, frost stones. Now he needed to heal the internal injuries they caused. Heal? Go see a priest? Are you crazy? Jin Hyuk didn't want to be purified by divine power like those ghosts. But if he continued, he would constantly pass gas and recovery would be difficult. The best way was to use divine power to self-heal this wound. Suddenly, Miho growled. She howled, making Jin Hyuk feel like his eardrums were about to burst. Vulcan realized something strange about the crowd. They didn't react to Miho's scream, and moved as if they had lost consciousness. A golden light made the two freeze. A girl with a halo like an angel above her head walked towards them. Pleased to meet you. Demon face. Jin Hyuk realized she was from the Celestial clan. In that case, there was no need to hold back. He wanted to fight right then and there. Suddenly, she held the hilt of Jin Hyuk's sword, warning him not to do something that he would regret. Jin Hyuk couldn't move, while she used only one hand. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his face, knowing every internal injury clearly. Whenever she passed her hand over a spot on Jin Hyuk's body, the halo above her head glowed, and a stream of light transmitted into his body. Vulcan stood by anxiously. Is his mouth okay? But his injured body had completely recovered. This was the divine power of the Celestial clan. She did this to prove she had no intention of fighting him. Then she introduced herself as Uriel, from the wingless Celestial clan. Everyone suddenly snapped out of it, feeling as if they had just fallen into a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk immediately asked what Uriel did. She said she only manipulated memories a little, to protect the people here. According to the news she heard, if they knew a Celestial from floor 10 came here, it would be troublesome. Jin Hyuk assessed her as brave, but also very calculating. But why didn't she use it on him? Was it because she couldn't, or did it have a slow effect? Uriel couldn't use it on Jin Hyuk and the adorable Miho who was bristling. Even Vulcan was unharmed. He gritted his teeth. Fate of a soul, getting seen wherever I go. Today Uriel sought him out, because he, the masked one, intended to defy the heavens. Your power and that of your companions will be temporarily weakened, but eventually successful. This was the prophecy from Uriel's wingless clan. Jin Hyuk asked about the name wingless as he had never heard of it. Uriel suddenly stood up and took off her clothes, revealing the severed wings on her back. Couldn't ignore that hot body. Celestial society is going mad, blinded by greed. And kin who don't share their thoughts are expelled and become sinners. When Celestials commit crimes and are expelled, they are stripped of their wings, their symbol. So Uriel only used to belong to the Celestial clan. The wingless are Celestials like Uriel, those expelled from Utopia, the city of Celestials. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyuk intends to overthrow the rule of the Tsar's clan, so the wingless also want to join hands in that. Jin Hyuk communicated telepathically with Vulcan. She doesn't seem to be lying, so let's accept it. When Jin Hyuk asked about benefits, Uriel honestly shook her head. The power of the wingless clan is strong, but Utopia has identified them as enemies and is monitoring them. An increase in their numbers means the hostility of celestial society also increases. Jin Hyuk didn't expect things to be so troublesome. It was a pity to ignore an army of celestial origin, but the risk of accepting them was too great. But despite such suppression, if at some critical moment you need the power of the wingless, they are always ready. Jin Hyuk was satisfied and decided to ally with them. It seemed his name hadn't been revealed yet. He asked if Uriel could blind gods and demons, but she could only do it for a moment. Uriel plucked a wing feather and created a barrier similar to Goldrich's. Those people won't hear anything, no matter what we do in here. To verify, Jin Hyuk took off his mask and shouted, "Are you eavesdropping bastards listening?" Uriel froze, unable to believe the demon face she revered was so goofy. After verifying, Jin Hyuk felt reassured. He took off his mask and introduced his real name and identity. 15 years ago. Hearing the name Jin Hyuk, Uriel immediately knelt down. I apologize, sir. I was truly foolish. The reason she acted like that was because 15 years ago, Uriel was one of the people who judged his death. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk stomped his foot on the floor, filling with killing intent. What next? You'd better choose carefully. Uriel kept her head down because she was in a cowardly position. She asked if he knew what would happen when he climbed to floor 999. Jin Hyuk lowered his voice. You will surely end up like those people, like the devils and gods ruling the tower. But according to Uriel, the Tsar is immersed in loving their work and wants to monopolize that position. Ultimately, besides themselves, they don't want anyone capable of conquering the tower. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised. Before, he only guessed, but now he was certain. Since the mastermind was right in front of him, Jin Hyuk would definitely send Uriel's head to the Celestial clan. Although attacked, she didn't resist. This was the reason why she became useless to the Celestial clan. Jin Hyuk didn't quite understand. Actually, Uriel felt she was useless 15 years ago, when she opposed the Celestial clan's selection of a certain climber. And that person was Jin Hyuk, the Black Spirit. Jin Hyuk decided to spare her life. You're so evil. You should apologize to me. Anyway, he didn't want to vent his anger on Uriel, because he understood the difference between the opposing opinions of her and the Celestial clan. Uriel was very grateful that Jin Hyuk understood her situation. There may be people who share our goal in the Tsar's clan. If you can contact them, Uriel feels that Jin Hyuk should also accept them as friends. Jin Hyuk had experienced enough to know there are all kinds of people everywhere. Those expelled from the Tsar's clan would certainly be valuable to him. If he could recruit them, it would be very useful in the fight against the Tsar. Jin Hyuk asked about Uriel's hideout. That place is floor 190, the City of Dreams. Floor 190 was lower than he thought. Because the higher one goes, the stronger the Tsar's influence. So they couldn't go up. Moreover, floors 200 to 300 are that person's territory. Jin Hyuk also forgot that was that person's place. Martial Emperor, test. An invincible existence with power beneath his feet. From floor 200 to 300, if the Wingless established a base there, chances are it would be destroyed by the hands of Martial Emperor Test. Before the Celestials even lifted a finger. If you don't mind, let me put my clothes back on, Uriel said shyly. Jin Hyuk wondered if her coming to find him left any traces. Uriel affirmed no, but due to the Celestial clan's pursuit, the only thing she brought here was this body. Jin Hyuk smirked with satisfaction. That is enough. His somewhat inhumane smile made Uriel wary. She only knew him through prophecy, so she didn't know if he liked boys or girls. It's not that. Jin Hyuk hurriedly cleared his name. He just wanted a few of Uriel's wing feathers. Ah, really? If it's feathers, Uriel isn't short of them as they will grow back. Actually, Jin Hyuk was afraid they wouldn't grow back. So he chose his words carefully. But Uriel generously plucked a lot for him. However, she warned him absolutely not to reveal them, as the Celestial clan can track the owner of the feathers. Jin Hyuk told her not to worry, because he would swallow all these feathers without leaving a trace. WTF, you really are that kind of person. Uriel got goosebumps again, leaving Jin Hyuk unsure what to do. Finally, it was time to part ways. Uriel would wait to see what he could do, then vanished into thin air. Eating it raw? Vulcan curiously asked if Jin Hyuk wanted to taste it. It's been so long, I can't wait. The divine power of the Celestial clan. He didn't know if he could endure it. Vulcan didn't want to say anything more. He had given up on those desires for distant power long ago, not forgetting to tell Miho not to watch eating like Jin Hyuk. One day you'll get indigestion. Jin Hyuk tried tasting a heart feather. Suddenly, it felt like his heart stopped beating. His whole body glowed, as if there was a light bulb inside his body. Vulcan sighed. He was too used to this scene already. He invited Miho to play airplane around Jin Hyuk's area. Hyuk could not bear the pain and screamed loudly, then fainted. When Jin Hyuk woke up, he was surrounded by water. His head throbbed like it was being split by a hammer. But more importantly, he was inside an imaginary world. Jin Hyuk worried that his tiny body couldn't accept this divine power of the Celestial clan. If so, what would happen in this imaginary world? Suddenly, behind his back, a golden waterfall was crashing down. It seemed to be the divine power that had entered his body. surging like a giant mountain. But it was just a single feather. It was lucky he didn't start a war with Uriel. But if he won and devoured her body, it would be unimaginable how much power he would receive. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized the water was rising, not just the image of a waterfall. He had to overcome the sensation before. The divine waterfall swallowed the imaginary world. If so, there was only one way. Jin Hyuk immediately used spiritual power. Outside, Vulcan was guarding Jin Hyuk's soulless body. He was surprised to see him use spiritual power to resist. But there was also something wrong. Because he was using spiritual power in a soul state. Miho looked sad, so Vulcan comforted her. Try putting your faith in Jin Hyuk for once. He absorbed the feather, he must have his own intentions. This is a trial, so Jin Hyuk can definitely overcome it. In the end, how many more things about Jin Hyuk would make him surprised? This is truly what a protagonist is like. Inside the imaginary world, Jin Hyuk was sucking up holy water like drinking bubble tea. But it had no effect. He created an image to control the divine power with spiritual power, because it was power obtained through hunting and absorbing them, so he thought. This waterfall could be drunk normally, but if this continued, he would certainly fail. This divine power was overwhelming Jin Hyuk's firm will. Either give up this power or kick the bucket. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized he was afraid. But why should he be afraid? This was an image created from the soul, within his own body. Moreover, if so, Jin Hyuk had to do it his own way. He used spiritual power to create a giant shark, bloodthirsty just like himself. He ordered it to rush towards the waterfall. From now on, this is the real deal. Jin Hyuk enjoyed every drop of holy water. It tasted even better than bubble tea, making him unable to suppress his desire. Jin Hyuk wanted more. It was never enough, he had to absorb even more. Meanwhile, in reality, his body also reacted accordingly. His body twitched with a delirious smile, making him look no different from an addict who just took a hit. Ban, watching from beginning to end, clapped in applause. Welcome the birth of the predatory demon king. There is a neutral god who constantly plays sinister tricks, named the greedy dragon. It is so greedy that it claims all treasures, leaving nothing behind. Crazy enough to want to eat everything in this world. The greedy dragon's divine name is described as greed. Just like Jin Hyuk, who right now wants to swallow that entire divine power whole, without knowing satisfaction. Hey, are you awake yet? Vulcan's voice rang out along with Miho's delighted face. Jin Hyuk had returned. Vulcan was curious if he succeeded or failed, so he would know whether to laugh in his face. Too bad, what to do? Of course, I succeeded. Jin Hyuk showed off his skill so Vulcan wouldn't have a chance to be sarcastic. Although he was just a small seed, he had created a universe to generate divine power within his body. Vulcan couldn't believe it. Jin Hyuk was not of the Tsar's clan, yet carried within him the power of the Celestial clan. If the Celestial clan knew this, they would certainly order the execution of his 3 generations. Jin Hyuk shrugged. Does my excellence hurt their pride or something? The important thing was that he wasn't afraid of them either. Although Vulcan was happy for him, he was also worried. Because Jin Hyuk wasn't strong enough to withstand an attack from the Tsar's clan. With his current unstable condition, if a confrontation with the Tsar's clan occurred, it would be very unpredictable. A few days later, in the hunting zone of the 10th floor, Jin Hyuk continued training his army of spirit soldiers. Because they weren't the strongest yet. Although he said it was training, only Vulcan had to summon soldiers, while Jin Hyuk stood behind like a teacher supervising him. When a spirit soldier was slashed, everything truly began. A light emitted from the spirit soldier's body, and then a ghost with divine power appeared. Jin Hyuk called this a holy spirit soldier. The power was exactly as they expected. It specialized in healing the spirit soldiers. Due to the fragile nature of summoned spirit soldiers, necromancers usually overwhelmed opponents with numbers. Now that they were upgraded like this, it was truly beyond expectations. Although divine power is divine power, it could be seen that some individuals were about to achieve enlightenment. Then while the chaos ensued, Miho benefited from it all, eating a belly full of fresh, hot liver. Straight from the source. With the speed of 892 fresh livers. By tomorrow the mission would be almost done. Nurturing power for Miho. He didn't expect to achieve the achievement War God. Slaughtering orcs for the 2nd time. Jin Hyuk opened the status window to check. He had only planted the seed of divine power for a few days. Yet it had already increased to 3. Although it didn't help much. In an emergency, he could use it once. And now it was time to meet Hendrik. the dragon slayer, to have a little chat. According to Vulcan's information, since a certain point, Hendrik had stayed in one place without climbing the tower, as if waiting for someone. If he stopped at floor 10, there must be a reason, so Jean Hyuk really wanted to meet him. Just like Uriel, who can hear the voices of gods and demons, so he might also be waiting for something. The two walked through an alley. Just as they stepped out, they saw Hendrik's tall figure amidst the crowd, looking at those horns and red eyes. There was no doubt he was of the dragon clan. Then let's go. Jean Hyuk's quick decision made Vulcan panic. He thought he shouldn't just jump out to talk to him, because it wasn't certain that the person he was waiting for was him. Jean Hyuk had rarely used his mouth to talk from then until now. He used his fists more than his mouth. You crazy guy. Vulcan cursed in frustration. He was determined to stay here. As expected, you're scared. Definitely because you got beaten to a pulp last time, right? Jean Hyuk finally had a chance to mock him. Vulcan denied it profusely. The loud arguing made Hendrik unable to focus. He waited here because someone said that on floor 10, someone would come and fulfill his wish. But who that person was, he didn't know. Jean Hyuk stepped forward to greet him. He was also waiting to talk to Jean Hyuk, not forgetting to send greetings to the familiar face, Vulcan. First, Hendrik checked if Jean Hyuk qualified. Although he didn't like this blatant action, since he acknowledged it, he would let it slide. Hendrik didn't like to act in crowded places, so he invited him to another place. Who would have thought he would like to do that in a dead end? Hendrik said nothing, just opening a spatial gate. The two followed him and arrived at the hidden space of the 10th floor. The eyes of angels and demons also lost their power. Here, no wonder Jean Hyuk's vision weakened. Only now did Hendrik talk seriously. He wanted to take down all the Dragon Clan members who wanted to kill him in this tower. So, was Jean Hyuk determined to join him for this goal or not? Jean Hyuk smirked. Kid, your dream is too small. What the hell are you saying now? Hendrik glared at him. Vulcan also had to stop his foul mouth, because that Hendrik guy was a monster outside the standards of the tower. Provoking him meant meeting one's ancestors early. Stay still there, you loser. Jean Hyuk used telepathy to remind Vulcan. I've calculated everything. Then Jean Hyuk continued talking to Hendrik. He didn't know the exact reason, but could guess why he became the way he was now. However, he definitely didn't know one thing. Those targeting them weren't just the Tsar's clan. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with the Dragon Clan, but he felt just those dragons weren't enough. If it were Jean Hyuk, he would wipe out all those who deceived him. Even if they weren't the Tsar's clan, they would all suffer the same fate. Therefore, Hendrik's goal was too small to go with him. Do you mean to wipe out the entire Tsar's clan? Hendrik wondered. Like you, I survived from the realm of death. And there was also someone behind my death. Do you need me to answer any further? Jean Hyuk saying just that made Hendrik shake with laughter. Chuckle. Vulcan looked blank, not understanding what was happening. Hendrik felt he had to apologize to him. The man Uriel mentioned is indeed you. Jean Hyuk didn't expect he had met her. But for now, Hendrik wanted to verify his determination personally. Was it truth or boasting? The one plotting against the heavens? What is your name? I am the Black Spirit, Kong Jean Hyuk. He took off his mask, not hesitating to reveal his true identity. Just then, a voice shouted, You damn lizard! Coming here to cause trouble again? Huh? Even Hendrik flinched at the old man's attitude. He was the first blacksmith to live here, and also the one who forged his sword. When meeting him, both Jean Hyuk and Vulcan were astonished. That was a genuine Oni. The old man asked curiously. A strange combination of soul and spirit object. Who is that pitch-black guy? Jean Hyuk's mouth twitched. How are you still alive? Hearing him ask that, he was 100% sure Jean Hyuk was the one who attacked the Oni village. He immediately explained it wasn't him. But the more he explained, the more misunderstood he became, making the old man mad, grabbing a blacksmith hammer to crush his skull. You are the ringleader who burned down the village. Hendrik stepped in to block him, telling him to calm down, because Jean Hyuk was in the same boat as him. Vulcan then asked if he knew Haru. As expected, the answer was yes. The whole group went to his house. Hendrik didn't expect that in the vast tower there would be such a coincidence. According to his story, on the day of the village's traditional festival, all Oni gathered on the 100th floor. Because of his age, he didn't participate in the gathering, but stayed here to forge swords. Then disaster struck. He anxiously asked for Haru's whereabouts. Jean Hyuk immediately said she was on the 9th floor, and would reunite with them soon. And this mask is Haru's. She gave it to me as a gift for saving her life. Hendrik was curious if Haru was strong. Jin Hyuk was extremely proud. Talking about her is needless, even though she's recovering. If fighting solo, she's on par with us. Moreover, Haru is a long-term partner. After accepting the mask, we decided to take revenge together. The old man suddenly held Jin Hyuk's hand to show gratitude, and introduced his real name as Gino. He would support them with all his ability and rebuild the village with Haru. Jin Hyuk didn't quite understand but still nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan knew that the mask meant a marriage proposal. Gino allowed him to take all the items from the forge that he deemed necessary. They were all good weapons, on a different level compared to what that guy, Goldrich, brought him. After finishing, Jin Hyuk decided to leave. But Mr. Gino had been snoring for some time, perhaps because he was relieved of some stress. Because Hendrik had never seen him rest comfortably. After work in the village, Jin Hyuk decided to let Gino sleep. If Haru came, he would let her meet him first. She would certainly gain more strength if she met Gino. Just then, the sound of Vulcan screaming hoarsely echoed in his ears. Jin Hyuk immediately dodged Hendrik's surprise attack. It blew up a whole house. He was satisfied with his reaction speed. The words about verifying your strength from earlier are still valid. If Jin Hyuk could take him down, something heaven-defying might happen. Jin Hyuk also had no intention of talking. He himself would also verify the power of the Dragon Slayer. The two rushed into a duel, destroying everything around, but feeling exhilarated, because they had never been able to unleash their full power like that. Hendrik could easily slash through Jin Hyuk's spirit soldiers, but he had planted a dagger behind him. He was a bit surprised but still easily coped. In Hendrik's eyes, this was a shallow move not worthy of his level. So Jin Hyuk directly rushed up to cross swords with him. Hendrik moved his body as light as a feather, feeling like he was just a soul that couldn't be touched. Jin Hyuk cursed. Swordsmanship combined with all-rounder master skills, yet he dodged it all. He even grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand and threw him far away like a sandbag. Necromancer, huh? If you want to follow me and work together, you need to try harder. Hendrik saw the problem arising. After trying a few moves with him, it's best if Jin Hyuk can regenerate spirit soldiers and summon monsters of the 10th floor. Then the power will be effective. Oh really? Jin Hyuk spoke up while Vulcan was locking him down tight. Now was the time for him to save face. After running away with his tail between his legs last time, Jin Hyuk summoned the Gungnir spear, huge and massive, the thing that slit the Great Orc warrior's throat in just 1 second. Now let's fight. Vulcan immediately jumped out of Hendrik's body to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Hendrik pretended to grit his teeth to fit the scene, but his sword had a magic dispelling curse, so Vulcan's chains were useless. Vulcan signaled Jin Hyuk to get out of the way. Because his sword was the dragon-breaking slash, it sliced the Gungnir spear in half and rushed straight at Jin Hyuk. Only a huge explosion was seen where he stood. Vulcan wanted to worry, but had to worry about himself first. Hendrik was stomping him underfoot. You must be Kong Jin Hyuk's strongest teammate, right? If so, no one can help Jin Hyuk anymore. Hendrik was impatient to find his body. Jin Hyuk jumped out from the side. Who said Vulcan is the strongest teammate? He was still very much alive. Jin Hyuk fired an arrow, but it passed through the hair, silky smooth hair of Hendrik, leaving him speechless. Compared to swordsmanship, his marksmanship was even more beyond saving. 2 arrows shot up into the sky, releasing magic to attract Hendrik's attention. After that, Jin Hyuk shot 3 other arrows that hit him, causing him to freefall. The attack was effective. Jin Hyuk had to seize this moment to end it. He put on the Oni mask to activate the War Eye. Hendrik, falling freely, ground his teeth in frustration. He created a tornado red as fire, leaving Jin Hyuk helpless. He had missed his chance. Ha ha ha, you are truly strong, cha. Jin Hyuk. I was a bit surprised. But this isn't the end yet. Hendrik roared in excitement. He hadn't unleashed his full power yet. The next move is a characteristic of the Dragon Clan, Charging Dragon Flash. Jin Hyuk broke into a sweat, not because of the heat, but because of anxiety. He couldn't see a path to dodge, even though he knew the trajectory of that move. Through his battle prediction ability, his speed was not enough. If it hit, he would be done for. However, he still had another persona. Jin Hyuk put on the fox mask. Gino woke up after a 5-minute nap, but everything around was a pile of rubble. He bet that damn lizard Hendrik was going crazy again. Miho pricked up her ears and ran out, making the old man chase after her out of worry. She stood responding to Jin Hyuk's call. Hendrik unleashed the charging dragon flash. He suddenly disappeared, confusing him. Less than a second later, He appeared right in front of Jin Hyuk with his sword thrusting straight forward. Another explosion with a pile of rubble, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. Hendrik didn't believe that Jin Hyuk could dodge this move. But that was the truth. Jin Hyuk appeared behind his back with the fox mask, making him even more excited. That mask is nice, Cha Jin Hyuk. From Jin Hyuk's hands, he created claws like the werewolf. Wolverine, rushing to clash with Hendrik's dragon-breaking slash. However, his agility and strength had changed. Hendrik also saw that he wasn't simple, due to the power of that fox mask. Being too busy talking while fighting caused him to be pushed back by Jin Hyuk. A rare opening appeared, so he couldn't delay. Who would have thought that in his other hand, Hendrik had prepared a magic attack? Perhaps he intentionally created the opening to bait him, then unleash the magic attack. It was exactly like that. The magic attack created another pile of rubble. Unexpectedly, there was someone even more despicable than Jin Hyuk. He rushed out from the dust. At this moment, he had to use his ultimate move. The breathtaking charm art of the Fox clan. Hendrik guessed it but still couldn't avoid it. An overflowing feeling of happiness, as if meeting the destiny of his life. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Mother F***ker. I'm not interested in men." Thanks to mental concentration, he broke the charm, but that wasn't Jin Hyuk's goal. In that short amount of time, his body was immobile, and Jin Hyuk easily approached him. At this distance, Jin Hyuk couldn't use weapons recklessly, so he would try to end it in one hit. He remembered Kyung-hoon's technique. The all-rounder master skill, combined with the agile movements of the fox, and strength-enhancing spells. Everything was concentrated into one forearm, to create the most perfect punch. "It's over, kid." Jin Hyuk landed a precise punch on Hendrik's 8-pack abs. This move is called Earth-Shaking Chaotic Flow Palm. It sounds long, but it's simply a direct punch. This time, the range of destruction was even wider than Hendrik's. The thick dust and sky-shaking sound were finally able to wake Vulcan up. He struggled to get up and asked what the score was. From the dust, Jin Hyuk's silhouette appeared, making him rejoice. But before he could rejoice for 3 seconds, he collapsed. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth. He had used up all his strength, so he couldn't move his body anymore. Meanwhile, Hendrik still had his sword to use as a crutch. Everything should have ended back then. He swung his sword with the confidence that he had won. But he refused to accept it, jumping up to demand justice. "Lost. You lost. I used the final attack. And you went down." The monster Hendrik was extremely awkward, because he never thought he would lose like that, making him extremely annoyed. "Fine," Hendrik said. But he wanted to decide, based on this final attack. He was very satisfied with his strength, but he wanted to win by any means. "Wait, I can't move my body right now." Jin Hyuk signaled for help, but Hendrik played deaf. He summoned a fire dragon rushing towards him. Jin Hyuk was helpless, not knowing if it was blood or tears falling down anymore. "All right, you win, you lunatic." "What did you say? I will also verify you?" A dragon slayer, yet losing. Vulcan's sarcastic tone made Jin Hyuk go crazy. Already died and became a soul. Yet the personality hasn't changed. Jin Hyuk pulled his hand back in pain, making Vulcan push his luck even more. "Oh my. Don't overexert yourself like that. If you didn't have Uriel's divine power, you would have failed even more miserably. Without divine power, your tiny body would have been crushed to pieces." "Damn, old man. Why do you keep provoking and badmouthing your master? Just wait until I recover." The sound of the two arguing back and forth made Miho unable to fall asleep. At this moment, Hendrik, the cause of the argument, walked in. "How is your body?" Seeing him, it was as if Vulcan Jin Hyuk was wrapped in his strings. But he was even more arrogant. If we're talking about experience and soul power, then he'd have to call him great-grandfather. Jin Hyuk flexed his muscles, causing the strings to snap. His attribute had no effect on him. The manager didn't know why, even though he was only on the 10th floor. But his strength and mental power were at least that of someone who climbed to the 100th floor to achieve. Even so, he still didn't believe he couldn't beat him. The manager snapped his fingers, causing ripples to rise from underwater. Puppets rose up, swarming in vast numbers. This is a puppet legion within the mental world. Experience is power. These are the puppets he obtained from his experience of climbing to the 100th floor. He designed them to get stronger when infused with mana. And they are as strong as those who climb to the 50th floor. The winner has already been decided. From the moment you entered the mental world, the arrogant demon face manager ordered the puppet legion to attack. Jin Hyuk was grabbed by them and drowned in the water. The confident manager left to let them torture him a bit more. because these injuries wouldn't appear in the real world. Suddenly, a pillar of water rose up behind him. He didn't expect him to be able to use magic. Not only that, he also summoned necromancers. A 100th floor boss inside his mental world. Jin Hyuk returned with the familiar outfit from 15 years ago. Even in the mental world, summoning a soul takes quite a bit of time. Compared to what he thought. A puppet army? Sounds cool. But it seems he has never seen a real army. Today Jin Hyuk will show him what a real army looks like. Not just a necromancer. Jin Hyuk summoned the whole lot of them. Just as he said. The winner was decided. From the moment they entered the mental world. How can those mediocre puppets compare to his high-quality souls? The manager looked over Jin Hyuk's army. There were only a few characters whose names he knew. As for the remaining souls, they seemed to be bosses from the 100th floor and above. He finally had to say the familiar line. Who on earth are you? Jin Hyuk didn't answer but led his army to charge forward, crushing him in extreme fear. The manager returned to reality. Since when was he not the one to close the mental world? There is only one possibility. Jin Hyuk can control the mental world. Jin Hyuk approached, telling him to stop crying and fulfill their promise, which was a meeting with his Goldrich. Jin Hyuk gave him a letter addressed to Goldrich. He knew he lost. But if Goldrich didn't answer the letter, he wouldn't know what else to do. Jin Hyuk was confident Goldrich would definitely answer. Then left the company. The manager and Hanzian bowed respectfully to him. The sun had set, so Vulcan suggested they go to a hotel. But Jin Hyuk didn't know the word rest. Now they needed to go somewhere else. Sitting around waiting for Goldrich would be too boring. And he is someone who dislikes boredom. At the headquarters of the White Heron Guild, first floor lobby. Two girls were gossiping. One who had climbed to the 57th floor. Said she would buy new equipment when she finished her goal. This month, but they needed to finish eating before continuing. The blonde girl didn't understand why they had to sit here. For what? Is there any crazy person who would storm the front door of the Saint Guild? As soon as she finished speaking, the door burst open. The two girls immediately bowed and asked what he needed. Jin Hyuk pretended to smile foolishly. Climbing the tower is so hard. I want to join the guild. Ah, is that so? You scared the life out of me. The two girls sighed in relief when Jin Hyuk only came to join. Suddenly they remembered that if they recruited a rookie for the guild members, the introducer would gain significant influence. So both of them immediately used a totally not fake smile to invite Jin Hyuk, asking if anyone had introduced him yet. Jin Hyuk played dumb, saying he didn't have an introducer and came here because fate led him. Awesome, the two girls thought to themselves. Seeing that he was still a bewildered rookie who didn't know anything, they decided to pay more attention to him, asking him to show his skills. Jin Hyuk borrowed a coin from the two girls, then directly used two fingers to bend it. The gentle performance made the two girls gasp in admiration. Jin Hyuk said he could also do some basic spells, which was magic. In his palm was a flame summoned from a magic circle. The two girls exclaimed, "Wow, you have a lot of party tricks." The two turned their backs to whisper. What his skills are doesn't matter, because that performance was so beautiful. If we get him under our wing, he might even become an idol. In addition, Jin Hyuk caught the eye of the blonde girl, because he was exactly her type. Meanwhile Jin Hyuk was just acting to buy time for the next act. Suddenly a strange noise rang out. A person ran in panic, announcing that there was an evil spirit outside causing chaos and destroying the village. All those who had climbed to the 50th floor and above were summoned. So the two girls also had to leave with regret. Before leaving, the blonde girl didn't forget to tell Jin Hyuk to stay there and wait for them. The door closed and Jin Hyuk put on the mask. Dr. B returned to his demon face identity. Outside, villagers were frantically running away from the shopping area. Their attacks had no effect on the evil spirit. Not only that, this evil spirit was very weird. Because Vulcan was trying his best to look vicious, but his face was born for comedy. Vulcan knew he looked ridiculous, because he hadn't acted in these trashy scripts for 10 eras. It was all caused by Jin Hyuk. While Vulcan was causing chaos inside the guild, Jin Hyuk was creating just as much chaos. He took down the guards and went to look for something. A sleeping soldier had to come out because of the noise. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Jin Hyuk's demon mask, almost scaring the soul out of his body. Jin Hyuk grabbed him to ask for information. He wanted a list of other guilds affiliated with the Saint Kingdom and the exact locations of them. The reason is I will find and destroy them all. You think you'll be safe after making 2 of the 9 stars your enemies? Jin Hyuk thanked him for worrying unnecessarily. Yourself. You can't even save, so don't worry about other people's business. After being strangled to the point of suffocation, he tried to point to the papers on the table. Jin Hyuk checked them. They recorded the subordinates of the Pelin brothers. Jin Hyuk burned everything down and left. He would make every one of their subordinates kneel at his feet. And finally, it would be the two Pelin brothers. Meanwhile, this blonde man was sitting reading a report from the 10th floor branch of a puppet. Suddenly a letter fell out, making him wonder. For what reason? They sent a separate letter alongside the report. After reading the letter, he angrily crumpled it, demon face. How do you know about this? Meanwhile the White Heron Guild was trying hard to put out the fire. All witnesses at the scene had died. Guild leader Bak Holio started to get suspicious. Jin Hyuk questioned the two girls. The blonde girl described Jin Hyuk to him. Male and slim build. Handsome with a high nose bridge. But the sister who went with her found him ugly. Ugly AF, and his nose was big too. The two girls turned to look at each other. Only now did they realize they had fallen for Jin Hyuk's illusion magic. After finishing the job, Vulcan returned tiredly, only to receive a half-hearted compliment from Jin Hyuk. He even mocked him out on the street. People are spreading rumors about a terrifying ghost appearing. Vulcan, annoyed, changed the topic to Jin Hyuk's business. Did your arson go smoothly? Of course, Jin Hyuk arrogantly recounted. Even though it was low-level magic, it was effective in this situation. Everyone who met me will remember that I had slightly different appearances. But Vulcan was curious seeing him return empty-handed. Because the information on other guilds is already in my head. Okay, you're the best. Vulcan said helplessly, right. Then a knock on the door made him alert. Because they didn't call room service. Jin Hyuk put on his mask and slowly walked towards the door. After counting to 3, Vulcan threw chains to bind the stranger. The plan was easily executed because the person knocking was Han Seon, an employee living paycheck to paycheck. Today he came to announce that Goldrich had landed at the 10th floor branch. They then specifically invited Jin Hyuk to meet. An army was waiting. But Goldrich was nowhere to be seen, making him alert. At this moment a voice rang out. I don't know how you knew the content written in the letter. But I commend your arrogance as well as your bravery for daring to show your face. Those who know about that matter are not allowed to exist in the tower. Goldrich, the man with blonde hair, stepped out. Jin Hyuk smiled with satisfaction. It had been a long time since he met Goldrich. After speaking, Goldrich immediately left, leaving a small test for Jin Hyuk. The army immediately set up a defensive formation, thinking he would attack to break the siege. But the signaler took a punch straight to the face. This is the price to pay for telling your plan to the enemy. The army lost its captain, and Jin Hyuk rampaged, easily bypassing them. Next, Goldrich would be his opponent. Goldrich turned his back. A pile of gold coins burst out, too many to count. Jin Hyuk recognized. This was Goldrich's golden power, his ability to control gold with mana. But it couldn't tie him down for long. Goldrich still had another move with pure gold, gathering almost all the gold in the branch into a tsunami. Just getting hit by that move was enough to put Jin Hyuk in the grave. A huge explosion with pure gold falling like leaves. Goldrich coldly muttered, so he's gone. Not done yet. A spear tip was close to Goldrich's face. In a speed battle, I am always the winner. Goldrich pushed the spear tip away with an indifferent attitude. Do you think saying that will make me afraid? If I wanted to, I would have killed someone like you. No, you can't kill me, Jin Hyuk said confidently. Because he didn't know where the information in the letter came from, and the army wanted to capture him alive. But he would tell Goldrich about the source. So he led Jin Hyuk to the office. Truly a magnificent room. People with money really have it good, huh? Jin Hyuk said sarcastically. Goldrich closed the room door, then continued to get physical with Jin Hyuk. His golden power had completely isolated them from the outside world. So neither gods nor devils would know anything, and now Goldrich wanted to know who told him that he was the owner of the auction. The auction is a massive system where individuals can freely trade items within the tower. However, this system didn't just appear naturally. It was created by Goldrich. If this truth were exposed, the foundation of the entire Goldrich company would collapse. That is why he went crazy like that. Jin Hyuk feigned ignorance. Just burying me? Why did anyone say that? Then if you lose an arm and a leg, it's still just burying, right? Goldrich used pure gold to form a gigantic axe to attack Jin Hyuk. At times like this, he didn't need to act. Vulcan just used one punch to shatter the golden axe. Goldrich was astonished to witness a soul soldier, because only a necromancer has the ability to summon souls. And that meant Jin Hyuk's identity was proven. He took off his mask and said, "Time to pay your debt, creditor William." He didn't expect him to be alive since 15 years had passed. Jin Hyuk sat down and told Goldrich everything. Vulcan, nearby, also overheard a bit. He didn't expect their relationship to run this deep. Even so, Goldrich still couldn't believe he had resurrected. Of course, because even I myself can't freaking believe I'm still alive. This time, Jin Hyuk's goal was some resources from Goldrich's company. "We can create a sponsorship contract between the two parties." "You speak as if Goldrich is your company." Goldrich grumbled. "But basically, that's not wrong. For someone with no talent for business, who would agree to sell him items from the higher floors of the tower? I was the member who made the biggest contribution to building the foundation of Goldrich, and also the largest shareholder." This god-complex arrogance made Goldrich somewhat believe he was really Jin Hyuk. However, even so, when the contract is signed, Jin Hyuk also needs to give him something. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the information he had collected so far, compiling and decoding for Goldrich. "Fine. I will give a price for it after listening." Goldrich said if the 9 stars eliminated Jin Hyuk, it meant there was a mastermind behind everything. Since they all have their own egos, it's unlikely they would listen to each other. This proves there is a force strong enough to control and order them. None other than the 4 kings of the tower. Goldrich was shocked when Jin Hyuk mentioned the 4 king tribes. They want to protect their supremacy against other species. So if there is another race that successfully climbs to the higher floors, their power and influence will drop sharply. This makes them either climb to the top of the tower themselves, or eliminate those capable of climbing higher than them, and those who agree to join will all be appointed as the ruler of a floor. However, Goldrich didn't trust it much, because he was the only victim. Jin Hyuk immediately mentioned the Oni village on the 100th floor. There is only one survivor from that tragedy. None other than Hario, a young Oni. But she is training diligently to fight the orc warrior. She still hadn't passed the 10th floor's trial to be able to meet Jin Hyuk and Vulcan again. Haru was determined to become even stronger. "Why do you keep complaining? Don't you just need to use me?" Why did the spirit and the sword appear and ramble in Haru's ear? He knew very well. She wanted to meet Jin Hyuk again as soon as possible. Then just use him, and the orc warrior will be nothing. But Haru was determined not to use the power of the dragon-slaying sword, because she promised Jin Hyuk she would become stronger on her own, and not rely on any other power. After hearing the story, Goldrich gradually guessed that their target was Hario and the sword. To destroy her, they didn't hesitate to exterminate an entire species. Or in other words, they are choosing targets carefully. Goldrich couldn't believe it, because this could completely change the foundation of the tower. But hearing him speak, it made strangely perfect sense. He was extremely hesitant. Jin Hyuk said his purpose was revenge. "I will destroy them all, sparing no one, including the 9 stars or those who support the 4 king tribes, and including those of the 4 king tribes who slaughtered Goldrich's family." After finishing the conversation, Goldrich unlocked the barrier. The subordinate jumped in again, asking curiously. Even the 9-tailed fox wondered if he liked men annoying him. But the good news is, Goldrich decided to buy that information, on one condition: that you must prove yourself right now. Jin Hyuk sighed. This guy is really stubborn. As a merchant, trust is also an asset to Goldrich. He cannot trade based on just a little bit of trust. Jin Hyuk had to turn to Ban for help to prove his identity. The price was a handshake, but he pushed his luck and demanded he shake hands 3 times. After it was done, Ban spammed notifications to Goldrich that he was indeed the person he was thinking of, staking all of Ban's honor as a guarantee. So Goldrich had no reason to refuse anymore. "I will believe you. Nice to meet you again, demon face." Goldrich reached out his hand, and so did Jin Hyuk. He was sure there would be a day they could call each other by their real names, instead of these 2 nicknames like now. As long as it was something money could buy, Goldrich could get it for Jin Hyuk. As for him, he needed all kinds of weapons usable within this tower, and plenty of ammunition. Hearing this, Goldrich felt a headache coming on. "You're a necromancer, are you buying weapons to resell?" Jin Hyuk gently revealed his subclass, all-rounder master, causing Goldrich to panic. He didn't expect such a class to exist. Jin Hyuk further explained some of its effects, such as enhancing all his stats. Even with weapons he had never used, it would feel like he had been familiar with them for years. Although a bit jealous, but Goldrich knew for sure he would become stronger than in the past. Of course, he was weak now, but the future would be different. Therefore, what he needed to do was multiply Jean Hyuk's capabilities manifold. Goldrich summoned the manager puppet, ordering him to collect and buy all weapons on the 10th floor, under the name of another company, then package them for the VIP client, Jean Hyuk. Waiting for about 10 minutes, the manager returned with a cloak. But it wasn't a normal cloak. It was a portable warehouse. Goldrich finally had something to show off. The name of this cloak is Taoist Robe. It is linked to a subspace that can contain many inanimate objects, like a large warehouse. Temperature, size, and color can also be customized according to the user's will. Additionally, there is a protective spell. If you have accessories inside, their effects will automatically transfer to your gear. This is an extremely rare item in the tower, so Goldrich hopes you will take good care of it. You're the one who needs to be careful, Jean Hyuk said, implying he might spend so lavishly that Goldrich would go bankrupt. Scene change, Song-Ti's trio returned through the dimensional gate. Although they had no achievements, keeping their lives was lucky enough. They hadn't even reached the 10th floor and had spent all their money. So how were they supposed to continue climbing? Don't worry, the White Swan Guild has people on the 10th floor, Song-Ti said arrogantly. Just by meeting his older brother, they would have more money to climb the tower. Remembering Jean Hyuk, he felt even more bitter for being threatened and humiliated by him. So he would prepare for a bloody revenge battle after getting the money. Less than 10 minutes later, their faces looked like they had indigestion. In front of them was the ruined house of the White Swan Guild. The guild members had evacuated to the 30th floor. And Song-Ti's brother had also disconnected. No money, no skills. At this rate, they couldn't even pass the 20th floor, let alone reach the 30th. Seeing Song-Ti silent, the other two started to complain and criticize him. Besides bragging all day about the White Swan Guild, he had absolutely no talent. Song-Ti listened to their nagging and just wanted them to shut their trap. If he had no talent, then they were just a bunch of useless people leeching off him, so he took this chance to leave the bastards behind. Suddenly, a small fox walked up trembling. Song-Ti quickly waved his hand to shoo it away. If you're hungry, we don't have food. Get lost. The fox approached and sniffed Song-Ti's leg, annoying him. He kicked it away with full force, causing the fox to be more seriously injured. He was irritable, so he decided to vent his anger on it, mercilessly torturing the small and heavily injured body of the fox. It cried out but was beaten to exhaustion, leaving only faint whimpers. Meanwhile, Song-Ti's voice still echoed. My life is so wrong. Only idiots hovering around me, my luck is as black as the bottom of a pot. A dagger flew from out of nowhere, piercing his shin. Song-Ti hadn't even figured out what just happened when a wave of pain shot up. Jean Hyuk slowly emerged from the darkness. Did he ask who he was? I am the one about to become the master of the fox that you just trampled on 5 minutes ago. Jean Hyuk and Vulcan were still strolling on the street. He would go to the tower to change his class to acquire spiritual power. Vulcan didn't quite understand, since he was already a spirit master, because Jean Hyuk's class was like a glitch. It was like a mage, having memories of a past life, but not yet proficient in using all the magic power he had. Currently, he still didn't have cultivated spiritual power. Vulcan hadn't even thought of this scenario. However, for now, Jean Hyuk decided to rest and spend Goldrich's money. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something. Ban immediately pointed to a small alley, while the nine-tailed fox was begging him for help. Because her child was in danger. That was what led to Jean Hyuk taking one of Song-Ti's legs. Truly a side character. When opportunity comes, they can't grasp it. Jean Hyuk couldn't believe he would be able to see the child of the nine-tailed fox, a legendary beast, in a place like this. Besides, there was a mission attached to rescue that child, the disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After rescuing, he needed to take good care of it. Then he would receive rewards, items of the fox, and increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. Song-Ti looked at the mask and recognized he was Demon Face. Jean Hyuk played dumb and asked, Huh? Have I ever seen you before? Is that how you plan to provoke me? Song-Ti ordered his two lackeys to ambush Jean Hyuk. But he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the two not knowing what to do. Jean Hyuk had already picked up the small fox in his arms. He stepped on it without knowing who it was. So this will be the last time they can open their mouths to speak. Song-Ti didn't give a damn who that fox was. He decided to cut off his limbs for revenge. Jean Hyuk asked for the nine-tailed fox's opinion. She said to send them back to Mother Earth. Jean Hyuk didn't intend to do that, but since they liked to rush to their deaths, Jean Hyuk returned the leg to Song-Ti. turning it into an exploding corpse. One leg neatly took care of. 3 ignorant quacks. Jin Hyuk brought the small fox home. But he didn't know what to do with it. First, let's just name it. Because the name, Child of the Nine-Tailed Fox, is too long. If he shortened Little Fox, it would sound weird. Sounds okay. But Vulcan advised him to be careful. When it grows up, it will definitely drill a hole in your skull. If it were Vulcan, he would demonstrate his naming ability, derived from his countless years of experience, with the meaning of shining brightly. Ho is fox, Guang is shine, so call the fox Hoguang. The great name he came up with made the atmosphere awkward. Vulcan, out of embarrassment, shouted angrily, "If you don't like it, then just say it." Jin Hyuk saw it was a two-tailed fox. "So just call it Miho for short." Vulcan disdained the common name he came up with, and was sure the fox wouldn't like it. But who knew Miho would appear so delighted, making Vulcan speechless with embarrassment. The side mission of rescuing Miho was completed. Miho took out a fox mask and gave it to Jin Hyuk. When using it, he would have the abilities of a wolf. At the same time, the mask's abilities will increase with the owner's strength. It's quite similar to the Oni mask. If this is the ability of a fox, then charm is the best. There is no better skill to confine an opponent. The nine-tailed fox was reminding him that the mission was only half done. The other half was to enhance Miho's vitality by feeding it 999 pieces of fresh liver. 999 pieces was one problem, fresh was an even bigger problem. He would have to hunt for ingredients himself. But considering the value of this mask, he couldn't complain. Moreover, there were many benefits. In gaining the fox's affection, Vulcan made an excuse to go out on patrol to avoid being ordered around by Jin Hyuk when the sun started to rise. They would go to the job change tower. So Jin Hyuk warned him beforehand not to be late. "Now, let's join Vulcan for a night stroll around the town." Just as he predicted, everything was very different from when he climbed the tower. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. Vulcan looked towards a man with 2 horns. He was a dragon. The amount of mana was so massive that the surrounding air was thick with it. He sighed and muttered, "I want to kill all dragons." Vulcan was surprised. Dragons are a narcissistic species. In the way they love their kin, they are the proudest of the 4 great divine beasts. So when a dragon uttered that sentence, it proved that no dragon would be allowed to exist. Vulcan didn't expect dragons to swarm the 10th floor so soon. The climbers looked at each other and whispered, "That dragon guy has been standing here for a few days, rambling things no one understands." The time he spent here puzzled Vulcan. If so, the dragons hadn't acted yet. Suddenly, the dragon looked towards Vulcan, making him startled. "Oh crap," he sensed the mana of mine. The dragon grumbled, "Is it you? The useless ghost who acts crazy and keeps hovering around?" "What? Useless ghost?" Vulcan could let Jin Hyuk order him around, but he couldn't let others insult him. He immediately went down to reclaim his honor. "Hello, little dragon." The man shouted grumpily, "You dare call me a dragon? Tired of living?" The next morning at the job change tower, Vulcan was late again, annoying Jin Hyuk. He didn't even reply to messages. He had to go inside alone. A young man named Ken stepped out to greet him. He was the one managing this tower. "This place is deserted, isn't it?" Jin Hyuk said. "Because few people awaken mana on the 10th floor, so there are only flies and mosquitoes around here." Jin Hyuk borrowed the Necromancer's room. But first, to prove that he had awakened mana, he needed to infuse mana into the crystal ball in Ken's hand. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on it and gently released mana. Ken struggled to hold onto the crystal ball, but just a few seconds later, it cracked, causing Ken to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Vulcan was still fighting the dragon. But since he wasn't with Jin Hyuk, both his mana and soul were limited. The dragon said arrogantly, "How long do you intend to hide in that ghost shadow? Show your face and fight properly. Show your face and fight properly." Others attracted by the fight ran over to watch. "Look at those horns. He's definitely a dragon." Being called a dragon by others made him furious. Vulcan didn't understand why, since he was clearly a dragon. He was so sensitive to the word dragon, as if his soul and body were split. Just like Jin Hyuk. Thus, the curiosity of a researcher within Vulcan was aroused. He used his soul as a weapon. "Let me see what is hidden inside that body of yours." Vulcan attacked. Although he dodged it, he had to admit that he was not a useless ghost. Spiritual power is a magic that absorbs souls instead of mana. Magic that even Jin Hyuk could not use. This is the power of the strongest necromancer. That dragon would regret badmouthing him. The two sides fought chaotically. The dragon mocked, Is Vulcan going on a blind date? Or something? Introducing yourself like that. If weapons were being used, he would also use his sword. Since Vulcan introduced himself, he would also introduce his profile. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer is the title given to those who successfully conquered a dragon. Such a powerful soul stuffed into the body of a dragon, what an irony. Hendrik used dragon flow, forcing Vulcan to separate. He saw he was young and inexperienced, so he let his guard down. If his soul was truly the Dragon Slayer, who climbed to floor 780, then even with Jean Hyuk here, there's no guarantee they would win. Then the only way is to trap him. Vulcan prepared to attack. But Hendrik wouldn't let his cloak be burned. A second time. Suddenly, soul hands grabbed him tightly, followed by a super gigantic attack. Hendrik gritted his teeth, using 10,000 sky slashes to cut through every attack. But there was no time to react to his hand. Vulcan. Hendrik was grabbed by the giant spirit Buddha hand by the head. There was resistance, but it was insignificant. Vulcan sighed in relief, almost died there. He had to use all his soul and magic power Jean Hyuk transferred to him. Perhaps this would hold Hendrik back. Now was a good opportunity for him to flee quickly. Below, Hendrik finally broke free. He remembered the name Vulcan, vowing that the next time they met, he would chop his soul fragment into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, Jean Hyuk was inspecting the room. The magical corridor seemed to stretch endlessly. Guiding him, Ken was sweating profusely. Although he had reached floor 35, he still felt trembling before a floor 10 climber like Jean Hyuk. Jean Hyuk thought Ken seemed to be doing a good job, making him feel at ease. Finally, they reached the Necromancer's room. Inside were potions, corpses, and countless books. This was truly the dream room of every necromancer. After Ken left, he got to work. At this moment, Vulcan popped up from the ground, scaring Miho out of her wits. He wondered where he had been all this time. Vulcan, being too embarrassed, said he went to do some elderly exercises. Vulcan quickly changed the topic to Jean Hyuk's business. He summoned some minions to work, getting books, drawing magic circles, lighting scented candles to set the mood. While Jean Hyuk was working, Vulcan and Miho would have to stand back. This might be the last order from Jean Hyuk, so he instructed Vulcan. Protect my body until I wake up. Be careful. I will swallow your body if you die. Vulcan said that, and only Jean Hyuk would feel reassured. A ghostly soul, summoned from the magic circle, entered Jean Hyuk's soul vessel. Miho, witnessing this, yelped in surprise. Vulcan had to pat and comfort her. Spiritual power is the essential realm of a mage of the necromancy class, manipulating souls like mana. The fastest way to awaken this power is in the form of a spirit body, which also means nearing the realm of death. Jean Hyuk closed his eyes tight. This was also the moment he touched the godless realm. At the same time, lost souls appeared. They needed a complete body to resurrect. That was why Jean Hyuk had Vulcan protect him. He immediately summoned soul soldiers. They had to save the spirit prince from the realm of death. Vulcan used Aurora Soul, along with soul soldiers, to fight the hungry ghosts. Ken heard the noise and rushed in to check. The horrific scene made him chicken out. Vulcan, seeing someone arrive, pulled him into the battle. Immediately. Meanwhile, Miho was trembling, hiding in a corner. But from this corner, she saw a ghoul rushing towards Jean Hyuk. Ken realized it, but it was too late. Vulcan could only curse, turning on alarm mode to wake Jean Hyuk up. Miho hurriedly rushed forward to block Jean Hyuk's body, releasing a blinding light. The other ghouls immediately froze. They didn't know where Miho jumped out from. But their first impression was that she was too adorable. That small tail, those small paws. They were all defeated by Miho's cheesy cuteness. Even the group of soul soldiers collapsed before Miho's cuteness, leaving Vulcan helpless. Not only that, even Ken the gatekeeper was affected. Only Vulcan recognized this as charm magic. But it usually only controls physical bodies. A power that can control even souls. Proves that the creature bestowed with the blood of the gods is no ordinary being. Amidst the chaotic scene, another ghoul appeared. Vulcan saw that he used to be a very strong climber. When he was alive, if he let him possess Jean Hyuk's body, it would be very dangerous. Vulcan had to stop him. But the effect of Miho's charm caused him to gradually lose his strength. Now he could only rely on Miho. Get out of the way, I don't care about a furry thing like you. The ghoul reached out towards Jean Hyuk's body. Miho immediately jumped up to approach him, then emitted a beam of light. But Miho only burped out a tiny heart shape. It wasn't enough to charm him. Vulcan froze completely. Had she run out of power already? The ghoul showed no mercy and prepared to mince Miho. She closed her eyes to accept the pain, but nothing happened. A surge of magical power pierced through his arm. Jin Hyuk had finally woken up. Now that demon is definitely dead. He shrieked, "Ah! Boo-hoo! My spirit body!" Jin Hyuk absorbed all the surrounding ghouls. This would be a good source of ingredients for him to refine elixirs. As for him, he just needed to use the move, 10-finger spirit. Bullet. Spreading his 10 fingers wide, he destroyed his spirit body. He even overdid it, destroying the room as well. Vulcan saw that Jin Hyuk's method of gathering spiritual power at his fingertips and shooting it out was truly powerful. And simple too. Why hadn't he thought of that sooner? After it was done, he left a large void on the wall of the room. Ken was still fast asleep after being hit by the charm. The puppet manager arrived and had to exclaim, "What a monster! What on earth did you do inside the tower?" It's a long story to explain, so Jin Hyuk wouldn't explain it. As for the manager, he came to deliver one of the things he had requested. That couldn't be stored in the spatial bag. Those were vials of potent poison sorted by rank. Heat stones containing fire energy, and frost stones containing water energy. Jin Hyuk feigned confusion. These stones are only used for the dungeon excavation work. From floor 100 onwards, right? The manager was startled when he saw through him. This delivery was his last job, as the branch manager of the 10th floor. From now on, he would return as a climber. All because he needed to become stronger. As a merchant, the manager aimed for the highest position, but he felt that Jin Hyuk and Goldrich could both lead to a great change for this tower. And in that change, one could not fail to mention the most talented merchant, who was also a 100-floor climber. By his own strength, like himself, Jin Hyuk saw his determination was very similar to Goldrich back then. If he had suitable abilities, then he would also let him know about the plan with Goldrich. Of course, he was very willing. After the manager left, hunger struck. Jin Hyuk decided to replenish his energy with this pile of poisons. This decision gave Vulcan goosebumps. But his absorption ability was to turn the power of what he swallowed into his own. Aren't you curious what power these things will bring you? A moment later, Ken opened his eyes, tense as a string. But everything had been handled and seemed very safe. They only had one final risk, Jin Hyuk. He shoved a heat stone bar into his mouth. It felt like eating 108 bowls of highest level spicy noodles at once. The heat stone bar was too big, so it took quite a while for Jin Hyuk to completely swallow it. His absorption of ice and fire had reached its maximum level, so the rest couldn't be absorbed anymore. That night, Vulcan was transporting the pile of orc corpses Jin Hyuk caused. He felt like he was being tortured. Jin Hyuk finally swallowed all the poison, resembling the fighting style of the Black Star. He also had to prepare to deal with emergency situations, especially poison. One of the Black Stars was very knowledgeable about poison. If he had realized his tricks, he wouldn't have been ganged up on so miserably. After transporting all the orc corpses, Jin Hyuk fed Miho a buffet of hot, fresh livers. Vulcan thought she should learn how to fight, which is what a descendant of the nine-tailed fox should learn. But Jin Hyuk felt she was still a baby, if counted in human years. Baby Miho, with sharp teeth devouring the orc bodies, made Jin Hyuk retract his opinion. Tonight she only ate 127 livers, but was already full. On the way, Vulcan confided, he also wanted to tear up the city like him. But it was better to act mysteriously. Jin Hyuk guessed wildly that he intended to fight in the middle of the night. Because Vulcan's mana was surging. He was just curious who he had met. I fought with the Dragon Clan. Vulcan gently recounted his achievement, of course omitting the part where he ran away. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk was filled with killing intent. He seemed to have a deep blood feud with the Dragon Clan. Vulcan hurriedly signaled him to calm down. Don't drop a bomb on the street. Jin Hyuk didn't mean to, but the after effect of swallowing ice and fire made it hard for him to control. Vulcan then explained that the Dragon Clan member he met wasn't normal. After hearing the story, Jin Hyuk was extremely surprised. Soul and body separated? At first, Vulcan didn't believe it either, but Jin Hyuk was a prime example. Moreover, he also knew of the dragon slayer, Hendrik. He started by practicing butchering dragons. When he became a climber, he took down every dragon he met, or whose location he knew, thus becoming a monster with the title Dragon Slayer. Rumor had it he died on floor 700 or 800. Based on what Vulcan said, it could have been a trap set by the dragon royalty. If so, Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Hendrik once. Too excited, Jin Hyuk suddenly released another bomb. His absorption trait felt like a scam. Vulcan thought it should be called penalty. Devour, instead. Poison, heat, frost stones. Now he needed to heal the internal injuries they caused. Heal? Go see a priest? Are you crazy? Jin Hyuk didn't want to be purified by divine power like those ghosts. But if he continued, he would constantly pass gas and recovery would be difficult. The best way was to use divine power to self-heal this wound. Suddenly, Miho growled. She howled, making Jin Hyuk feel like his eardrums were about to burst. Vulcan realized something strange about the crowd. They didn't react to Miho's scream and moved as if they had lost consciousness. A golden light made the two freeze. A girl with a halo like an angel above her head walked towards them. Pleased to meet you. Demon face. Jin Hyuk realized she was from the Celestial clan. In that case, there was no need to hold back. He wanted to fight right then and there. Suddenly, she held the hilt of Jin Hyuk's sword, warning him not to do something that he would regret. Jin Hyuk couldn't move, while she used only one hand. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his face, knowing every internal injury clearly. Whenever she passed her hand over a spot on Jin Hyuk's body, the halo above her head glowed, and a stream of light transmitted into his body. Vulcan stood by anxiously. Is his mouth okay? But his injured body had completely recovered. This was the divine power of the Celestial clan. She did this to prove she had no intention of fighting him. Then she introduced herself as Uriel, from the wingless Celestial clan. Everyone suddenly snapped out of it, feeling as if they had just fallen into a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk immediately asked what Uriel did. She said she only manipulated memories a little, to protect the people here. According to the news she heard, if they knew a Celestial from floor 10 came here, it would be troublesome. Jin Hyuk assessed her as brave, but also very calculating. But why didn't she use it on him? Was it because she couldn't, or did it have a slow effect? Uriel couldn't use it on Jin Hyuk and the adorable Miho who was bristling. Even Vulcan was unharmed. He gritted his teeth. Fate of a soul, getting seen wherever I go. Today Uriel sought him out, because he, the masked one, intended to defy the heavens. Your power and that of your companions will be temporarily weakened, but eventually successful. This was the prophecy from Uriel's wingless clan. Jin Hyuk asked about the name wingless as he had never heard of it. Uriel suddenly stood up and took off her clothes, revealing the severed wings on her back. Couldn't ignore that hot body. Celestial society is going mad, blinded by greed. And kin who don't share their thoughts are expelled and become sinners. When Celestials commit crimes and are expelled, they are stripped of their wings, their symbol. So Uriel only used to belong to the Celestial clan. The wingless are Celestials like Uriel, those expelled from Utopia, the city of Celestials. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyuk intends to overthrow the rule of the Tsar's clan, so the wingless also want to join hands in that. Jin Hyuk communicated telepathically with Vulcan. She doesn't seem to be lying, so let's accept it. When Jin Hyuk asked about benefits, Uriel honestly shook her head. The power of the wingless clan is strong, but Utopia has identified them as enemies and is monitoring them. An increase in their numbers means the hostility of celestial society also increases. Jin Hyuk didn't expect things to be so troublesome. It was a pity to ignore an army of celestial origin, but the risk of accepting them was too great. But despite such suppression, if at some critical moment you need the power of the wingless, they are always ready. Jin Hyuk was satisfied and decided to ally with them. It seemed his name hadn't been revealed yet. He asked if Uriel could blind gods and demons, but she could only do it for a moment. Uriel plucked a wing feather and created a barrier similar to Goldrich's. Those people won't hear anything, no matter what we do in here. To verify, Jin Hyuk took off his mask and shouted, "Are you eavesdropping bastards listening?" Uriel froze, unable to believe the demon face she revered was so goofy. After verifying, Jin Hyuk felt reassured. He took off his mask and introduced his real name and identity. 15 years ago. Hearing the name Jin Hyuk, Uriel immediately knelt down. "I apologize, sir. I was truly foolish." The reason she acted like that was because 15 years ago, Uriel was one of the people who judged his death. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk stomped his foot on the floor, filling with killing intent. What next? You'd better choose carefully. Uriel kept her head down because she was in a cowardly position. She asked if he knew what would happen when he climbed to floor 999. Jin Hyuk lowered his voice. "You will surely end up like those people, like the devils and gods ruling the tower." But according to Uriel, the Tsar is immersed in loving their work and wants to monopolize that position. Ultimately, besides themselves, they don't want anyone capable of conquering the tower. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised. Before, he only guessed. But now he was certain. Since the mastermind was right in front of him, Jin Hyuk would definitely send Uriel's head to the Celestial clan. Although attacked, she didn't resist. This was the reason why she became useless to the Celestial clan. Jin Hyuk didn't quite understand. Actually, Uriel felt she was useless 15 years ago, when she opposed the Celestial clan's selection of a certain climber. And that person was Jin Hyuk, the Black Spirit. Jin Hyuk decided to spare her life. "You're so evil. You should apologize to me." Anyway, he didn't want to vent his anger on Uriel, because he understood the difference between the opposing opinions of her and the Celestial clan. Uriel was very grateful that Jin Hyuk understood her situation. There may be people who share our goal in the SARS clan. If you can contact them, Uriel feels that Jin Hyuk should also accept them as friends. Jin Hyuk had experienced enough to know there are all kinds of people everywhere. Those expelled from the SARS clan would certainly be valuable to him. If he could recruit them, it would be very useful in the fight against the Tsar. Jin Hyuk asked about Uriel's hideout. That place is floor 190, the City of Dreams. Floor 190 was lower than he thought. Because the higher one goes, the stronger the Tsar's influence. So they couldn't go up. Moreover, floors 200 to 300 are that person's territory. Jin Hyuk also forgot that was that person's place. Martial Emperor, test. An invincible existence with power beneath his feet. From floor 200 to 300, if the Wingless established a base there, chances are it would be destroyed by the hands of Martial Emperor Test. Before the Celestials even lifted a finger. "If you don't mind, let me put my clothes back on," Uriel said shyly. Jin Hyuk wondered if her coming to find him left any traces. Uriel affirmed no, but due to the Celestial clan's pursuit, the only thing she brought here was this body. Jin Hyuk smirked with satisfaction. "That is enough." His somewhat inhumane smile made Uriel wary. She only knew him through prophecy, so she didn't know if he liked boys or girls. "It's not that." Jin Hyuk hurriedly cleared his name. He just wanted a few of Uriel's wing feathers. "Ah, really? If it's feathers, Uriel isn't short of them as they will grow back." Actually, Jin Hyuk was afraid they wouldn't grow back. So he chose his words carefully. But Uriel generously plucked a lot for him. However, she warned him absolutely not to reveal them, as the Celestial clan can track the owner of the feathers. Jin Hyuk told her not to worry, because he would swallow all these feathers without leaving a trace. WTF, you really are that kind of person. Uriel got goosebumps again, leaving Jin Hyuk unsure what to do. Finally, it was time to part ways. Uriel would wait to see what he could do, then vanished into thin air. "Eating it raw?" Vulcan curiously asked if Jin Hyuk wanted to taste it. "It's been so long, I can't wait." The divine power of the Celestial clan. He didn't know if he could endure it. Vulcan didn't want to say anything more. He had given up on those desires for distant power long ago, not forgetting to tell Miho not to watch eating like Jin Hyuk. "One day you'll get indigestion." Jin Hyuk tried tasting a heart feather. Suddenly, it felt like his heart stopped beating. His whole body glowed, as if there was a light bulb inside his body. Vulcan sighed. He was too used to this scene already. He invited Miho to play airplane around Jin Hyuk's area. Hyuk could not bear the pain and screamed loudly, then fainted. When Jin Hyuk woke up, he was surrounded by water. His head throbbed like it was being split by a hammer. But more importantly, he was inside an imaginary world. Jin Hyuk worried that his tiny body couldn't accept this divine power of the Celestial clan. If so, what would happen in this imaginary world? Suddenly, behind his back, a golden waterfall was crashing down. It seemed to be the divine power that had entered his body, surging like a giant mountain. But it was just a single feather. It was lucky he didn't start a war with Uriel. But if he won and devoured her body, it would be unimaginable how much power he would receive. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized the water was rising, not just the image of a waterfall. He had to overcome the sensation before. The divine waterfall swallowed the imaginary world. If so, there was only one way. Jin Hyuk immediately used spiritual power. Outside, Vulcan was guarding Jin Hyuk's soulless body. He was surprised to see him use spiritual power to resist. But there was also something wrong. Because he was using spiritual power in a soul state. Miho looked sad, so Vulcan comforted her. "Try putting your faith in Jin Hyuk for once. He absorbed the feather, he must have his own intentions. This is a trial, so Jin Hyuk can definitely overcome it." In the end, how many more things about Jin Hyuk would make him surprised? This is truly what a protagonist is like. Inside the Imaginary world. Jin Hyuk was sucking up holy water like drinking bubble tea. But it had no effect. He created an image. To control the divine power with spiritual power. Because it was power obtained through hunting. And absorbing them, so he thought. This waterfall could be drunk normally. But if this continued, he would certainly fail. This divine power was overwhelming Jin Hyuk's firm will. Either give up this power or kick the bucket. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized he was afraid. But why should he be afraid? This was an image created from the soul. Within his own body. Moreover, if so, Jin Hyuk had to do it his own way. He used spiritual power to create a giant shark. Bloodthirsty just like himself. He ordered it to rush towards the waterfall. From now on, this is the real deal. Jin Hyuk enjoyed every drop of holy water. It tasted even better than bubble tea, making him unable to suppress his desire. Jin Hyuk wanted more. It was never enough, he had to absorb even more. Meanwhile, in reality, his body also reacted accordingly. His body twitched with a delirious smile, making him look no different from an addict who just took a hit. Ban, watching from beginning to end, clapped in applause. Welcome the birth of the predatory demon king. There is a neutral god who constantly plays sinister tricks, named the greedy dragon. It is so greedy that it claims all treasures, leaving nothing behind. Crazy enough to want to eat everything in this world. The greedy dragon's divine name is described as greed. Just like Jin Hyuk, who right now wants to swallow that entire divine power whole. Without knowing. Satisfaction. Hey, are you awake yet? Vulcan's voice rang out along with Miho's delighted face. Jin Hyuk had returned. Vulcan was curious. If he succeeded or failed so he would know whether to laugh in his face. Too bad, what to do? Of course, I succeeded. Jin Hyuk showed off his skill so Vulcan wouldn't have a chance to be sarcastic. Although he was just a small seed, he had created a universe to generate divine power within his body. Vulcan couldn't believe it. Jin Hyuk was not of the Tsar's clan, yet carried within him the power of the Celestial clan. If the Celestial clan knew this, they would certainly order the execution of his 3 generations. Jin Hyuk shrugged. Does my excellence hurt their pride or something? The important thing was that he wasn't afraid of them either. Although Vulcan was happy for him, he was also worried. Because Jin Hyuk wasn't strong enough to withstand an attack from the Tsar's clan. With his current unstable condition, if a confrontation with the Tsar's clan occurred, it would be very unpredictable. A few days later, in the hunting zone of the 10th floor, Jin Hyuk continued training his army of spirit soldiers. Because they weren't the strongest yet. Although he said it was training, only Vulcan had to summon soldiers, while Jin Hyuk stood behind like a teacher supervising him. When a spirit soldier was slashed, everything truly began. A light emitted from the spirit soldier's body, and then a ghost with divine power appeared. Jin Hyuk called this a holy spirit soldier. The power was exactly as they expected. It specialized in healing the spirit soldiers. Due to the fragile nature of summoned spirit soldiers, necromancers usually overwhelmed opponents with numbers. Now that they were upgraded like this, it was truly beyond expectations. Although divine power is divine power, it could be seen that some individuals were about to achieve enlightenment. Then while the chaos ensued, Miho benefited from it all, eating a belly full of fresh, hot liver. Straight from the source. With the speed of 892 fresh livers. By tomorrow the mission would be almost done. Nurturing power for Miho. He didn't expect to achieve the achievement War God. Slaughtering orcs for the 2nd time. Jin Hyuk opened the status window to check. He had only planted the seed of divine power for a few days. Yet it had already increased to 3. Although it didn't help much. In an emergency, he could use it once. And now it was time to meet Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, to have a little chat. According to Vulcan's information, since a certain point, Hendrik had stayed in one place without climbing the tower. As if waiting for someone. If he stopped at floor 10, there must be a reason, so Jin Hyuk really wanted to meet him. Just like Uriel, who can hear the voices of gods and demons, so he might also be waiting for something. The two walked through an alley. Just as they stepped out, they saw Hendrik's tall figure amidst the crowd, looking at those horns and red eyes. There was no doubt. He was of the Dragon clan. Then let's go. Jin Hyuk's quick decision made Vulcan panic. He thought he shouldn't just jump out to talk to him, because it wasn't certain that the person he was waiting for was him. Jin Hyuk had rarely used his mouth to talk from then until now. He used his fists more than his mouth. You crazy guy. Vulcan cursed in frustration. He was determined to stay here. As expected, you're scared. Definitely because you got beaten to a pulp last time, right? Jin Hyuk finally had a chance to mock him. Vulcan denied it profusely. The loud arguing made Hendrik unable to focus. He waited here. Because someone said that on floor 10. Someone would come and fulfill his wish. But who that person was, he didn't know. Jin Hyuk stepped forward to greet him. He was also waiting to talk to Jin Hyuk. Not forgetting to send greetings to the familiar face, Vulcan. First, Hendrik checked if Jin Hyuk qualified. Although he didn't like this blatant action. Since he acknowledged it, he would let it slide. Hendrik didn't like to act in crowded places. So he invited him to another place. Who would have thought? He would like to do that in a dead end? Hendrik said nothing. Just opening a spatial gate. The two followed him and arrived at the hidden space of the 10th floor. The eyes of angels and demons also lost their power. Here, no wonder Jin Hyuk's vision weakened. Only now did Hendrik talk seriously. He wanted to take down all the Dragon Clan members. Who wanted to kill him in this tower? So, was Jin Hyuk determined to join him for this goal or not? Jin Hyuk smirked. Kid, your dream is too small. What the hell are you saying now? Hendrik glared at him. Vulcan also had to stop his foul mouth. Because that Hendrik guy was a monster outside the standards of the tower. Provoking him meant meeting one's ancestors early. Stay still there, you loser. Jin Hyuk used telepathy to remind Vulcan. I've calculated everything. Then Jin Hyuk continued talking to Hendrik. He didn't know the exact reason, but could guess why he became the way he was now. However, he definitely didn't know one thing. Those targeting them weren't just the Tsar's clan. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with the Dragon Clan. But he felt just those dragons weren't enough. If it were Jin Hyuk, he would wipe out all those who deceived him. Even if they weren't the Tsar's clan. They would all suffer the same fate. Therefore, Hendrik's goal was too small to go with him. Do you mean to wipe out the entire Tsar's clan? Hendrik wondered. Like you, I survived from the realm of death. And there was also someone behind my death. Do you need me to answer any further? Jin Hyuk saying just that made Hendrik shake with laughter. Chuckle. Vulcan looked blank, not understanding what was happening. Hendrik felt he had to apologize to him. The man Ariel mentioned is indeed you. Jin Hyuk didn't expect he had met her. But for now, Hendrik wanted to verify his determination personally. Was it truth or boasting? The one plotting against the heavens. What is your name? I am the Black Spirit, Kong Jin Hyuk. He took off his mask, not hesitating to reveal his true identity. Just then, a voice shouted, You damn lizard. Coming here to cause trouble again? Huh? Even Hendrik flinched at the old man's attitude. He was the first blacksmith to live here, and also the one who forged his sword. When meeting him, both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were astonished. That was a genuine Oni. The old man asked curiously. A strange combination of soul and spirit object. Who is that pitch-black guy? Jin Hyuk's mouth twitched. How are you still alive? Hearing him ask that, he was 100% sure Jin Hyuk was the one who attacked the Oni village. He immediately explained it wasn't him. But the more he explained, the more misunderstood he became, making the old man mad, grabbing a blacksmith hammer to crush his skull. You are the ringleader who burned down the village. Hendrik stepped in to block him, telling him to calm down, because Jin Hyuk was in the same boat as him. Vulcan then asked if he knew Haru. As expected, the answer was yes. The whole group went to his house. Hendrik didn't expect that in the vast tower there would be such a coincidence. According to his story, on the day of the village's traditional festival, all Oni gathered on the 100th floor. Because of his age, he didn't participate in the gathering, but stayed here to forge swords. Then disaster struck. He anxiously asked for Haru's whereabouts. Jin Hyuk immediately said she was on the 9th floor, and would reunite with them soon. And this mask is Haru's. She gave it to me as a gift for saving her life. Hendrik was curious if Haru was strong. Jin Hyuk was extremely proud. Talking about her is needless, even though she's recovering. If fighting solo, she's on par with us. Moreover, Haru is a long-term partner. After accepting the mask, we decided to take revenge together. The old man suddenly held Jin Hyuk's hand to show gratitude, and introduced his real name as Gino. He would support them with all his ability, and rebuild the village with Haru. Jin Hyuk didn't quite understand but still nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan knew that the mask meant a marriage proposal. Gino allowed him to take all the items from the forge that he deemed necessary. They were all good weapons, on a different level compared to what that guy, Goldrich, brought him. After finishing, Jin Hyuk decided to leave. But Mr. Gino had been snoring for some time, perhaps because he was relieved of some stress. Because Hendrik had never seen him rest comfortably. After work in the village, Jin Hyuk decided to let Gino sleep. If Haru came, he would let her meet him first. She would certainly gain more strength if she met Gino. Just then, the sound of Vulcan screaming hoarsely echoed in his ears. Jin Hyuk immediately dodged Hendrik's surprise attack. It blew up a whole house. He was satisfied with his reaction speed. The words about verifying your strength from earlier are still valid. If Jin Hyuk could take him down, something heaven-defying might happen. Jin Hyuk also had no intention of talking. He himself would also verify the power of the Dragon Slayer. The two rushed into a duel, destroying everything around, but feeling exhilarated, because they had never been able to unleash their full power like that. Hendrik could easily slash through Jin Hyuk's spirit soldiers, but he had planted a dagger behind him. He was a bit surprised but still easily coped. In Hendrik's eyes, this was a shallow move not worthy of his level. So Jin Hyuk directly rushed up to cross swords with him. Hendrik moved his body as light as a feather, feeling like he was just a soul that couldn't be touched. Jin Hyuk cursed. Swordsmanship combined with all-rounder master skills, yet he dodged it all. He even grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand and threw him far away like a sandbag. Necromancer, huh? If you want to follow me and work together, you need to try harder. Hendrik saw the problem arising. After trying a few moves with him, it's best if Jin Hyuk can regenerate spirit soldiers and summon monsters of the 10th floor. Then the power will be effective. Oh really? Jin Hyuk spoke up while Vulcan was locking him down tight. Now was the time for him to save face. After running away with his tail between his legs last time, Jin Hyuk summoned the Gungnir spear, huge and massive, the thing that slit the Great Orc warrior's throat in just 1 second. Now let's fight. Vulcan immediately jumped out of Hendrik's body to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Hendrik pretended to grit his teeth to fit the scene, but his sword had a magic dispelling curse, so Vulcan's chains were useless. Vulcan signaled Jin Hyuk to get out of the way. Because his sword was the dragon-breaking slash, it sliced the Gungnir spear in half and rushed straight at Jin Hyuk. Only a huge explosion was seen where he stood. Vulcan wanted to worry, but had to worry about himself first. Hendrik was stomping him underfoot. You must be Kong Jin Hyuk's strongest teammate, right? If so, no one can help Jin Hyuk anymore. Hendrik was impatient to find his body. Jin Hyuk jumped out from the side. Who said Vulcan is the strongest teammate? He was still very much alive. Jin Hyuk fired an arrow, but it passed through the hair, silky smooth hair of Hendrik, leaving him speechless. Compared to swordsmanship, his marksmanship was even more beyond saving. 2 arrows shot up into the sky, releasing magic to attract Hendrik's attention. After that, Jin Hyuk shot 3 other arrows that hit him, causing him to freefall. The attack was effective. Jin Hyuk had to seize this moment to end it. He put on the Oni mask to activate the War Eye. Hendrik, falling freely, ground his teeth in frustration. He created a tornado red as fire, leaving Jin Hyuk helpless. He had missed his chance. Ha ha ha, you are truly strong, cha. Jin Hyuk. I was a bit surprised. But this isn't the end yet. Hendrik roared in excitement. He hadn't unleashed his full power yet. The next move is a characteristic of the Dragon Clan, charging Dragon Flash. Jin Hyuk broke into a sweat, not because of the heat, but because of anxiety. He couldn't see a path to dodge, even though he knew the trajectory of that move. Through his battle prediction ability, his speed was not enough. If it hit, he would be done for. However, he still had another persona. Jin Hyuk put on the fox mask. Gino woke up after a 5-minute nap, but everything around was a pile of rubble. He bet that damn lizard Hendrik was going crazy again. Miho pricked up her ears and ran out, making the old man chase after her out of worry. She stood responding to Jin Hyuk's call. Hendrik unleashed the charging dragon flash. He suddenly disappeared, confusing him. Less than a second later, he appeared right in front of Jin Hyuk with his sword thrusting straight forward. Another explosion with a pile of rubble, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. Hendrik didn't believe that Jin Hyuk could dodge this move. But that was the truth. Jin Hyuk appeared behind his back with the fox mask, making him even more excited. That mask is nice, cha Jin Hyuk. From Jin Hyuk's hands, he created claws like the werewolf. Wolverine, rushing to clash with Hendrik's dragon-breaking slash. However, his agility and strength had changed. Hendrik also saw that he wasn't simple, due to the power of that fox mask. Being too busy talking while fighting caused him to be pushed back by Jin Hyuk. A rare opening appeared, so he couldn't delay. Who would have thought that in his other hand, Hendrik had prepared a magic attack? Perhaps he intentionally created the opening to bait him, then unleash the magic attack. It was exactly like that. The magic attack created another pile of rubble. Unexpectedly, there was someone even more despicable than Jin Hyuk. He rushed out from the dust. At this moment, he had to use his ultimate move. The breathtaking charm art of the Fox clan. Hendrik guessed it but still couldn't avoid it. An overflowing feeling of happiness. As if meeting the destiny of his life. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Mother. F***ker. I'm not interested in men." Thanks to mental concentration, he broke the charm, but that wasn't Jin Hyuk's goal. In that short amount of time, his body was immobile, and Jin Hyuk easily approached him. At this distance, Jin Hyuk couldn't use weapons recklessly, so he would try to end it in one hit. He remembered Kyung Hoon's technique. The all-rounder master skill, combined with the agile movements of the fox, and strength-enhancing spells. Everything was concentrated into one forearm, to create the most perfect punch. "It's over, kid." Jin Hyuk landed a precise punch on Hendrik's 8-pack abs. This move is called Earth-Shaking Chaotic Flow Palm. It sounds long, but it's simply a direct punch. This time, the range of destruction was even wider than Hendrik's. The thick dust and sky-shaking sound were finally able to wake Vulcan up. He struggled to get up and asked what the score was. From the dust, Jin Hyuk's silhouette appeared, making him rejoice. But before he could rejoice for 3 seconds, he collapsed. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth. He had used up all his strength, so he couldn't move his body anymore. Meanwhile, Hendrik still had his sword to use as a crutch. Everything should have ended back then. He swung his sword with the confidence that he had won. But he refused to accept it, jumping up to demand justice. "Lost. You lost. I used the final attack. And you went down." The monster Hendrik was extremely awkward. Because he never thought he would lose like that. Making him extremely annoyed. "Fine," Hendrik said. But he wanted to decide. Based on this final attack. He was very satisfied with his strength. But he wanted to win by any means. "Wait, I can't move my body right now." Jin Hyuk signaled for help, but Hendrik played deaf. He summoned a fire dragon rushing towards him. Jin Hyuk was helpless. Not knowing if it was blood or tears falling down anymore. "All right, you win, you lunatic." "What did you say? I will also verify you?" A dragon slayer, yet losing. Vulcan's sarcastic tone made Jin Hyuk go crazy. Already died and became a soul. Yet the personality hasn't changed. Jin Hyuk pulled his hand back in pain, making Vulcan push his luck even more. "Oh my. Don't overexert yourself like that. If you didn't have Uriel's divine power, you would have failed even more miserably. Without divine power, your tiny body would have been crushed to pieces. Damn, old man. Why do you keep provoking and badmouthing your master? Just wait until I recover." The sound of the two arguing back and forth made Miho unable to fall asleep. At this moment, Hendrik, the cause of the argument, walked in. "How is your body?" Seeing him, it was as if Vulcan. Suddenly seeing him, he remembered the words about him taking down Hendrik last time. So he immediately fawned over him and apologized. Hendrik didn't look into it, as it was his fault back then. So let bygones be bygones. This made Vulcan sigh in relief, as if a debt had been paid. When fighting Jin Hyuk, he was like a madman. But he was completely different when acting normal. Hendrik looked at Jin Hyuk and kindly asked, "Did I go a bit too hard?" This question stabbed right into his pride, annoying him. "You two stop it. Next time, I will definitely win." Putting that matter aside, he wanted to hear Hendrik's story. So he had called Hendrik over to talk about his past life and his death. Hendrik recounted the whole sequence of events, starting from when his family and hometown vanished. Without a trace. Because of the dragon race. Only he survived, miraculously. Before his eyes was the scene of his loved ones dying in a sea of fire. And in the sky were dragons spreading their wings. Without a shred of mercy, leaving him with nothing but rage. Towards horns and dragon scales. After that, Hendrik climbed the tower like any other climber. Luckily, he had talent. And the first time he acted against a dragon for revenge was on the 600th floor. Jin Hyuk was surprised, he climbed the tower faster than him. From that moment, Hendrik stepped onto the path of addiction to hunting dragons, but at the same time, was chased by the Sand Emperor clan's pursuit squad. Being chased became his daily life. There was one thing Hendrik noticed. The stronger he got, the lighter their penalty became. After the 800th floor, their hideouts seemed to no longer exist. The penalty is something the system introduced to regulate the climbers, so they cannot monopolize the tower. All of them have their abilities increasingly restricted when on lower floors, compared to their highest floor. That is the reason why he could withstand Goldrich's attack. If there were no penalty, he would have died. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk was startled. Exactly what floor did Hendrik climb to? Floor 900. He said that was where his journey ended. If it was the 900th floor? Perhaps he was destined to become a transcendent. However, a pursuit squad from the Sand Emperor clan, much larger and stronger, was formed to catch him. In the end, Hendrik could not withstand tens of people from the Sand Emperor clan, and lost his life. It is truly ironic that among countless races, he resurrected in the body of the dragon race. He wanted to die, but dying with this power. And this body was not easy either. Therefore, Hendrik accepted it and used this body as a tool for revenge. Jean Hyuk felt a bit of empathy for him, and got Hendrik's answer. Hendrik nodded excitedly, asking about the timing to continue climbing the tower. As far as he knew, they were waiting for Haru. Who would have thought he wanted to climb the tower with him? Although annoyed, Jean Hyuk couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, Hendrik realized they had much in common. He had fought alone during his final moments. And perhaps Jean Hyuk had too. They must learn from their past failures. Fighting all of them alone is just a delusional ambition. Jean Hyuk also knew that he needed teammates, friends to fight side by side with. Hendrik then proposed establishing a guild. This was beyond Jean Hyuk's expectations. Meanwhile, at the 600th floor of the Holy Kingdom Alliance, Saint-Espil rushed into the room to question him with an irritable attitude. He was reading a report sent from the White Goose branch on the 10th floor. Someone set a fire and turned the place into ashes. And that person went alone. According to the information Betholio sent, that was the case. But he also thought it wasn't a collective action. Absurd. On a low floor like the 10th floor, no matter how strong, one would be weakened by the penalty. She shouted. Even if they are 9-star, they can't avoid the power reduction penalty law. So the culprit must be someone with overwhelming power. On the 10th floor, quite similar to them when they first climbed the tower. However, Ken ensured everything was still under their control. In case that person has power that they don't know about, then just follow the plan from 15 years ago. Pull up the weeds by the roots. First, he will hire a capable bounty hunter to resolve this matter. After thinking for a while, Jean Hyuk agreed with Hendrik. However, there was a problem. Currently, he is carrying out a mission for a guild. Before reaching the 100th floor, he must raise his reputation and name. So there would be a problem if he got involved with Hendrik or his guild. Hendrik nodded, understanding the issue. He had a simple yet effective method. Jean Hyuk just needs to be the guild master. What the heck? Jean Hyuk had never thought of this scenario. Originally, Hendrik didn't want to sit in that position either. Actually, he didn't feel confident. And Jean Hyuk is an excellent necromancer. A talent suitable for a command position. Jean Hyuk didn't feel confident either because he was weaker than Hendrik. When the time comes, he would have to give orders to him. If he has to follow the orders of someone weaker than himself, would he be able to accept it? Suddenly, Hendrik knelt down in front of him, making Jean Hyuk stunned. He didn't want to do that to him. Just kidding, this is his answer. He didn't know what kind of humiliation Hendrik had endured. How helpless and angry he had been. For the main goal? No matter what, you will accept it. Jean Hyuk asked once more, and Hendrik nodded. If that's the case, to take revenge for both you and him, Jean Hyuk will assume the position of guild master. Hendrik was extremely satisfied. That was indeed a correct decision. So, what will the guild name be now? Led by the masked one. Eradicating all crimes plotting against the heavens. Heaven defying. Heaven defying? Ah, there's no name more fitting than that. Jean Hyuk really liked this name. The guild could be established immediately. After paying the registration fee to the Merchant Association. At times like this, Jean Hyuk remembered Goldrich and his puppet. But he suddenly remembered the puppet had left. And now, Hanzian is assuming the role of manager for the 10th floor branch. But there was something that puzzled him, which was Ken from the tower being here watching the drama. Due to tower business, he often comes here. Not only that, he became good friends with Hanzian, sharing joys and sorrows. Every time Jean Hyuk comes, he brings terrifying requests. So Hanzian was very curious about what it was this time. Jean Hyuk said he wanted to establish a guild. Hanzian thought this trip seemed easy. Surely everyone wants to join a guild created by the masked demon. But to establish a guild, more than 2 members are required. And this is my army, Hendrik, Vulcan, and Miho. Ken panicked when he saw the dragon race. While Hanzian was extremely admiring that he had recruited Hendrik. It seems he is very famous here. Because every day he stands in the middle of the road talking nonsense. Jean Hyuk had also sent invitation letters to the others. As soon as they gathered, Hanzian had to process it so the guild could be established immediately. Hanzian obeyed. Goldrich had told him, do whatever he requests. Right at this moment, The letters arrived in the hands of the puppet Haru and Goldrich. Things were gradually becoming more interesting. That evening, Jin Hyuk went to find food for Miho again, simultaneously testing the magic of disassembling a pile of corpses. Organs were piled up like a mountain to open a buffet for Miho. Today, the time had come to complete the 999 fresh livers. After Miho ate the last liver, a glowing red pillar erupted. Hendrik gritted his teeth. What happens if that fox eats all those fresh livers? The system announced the nine-tailed fox was manifesting. Vulcan screamed in panic, "Hey, you guys look at that." A silhouette appeared. Jin Hyuk was stunned by the true form of the nine-tailed fox. A little girl of indeterminate gender, extremely cute. Except she was a bit clumsy, so she had fallen into his hands at some point. Miho pursed her lips and spoke in a cute voice, "Papa. What the heck? What is this situation? He doesn't even have a wife yet. What daughter? Oh, Papa, who is that Uni?" Haru popped out from somewhere with an emotionless face. Jin Hyuk was standing in a precarious situation. What should he do now? Miho innocently pointed at Haru. "Papa, who is that big sister?" The girl's sweet call of "Papa" made Haru reek even more of murderous intent. Although he didn't understand why, Jin Hyuk felt terrified. Turning to ask the nine-tailed fox, the mission was completed, and Miho became his pet. Jin Hyuk didn't know that being rewarded with the favor of a fox spirit was like this. The nine-tailed fox handed her daughter to him and left. Vulcan looked at him with a sinister smile. Hendrik didn't understand how a human could give birth to a fox spirit. Haru collapsed. Jin Hyuk's daughter was already this big? Then when did he do the deed? But Jin Hyuk is handsome and strong, so having a lover isn't strange. Originally, she should have just accepted and gotten over it, fantasizing that she was something to him, only to receive a bitter ending. Hendrik stepped forward to greet Haru. He recognized her as the young Oni girl they were waiting for. Haru looked up at his dragonkin form. That memory came flooding back, amidst the flames burning the village. The silhouette of that cruel dragonkin. That she would never forget. Haru didn't hesitate to swing her sword and attack Hendrik. In her eyes, he was the enemy of the Oni village. Although Hendrik didn't understand why he got beaten up wherever he went, he reacted in time, telling Jin Hyuk to clear his name quickly. Jin Hyuk smirked. It seems Haru misunderstood something. But it would be better for him to solve it himself. Hendrik didn't want to fight back because he was afraid she would get hurt. But he was confident that with Haru's shrewish temper, nothing would be painful. If that's the case, Hendrik will consider this a second test. Haru was knocked back far but felt no pain. She rushed up to attack again. Hendrik could see her spiritual power was very strong, but not enough to compare to him. One slash from Hendrik was like a dragon's tail whipping hard, sending Haru flying away. She lay on the ground, gritting her teeth. She didn't expect the power gap to be so wide. The enemy was right before her eyes, yet she didn't have the strength to avenge the villagers. The ghost in the sword appeared again. He recognized the dragon race and lent Haru his power. He would give her the authority to slay dragons. That is why it is called the Dragon Slayer sword. Haru transformed, making Hendrik extremely interested in the sword with an ego. He easily blocked the Dragon Slayer sword with just one hand, surprising Haru. Following that, he didn't hesitate to kick Haru in the ribs. She has the Dragon Slayer sword, but he has something stronger. Just considering the thing that refined it, it was already stronger than her. Haru silently prayed to the Dragon Slayer sword to grant her the power for revenge. He was extremely interested in her spirit. The power increased even more. Hendrik could recognize that form as sword chi. It was you who burned my village down. I will take revenge for the departed Oni. Haru swung the sword with completely different power. Hendrik knew that wasn't her power. But what the sword granted. If this continued, she would be in danger. Hendrik grabbed Haru's hand, demanding she drop the sword. That power was a parasite eroding her. She hasn't reached the realm where she can control it. Haru refused. Only when he lost his life would she let go of the sword. Facing the slaughterer of her whole clan, Haru absolutely would not forgive him. Hendrik understood. Haru also hated the dragon race so deeply that she couldn't control it. As someone who had held that sword longer than her, Hendrik felt responsible for guiding and correcting her so Haru wouldn't go astray. He warned that this blow would be very painful, but she wouldn't die. The soaring dragon flash descended, destroying a whole area. Haru's arm let go of the sword, and she gradually sank into a dream. Haru was in the forest of the Oni village. A ball rolled over and children appeared. They looked at her with soulless eyes. "Sister, why are you the only one still alive?" Facing this question made Haru realize reality. That girl, just like other Oni, wanted to live just like her. For what reason was she the only survivor, while the others had to lose their lives? Haru herself always asked that. What reason allowed her alone to survive? Because she must continue living to hold the Dragon Slayer sword. It appeared as a saving power for Haru. The only way to avenge the village relies on her. And now she must stand up and fight. The Oni clan never forgets the words gratitude and revenge. Hendrik was startled to see Haru stand up after being injured by the soaring dragon flash. Not only that, she rushed towards him even more madly. The sword seemed able to pierce Hendrik's body, if it hadn't shattered into pieces, and Haru reached her limit. The Dragon Slayer sword realized she must become stronger, until she can eliminate him and avenge the whole Oni clan. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan stood aside watching the action movie. He pretended to run out and ask about the situation. Luckily, Hendrik was fine, because Haru had exhausted herself before she could slash him. Now, just let her rest. It seems Haru had continuously pushed herself beyond her limits. That sword had greatly influenced her. Hendrik was afraid that when she woke up, Haru would continue to attack him. Because their stories are quite similar. Maybe the original owner of his body was one of the dragons that attacked the Oni village. Hendrik was willing to endure that resentment. Either way, he must take responsibility for this crime. Jin Hyuk led Hendrik to another room. He had rented the entire second floor, so Hendrik would stay here until she woke up. Hendrik thanked him, but still insisted he must endure the hatred. Jin Hyuk shouted in annoyance. You think I care about you? Get out of sight so Haru can rest peacefully. After that, sure enough, Haru rested more comfortably. When she opened her eyes, she thought Jin Hyuk would be by her side. But instead, it was his daughter. Haru started, making a noise. Jin Hyuk, who was outside, immediately came in to check the situation. Ah, Papa is here. Miho innocently called him, causing Haru to sink deep into a nightmare once again. Jin Hyuk picked Miho up and warned her not to call him that anymore, if she didn't want Haru to go crazy and cause trouble for him. The next day, the group set off. Haru had arranged all the luggage. Even though the Dragon Slayer sword was broken, she always had the feeling it would return. Hendrik's assets were all organized by magic, so nothing could be forgotten. Miho didn't forget anything either, not even to call Jin Hyuk Appa. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised she didn't call him Papa anymore. It was all thanks to Haru's teaching, explaining super clearly and lecturing attentively. Miho likes calling you Papa more, Miho mumbled. But as soon as she met Haru's bloodthirsty gaze, she immediately took back her words. Jin Hyuk gave everyone a teleportation scroll. If they tear it, they will arrive at the meeting room that Goldrich had prepared. Vulcan shouted, "Where is mine? You almost forgot me." Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers, recalling the old man into the soul vessel, making him annoyed. You bastard, I told you not to treat me like an object. Taking me out when you want and putting me away when you want. Now, let's go. The group went to a room built with magic. Only someone rich like Goldrich could manage this place. At the same time, another person appeared, old Gino. The two hugged each other in tears. Vulcan, allowed out to witness this scene, also felt touched. It really is a relief that the two of them met. Goldrich opened the door and entered like a god of wealth. Time is money. So he was very annoyed that they arrived late. Jin Hyuk explained the situation with the Oni. But Goldrich thought he was becoming soft. Then when he was the Death Star, the puppet recognized that name, Death Star. The strong climber who died 15 years ago. For betraying humanity. It is I, the traitor who died 15 years ago. Jin Hyuk took off his mask. During the meeting, Goldrich reiterated the information they knew up to this point. The puppet raised his hand in confusion. He had a hard time accepting the information that the four royal clans secretly eliminated anyone with potential, including the Oni village on the 100th floor, and Jin Hyuk and Hendrik were both victims who were resurrected. More importantly, the guild's goal is revenge. A guild consisting of those plotting against the heavens. True to the name, they will devastate the celestial realm. Gino knew Jin Hyuk was a madman. But this was even more than he expected. The puppet thought. Surely they will bring great change to this tower. It is very much worth looking forward to. After the meeting, Goldrich asked about his next plans. Jin Hyuk naturally has to climb the tower. Every member must hone their strength as much as possible. Their only way is to fight fire with fire. Haru ran over to ask Gino about climbing the tower together. Having Haru made him very happy, but he wanted to act alone. After seeing that she was safe, his anger about the past had somewhat subsided. His motivation was also gone. If they went together, Gino would still feel comfortable. But then their strength would stagnate. Besides, he is old now. He cannot be a burden to her. From now on, Gino will change his name to Shadowless. No longer the Oni. Named Gino, but just an ordinary blacksmith. He didn't forget to tell her. Never forget the responsibility and hatred of the last Oni. Jean Hyuk decided to assign him another mission. Goldrich wants to establish a base on the 100th floor, and he also needs to investigate that village. And the manager will be Gino, the best Oni blacksmith, who lived on the first floor long enough to understand its terrain and characteristics. Goldrich understood the issue and ordered the puppet to escort him to the 100th floor. After deciding everyone's destination, it's time to set off. Those plotting against the heavens, they will show them where their name comes from. At the safe zone of the 11th floor, Jean Hyuk entered like a god. The 11th floor is the true beginning. The bastards who made him like this. Just wait. He doesn't care how high up the floors they are currently, because he will come and destroy their nest. At this moment, from the gate, a familiar bounty hunter stepped out with a silly smile. She was sent by Ken to find Jean Hyuk. Skipping to the 50th floor. Everyone is talking about the name. Masked Demon, who has climbed to floor 50 with an army of regenerative spirit soldiers. Not only that, his companions are also very strong. Wherever he fights, the number of spirit soldiers increases. A person who just took office as branch manager was also attacked. He was not resigned to going to the grave. Just as he started enjoying the glory, he summoned the stone golem protecting the Holy Kingdom, a monster from the 120th floor. He was confident he could turn the tide and dispose of the arrogant ones messing with the Holy Kingdom alliance. Suddenly, the golem behind him was smashed to pieces by the strongest companion of Jean Hyuk, a dragon slayer in the form of a dragonkin. Jean Hyuk grabbed him by the neck, the leader of the 50th floor. He didn't believe he wanted to become an enemy of the 9 stars. But they had been his enemies for 15 years. To be precise, every time he set a new tower climbing record, the Alliance Association of that floor got beaten to a pulp. The 50th floor has ended. The guild, heaven, defying will slowly overthrow all their plans. Jean Hyuk walked on the street, amidst the gossip of the people around, because he had attacked the small guilds of the 9 Stars Alliance. It seems this news quickly spread to higher floors. They could use magic to wipe out traces, but Haru felt like he was intentionally revealing them. Jean Hyuk was tired of infiltrating their alliances to get information. So, from now on, make them fear and come find them first. With these stats obtained, even if ambushed, it's fine. Although his demonic energy and divine power are still quite weak, if climbers from higher floors come down to attack, then these two things will become weaknesses. Luckily, their power is restricted when they go down to lower floors. The unfortunate thing is, their equipment is not yet stable. Hendrik told him not to be too greedy as a human. He is using weapons made by Shadowless, the number 1 Oni blacksmith. Without them, climbing the tower would have been much harder. Mentioning Shadowless made Haru curious again. How is his life right now? Miho criticized Hendrik for making her sad. Did I say something wrong? Hendrik felt very aggrieved for getting scolded even when doing nothing. In short, Jean Hyuk still wanted to arrange a search for equipment. Going there to relieve stress is the best. The place he is mentioning is the black market on the 51st floor, where they can find equipment that normally cannot be obtained. If there is an item he likes up for auction, he will buy it as a gift for Haru and Miho. The 2 girls showed excitement, surprising him. He should have given good items to the 2 of them sooner. Suddenly, a grenade rolled out, forcing the group to separate amidst the smoke. A gun muzzle pointed at Jean Hyuk's head, surprising him. The arrogant bounty hunter fired a bullet that could destroy an entire house. If not for the power of the mask, his head would have been blown off. Do you think you can dodge again? She smirked. But look who is about to get their head chopped off by Hendrik. Shield. She ordered something, and a shield was erected. Hendrik was surprised. It seems like she is a cyborg. The shield turned into a counterattack, sending Hendrik flying far away. Haru appeared in time with Miho, daring to touch. Their Appa triggered 2 fierce lionesses. She activated flight mode. Haru was surprised, while Miho was extremely interested. But the smiles faded when she dropped a pile of stun grenades, knocking the 2 girls out. Masked Demon and his rebellious cohorts. I came here with high expectations, yet is this all you have? She mocked. But of course not. Hendrik and Jean Hyuk attacked at the same time. Thought they succeeded, but both had guns pointed at their heads. Not bad. I almost felt it was a pity to end you 2 so soon. Both jumped away. But it seems she didn't attack because she wanted to talk. That night, the group sat down to discuss She introduced herself as Sen, a talented bounty hunter. Jin Hyuk didn't expect that on the 50th floor, there was someone daring enough to place a bounty on them. Sen didn't need them to introduce themselves, because she always knows her prey's information well. However, she had a better idea. Sen wanted to make a bet beneficial for both sides. Hendrik didn't like betting much, but Sen said if they won, she would withdraw and reveal who posted the bounty. Hendrik didn't want to listen anymore and wanted to take her life right then and there, but Jin Hyuk ordered him to stop. If the one behind is the 9 stars or Sand Emperor, then right from when climbing the tower, they were already in danger. This is the information they need. The bet is on. Sen wanted a fun battle with the strong. Damn it. In the end, it's still fighting. Hendrik shouted in frustration. But she has a condition. Whether win or lose, all 3 must live. She must live for them to get the information. Sen warned beforehand that she had no special schemes against them. Both didn't know her purpose. When saying not to kill, since it's 2 against 1, Jin Hyuk cannot summon spirits. Jin Hyuk also agreed. As long as he knows what she wants, attacking isn't too late. Cutting off hands or feet is fine, as long as she's alive, right? Hendrik was ready for battle. Sen switched to drone auto-fire mode. Automatic attack guns aimed at Jin Hyuk. But what can those toys do to him? Sen immediately appeared behind Jin Hyuk. He used the spirit shield. Meanwhile, Hendrik appeared behind Sen. She calmly activated teleportation and vanished instantly. Though not wanting to, Hendrik couldn't stop the attack and hit Jin Hyuk. Sen saw they didn't coordinate well at all. Jin Hyuk grabbed Hendrik's collar. The 2 sides argued back and forth. He ordered him to coordinate with him. But Hendrik thought he should entrust this battle to him for them to win. Hey, you 2 idiots. I know you both have strong opinions, but ignoring me is a bit too much. Sen returned with a death ray. A giant cannon blast fired down, bright enough to illuminate both their futures. The explosion devastated the entire area. At the edge of the forest, 2 young men fell from the sky. Luckily, Jin Hyuk activated teleportation in time. If she had hit them, they would be done for. Fighting but running away? What's with that, you bastard? Hendrik shouted bitterly. Jin Hyuk immediately covered his mouth. Her helmet was transforming into a drone, automatically searching for them. An extremely advanced weapon. Who is she, exactly? Definitely not from Earth. This tower is connected to countless dimensions and different worlds. Perhaps she comes from a place with higher technology than what he knows. This time, Jin Hyuk seriously told Hendrik, listen to my orders if you want to win. Sen searched around. Jin Hyuk suddenly appeared, confusing her. Revealing yourself means you've given up, right? Sorry, but fate ordained me to live long and become a legend. Jin Hyuk used Spirit Bind to hold her. Sen thought he would use something cool. Who knew he would use such a crude method? A shadow appeared behind Sen. Hendrik delivered a surprise slash, but missed. She shot through his head, but nothing happened. Hendrik, on the contrary, had his hair intact. Around his head was a protective shield made of Spirit Bind. Hendrik slashed again, and this time hit Sen. But she is very tenacious. Spells are not the only thing a Necromancer can use. With the All-Rounder Master trait, he can transfer all his beneficial buffs to Hendrik. Now he will show her what true support from an All-Rounder Master is like. Jin Hyuk buffed speed for Hendrik, making him catch up to Sen's speed. She fired rapidly. But Hendrik's speed made him like a fly that couldn't be caught. He likes chasing fleeing enemies the most. Like her, even using a shield couldn't withstand Hendrik's Thunder Dragon, powered up by Jin Hyuk. A deafening explosion, and Hendrik landed like a god. But Sen wasn't running away. She lured him here to give him a gift, called a nuclear mine. Jin Hyuk rushed over, but it was too late. Another huge explosion shook the forest. He was helpless, wondering which world she came from to have such top-tier technology. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Jin Hyuk's right chest. Sen stood behind him, checkmate. She was sure Hendrik couldn't stand up anymore. And he was the only one without injuries. Is that what you think? It seems she forgot Hendrik is a giant dragon. And he is more than capable of withstanding that explosion. Sen looked surprised. Meaning he wasn't fighting with full strength just now? Hendrik returned, stronger than before. He never wanted to use this disgusting form. The dragon race is his sworn enemy. Hendrik, with the power of a sacred dragon, unleashed a barrage of firepower, burning hot, at Sen. But she still looked unharmed. Moreover, she cheekily teased, as expected of the strongest in the tower, truly on another level. But I haven't used my full strength either. Just as she finished speaking, Sen snapped her fingers, firing a barrage of thunderous firepower at Hendrik. The attack speed was both fast and strong, so much so that the naked eye couldn't keep up. After that torrential barrage, what Sen didn't expect was that Hendrik still didn't have a scratch or lose a single hair. His face was still arrogant, making Sen unable to stand it. Using these things just to deal with a dragon? You said we agreed not to kill each other, right? Then don't make me break this agreement. Hendrik flared up and roared, his whole body covered in fire, opening his mouth wide and rushing towards Sen. Although slightly scared, she was still very loudmouthed. Retorting sharply, she deployed a shield at maximum power to counter Sen's shield, and Hendrik's fire met unexpectedly, creating a terrifying explosion, earth-shattering. Jin Hyuk, on this side, even though he used divine power, recovery speed was still very slow. It was all due to the bullets Sen fired earlier. Moreover, after Hendrik switched to dragon form, Jin Hyuk's buff and defense skills all disappeared. It was as if Hendrik's existence was disrupting the flow of magic in this area. Hendrik and Sen, after that fierce battle, still hadn't determined a winner. Sen didn't seem tired yet, but continued to apply technology, using 3D holograms to attack Hendrik. I should be the only one who can control magic in this area, but how can this be? Hendrik roared with red eyes, curling his body to dodge the rain of physical bullets caused by Sen pouring down around him. The last straw, Hendrik stood up in fury, engulfed in magic power. He gritted his teeth, threatening Sen. Shoot that thing 100,000 times at me. And it's still useless. Okie dokie. If Hendrik likes it, Sen will oblige. She didn't bother using physical bullets anymore, but immediately switched to whipping out a cannon-sized AK with a long barrel. Oh, my god, it made Hendrik go cold. Humph, so this is your answer? Hendrik asked grumpily. That's right. This has the strongest destructive power. I tried not to touch it, but now I have to use it. Sen replied with a curled lip. Since Sen played so big, Hendrik didn't mind using all his power to respond. Hendrik's overwhelming firepower clashed head-on with Sen's countless rounds, creating a violent earthquake. Like a volcanic eruption, that swept away everything, leaving not a single crumb. Even the bomb dropped by the US on Hiroshima in 45 was not as violently shocking as this, wiping out everything around, returning instantly to the starting point. Amidst the pitch-black smoke and the devastated pile of rubble, Sen crawled up, lifting her head, looking exhausted. Because of her excessive explosive attack just now, the overheating energy affected Sen's shield, making it unable to maintain normal functions. Sen was planning to let the shield rest for a moment, but glancing forward, she was startled to discover Hendrik was still standing there looming. What the hell? Is it possible he can still fight after taking that hit? Sen asked herself, her face pale. But luckily for Sen, this was just Hendrik's charred, dried-up corpse right now. Unable to hold on, it collapsed with a thud in front of her. She was cheerfully giggling, praising herself for actually defeating a dragon, when suddenly a human voice rang out from behind, making Sen's heart skip a beat. Why let your guard down like that? 2 against 1, if not blinded then crippled, have you forgotten? I am still here. Jin Hyuk, mouth full of blood, raggedly walked over, his tone full of mockery. For someone with a gaping hole in their body, you sure talk a lot. Do you think that handsome face under that mask will save you right now? The weapon in my hand is enough to deal with you. Why don't you just surrender? Sen bared her teeth in a sneer, her other hand aiming 5 rifles straight at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk remained fearless, with a calm demeanor. He picked up a piece of Hendrik's burnt scale to his mouth, and took a hard bite. Laughing heartily, it ain't over till it's over. Seeing Jin Hyuk calmly pick up that burnt scale and eat it made her feel slightly nauseous. But the surprise didn't stop there. After swallowing that scale, Jin Hyuk shuddered and transformed into a creature, half human, half dragon, looking extremely terrifying. We really need the information you have. I really need to know that. Even if it means going a bit too far, it doesn't matter. Jin Hyuk, with powerful dragon wings flapping on his back, radiating a chilling aura from his whole body, spoke arrogantly. The power that Jin Hyuk brought forth made Sen panic and rendered her speechless. Because that was the power of the authoritative dragon race from Legends. Since gaining this power, Jin Hyuk himself felt like he had turned into a different entity, able to perform any magic he pleased. Truly living up to the reputation. As they say, dragons are masters of magic. Jin Hyuk seized the opportunity to unleash boundless energy. Dragon aura covered the entire sky, successfully scaring Sen into widening her eyes in shock. With the fierce Gungnir spear technique striking down, combined with countless bloody dark forces, Jin Hyuk quickly turned Sen from being on the offensive to running away like a scared duck. Rounds of lightning bullets exploded violently, smoke and fire chasing her continuously without rest. Being chased by magic of the same level cast by the dragon race made Sen break out in a cold sweat, cursing incessantly while fleeing. What the hell is this? Is the masked demon also a dragonkin? No, his magical energy changed after eating Hendrik's scale. Don't tell me he can now use the power of whatever he consumes? Sen muttered to herself in fear, but realizing it now was already too late, because Jin Hyuk was already right on her tail. In a critical moment, Sen hurriedly swung her lightsaber to counter Jin Hyuk's blazing firepower. Seeing Sen flustered under his hand like this made Jin Hyuk very smug. His sharp tongue didn't stop, taunting Sen until she wanted to cough blood. Destroying a half-dragon like you isn't hard. Fine, I'll end this just like you want. Masked demon. Sen screamed, pushed to her limit, and unleashed a piercing cannon shot, firing rounds of lightning at Jin Hyuk. The more agitated she got, the more Jin Hyuk felt strangely excited. A storm of dragon breath from his mouth spewed chaotically at Sen, burning her like charcoal. She could only collapse to the ground, crushed like a fallen fig. That earth-shattering rocket blast successfully dealt with Sen, but at the same time caused the host, Jin Hyuk, to suffer severe internal injuries, blood coughing from his mouth ceaselessly. It's still too much to control this dragon race power. I'll need to try to get used to it later. Jin Hyuk sighed to himself, his confused eyes scanning the empty, smoke-filled space caused by the shockwave he just created. A moment later, Sen groggily opened her eyes, her whole body aching, battered by the consequences of the battle. You're finally awake. We were wondering when you would wake up. Hendrik spoke first. Huh? You woke up earlier than me? As expected of the power of the dragon race. But where the hell are we? Sen looked around, curiously asking about the dark space in front of her. It's a magic barrier. You two fainted. And this whole area was destroyed. So I couldn't just ignore it. Jin Hyuk replied. Sen, knowing she had been defeated miserably, could only lower her head and sigh deeply. Her words were full of resentment towards Jin Hyuk and Hendrik with the power of the four great races. Hearing Hendrik ask why Sen wanted to bet and fight like this, she simply replied coolly. I just wanted to fight a dragon, that's all. Going through all that. A life-and-death confrontation just for a purpose. So absurd. Sen's answer truly made Hendrik and Jin Hyuk speechless. And to maintain this magic barrier, Jin Hyuk had to struggle to use all the mana stones collected from monster corpses. No joke. Anyway, you're awake. Fulfill your promise. Who is it exactly? The person who sent a bounty hunter to kill us? Jin Hyuk held his face and asked. First, there is one thing I need to say. I wasn't sent to kill you by just one person. The place that put the bounty on you is an association organization. You know about the penalty, right? A climber of high floors will have their abilities limited on lower floors. So they bypass that penalty by sponsoring and taking over a lower-rank guild. And those guilds take over guilds on even lower floors. And so on to even lower floors. This chain reaction is how they consolidate their power. That is an association organization. Sen explained at length. Upon hearing association organization, Jin Hyuk frowned, trembling, thinking of the boss of the Holy Kingdom Alliance, the 9-star Ken Pello, the one who can maintain such immense power to do things like this. In the high-rise building of the Holy Kingdom Alliance organization, the 9-star called his subordinates together to announce that their beloved Holy Kingdom Alliance was raided by Jin Hyuk, so that other alliances wouldn't be implicated. The 9-star decided to devise a plan to crush Jin Hyuk, a seed of disaster, before he could bloom. If he personally went down to eliminate Jin Hyuk, the penalty would be too great. So the sinister 9-star decided to hire a mercenary to act on his behalf. That mercenary was none other than Sen. But because she not only failed the mission, but also gave Jin Hyuk's group information, and because the traces of Jin Hyuk's team faded after contacting her, Sen was taken by the Holy Kingdom Alliance people and fed to a python. After taking a severe beating, lying inside the monster's jaws, Sen's weak, painful cries for help rang out tremblingly and then faded away completely. Haru, on this side, was also startled awake by those pleading cries for help. Her head throbbed like it was being hammered, wondering if the scene just now was a nightmare or an omen. Seeing only Jin Hyuk and Miho in front of her. Haru worriedly looked around, wanting to know where Hendrik and Sen were. He left first to gather information. The guys hunting us are quite serious. Seems like he'll be scouting for a while. Even with the information Sen gave us. You seem to be doing fine. Let's go to the next point, the black market. Jin Hyuk replied with a smile. The three quickly arrived. At the 51st floor's commercial district, Jin Hyuk allowed Miho to eat whatever she liked before the black market opened, making Miho happy as a bird released from a cage. Haru, on the other hand, was still very anxious about the afternoon dream. Her face was tense, making Jin Hyuk walking beside her also feel that something was strange with Haru. The sky gradually darkened. Before entering the black market, Jin Hyuk, fearing Haru's conspicuous appearance would be easily detected, snapped his fingers to create a cute outfit for her to disguise herself. As for Miho, she turned into a fox and jumped onto Jin Hyuk's shoulder. After all three were fully disguised, they proceeded to the entrance for the staff to verify their cards. Seeing the powerful black card that allows participation in all auctions in Jin Hyuk's hand, they were a bit stunned, guessing that if he didn't have a good sponsor, he wouldn't be able to have it. After a moment of shock, they guided Jin Hyuk's group to sit in the VIP area. The signature masked demon mask that Jin Hyuk was wearing immediately made some people in the room recognize that he was the legendary masked demon. They immediately gathered and whispered. After Jin Hyuk's group was seated upstairs, the auction started right after. Sitting until his butt was numb without seeing anything worth buying made Jin Hyuk feel a bit frustrated. He realized something was wrong, because there were many people downstairs. That meant something big was about to appear. The moment the next item was brought out, Haru, without saying a word, suddenly leaped downstairs like a rabbit, making Jin Hyuk panic. Before many astonished eyes, Haru ran swiftly straight towards that item, her mind in turmoil, swearing to save it. Because Haru heard cries for help identical to those in her dream, coming from the item. But right at the moment she was about to touch the item, Haru was hit by the force of the old man participating in the auction and his bodyguard, knocking her flat on the ground. How dare you touch the item? I have my eyes on? What an arrogant girl. The fat old man growled, cursing Haru. You are the one who needs to move aside. Who did you just lay your hands on? Jin Hyuk, with magic power radiating from his body, angrily stepped forward to retort. His appearance right now looked extremely terrifying. That old man also briefly recognized Jin Hyuk as the masked demon trending recently. After helping Haru sit up, Jin Hyuk gently asked her what happened. I heard a voice coming from there. Haru tremblingly pointed at the item. The current chaotic scene made the MC laugh out loud, assuming everyone was too excited about this valuable item. Alright, let's keep this spirit and display the item. He snapped his fingers to signal the curtain pull, hitting Haru's eyes. At this moment was a hairpin of the Oni tribe. It made her vaguely recall her past memories. Haru's whole body trembled, her eyes wide, unable to contain her anger, seeing them dare to sell an item from her tribe in such a trivial auction. Jin Hyuk stood by, gently patting her shoulder to reassure Haru, asking her to trust him. The starting price of this clip is 100,000 gold coins. The number kept soaring, then stopped right at the price of 1 million offered by that old man. Haha, with this, I will add another species to my collection. Pity I can't get an Oni's beauty. But this is fun too, haha. He laughed triumphantly, as if provoking Haru. She was incredibly furious, intending to swing her sword to physically impact him. But Jin Hyuk stopped it in time with a shout. 3 million. The whole room instantly fell silent. Everyone froze stiff, jaws dropped at the massive price Jin Hyuk offered. And just like that, the item blatantly belonged to Jin Hyuk. Amidst countless whispers, marveling at his wealth, knowing he had inadvertently attracted attention by buying something at such a high price, Jin Hyuk, after getting the item, hurriedly grabbed Haru's hand and left. On the way back, Haru hugged the hairpin tight, happily thanking Jin Hyuk. Thank you so much. It must have cost you a lot of money. It's not my money anyway, so it's fine. Thank Goldrich later, Jin Hyuk replied softly. Successfully reclaiming the hairpin, Haru, for a moment, seemed to vaguely hear someone thanking her, then vanishing into thin air. She teared up, promising to avenge everyone at all costs. Jin Hyuk now understood why Haru went so crazy. Because that hairpin contained the soul of a dead Oni. While walking, suddenly a figure with a sword rushed from behind. But luckily, Jin Hyuk detected it in time and countered. swinging his sword slash after slash. Jin Hyuk sharply recognized him as the bodyguard of the fat old man who missed buying the hairpin earlier. That's very impolite. Didn't I let you have that item? The old man smirked and stepped closer. If you really wanted it, buy it at the auction. I'm telling you, I won't let you have it. Jin Hyuk growled threateningly. Unexpectedly, the old man laughed heartily and slyly. Said that now. He didn't need the hairpin anymore, just a real Oni. Like Haru. Provoked, Haru boiled with rage, drew her sword, and rushed straight at that damn old man. He wasn't weak either, pulling out a supergiant iron sledgehammer and smashed it down, busy warning Haru not to be rash. Jin Hyuk was almost stabbed in the face by the sharp blade of that bodyguard. His attack speed was so fast and strong that Jin Hyuk guessed his level might be even higher than Hendrik's. Haru on this side, after discovering this old man was quite strong, but very slow, used agile attacks to solo him. But unexpectedly, just as Haru was furiously attacking, he pressed a button on the hammer, causing countless toxic gases to pour out. Haru turned pale and hurriedly covered her nose, reminding herself to stop breathing immediately. The poison made Haru lose her composure, and in a split second, she was pinned to the ground by the old man grabbing her neck. Remember this, little demon. Once you reach the 50th floor, you will realize all climbers possess a trump card. This is a paralysis poison, used in the poison needles of those hateful goblins. I improved it and turned it into gas. You won't be able to move, even a finger for a while. I don't care about your responsibility for revenge. So no need to be angry. Your life won't end, but only start with a new beginning. To make you obedient, I'll cut a few of your ligaments. You should feel honored to live as an item in my collection. He roared, then immediately pulled a knife from his body, preparing to stab Haru. But right at this moment, Jin Hyuk appeared in time like a god, with a cold sword, slicing sharply through his arm. You seem curious seeing I can still move, huh? Unfortunately, poison has no effect on me. You are ugly and worthless, to the point of not being worth caring about. So I'll just dispose of you. Jin Hyuk's voice was low, speaking steadily before the old man's terrified face. His severed arm spurted blood everywhere, causing him to roll on the ground in pain, squealing like a slaughtered pig. Before Jin Hyuk could take his second arm, the bodyguard appeared. You're pretty fast. If you reacted a bit slower, it would have been bad. Jin Hyuk said, then immediately opened a magic circle along with the 5-finger spirit bullet technique, causing the ground beneath the bodyguard's feet to explode. Like New Year's fireworks. Something blocked my attack. Sword and magic, he is proficient in both. Does he possess a hidden class? And this pressure is like facing a veteran tower climber. The bodyguard broke into a cold sweat, thinking with a pale face. Realizing the situation was not good, he approached and suggested to the old man, let's retreat quickly and treat the wound. But he stubbornly refused, because he didn't want to miss Haru standing right in front of him, refusing sweet words, preferring a beating. The bodyguard lost patience and pointed his blade straight at his face, growling threateningly. Have you forgotten the terms of the contract? In exchange for your protection, when I am fighting an opponent, you must not interfere. Get lost. Just as the bodyguard threatened, he was so scared he almost peed his pants, scurrying away with his tail between his legs like a rabbit. Because he couldn't get Haru, this greedy old man turned to snatch the hairpin and ran away frantically. Haru was determined not to let him escape so easily, immediately drawing her sword to chase after him. But halfway there, she was blocked by the bodyguard. Jin Hyuk saw this from behind and rushed over to support Haru. Each sword strike and his powerful counterattacks clashed endlessly. Where are you going? If you've started a battle, you should see it through to the end. Jin Hyuk frowned and asked. In the dead of night, Jin Hyuk and the bodyguard rushed into a fierce clash, seemingly without end. Neither yielded to the other, causing the surrounding scenery to become devastated in a flash. Competing with him personally made Jin Hyuk feel a bit of pity that a talent like him was being wasted in a filthy place like this. It's in filthy places like this that help me meet strong people like you. The bodyguard grinned. Huh? What? You're just a mouse running away. Because you're afraid to continue climbing the tower. These words of Jin Hyuk successfully provoked the bodyguard's pride. His ego surged violently, driving him mad. His power and attack speed became increasingly rapid and intense. But no matter how strong he was, in the end, he still had to take a critical hit from our Jin Hyuk. His blood flowed out rushing, like floodwaters in the rainy season. In his dying moments, he vaguely remembered the place he had reached. Floor 431. He had seen the true form of the tower. Deceit, trickery, betrayal, and so on. All the lowest forms of humanity. After being betrayed by his teammates, he lost his eyes in that place. This filthy place? At least, the people here don't hide their filth from others. The bodyguard hissed, then suddenly thrust his aura-filled blade straight at Jin Hyuk. Because Jin Hyuk was quick enough to dodge to the side, the blade smashed straight into the ground, shattering stones like an earthquake had just passed. Ha, I know that very well since the moment I was betrayed and killed. That terrible feeling. But do you know that your mentality is too weak? If you were truly that strong, then climb higher and deal with those who betrayed you. Jin Hyuk roared, then aggressively swung his fist to beat the bodyguard relentlessly, sending him flying 10 meters away. Under his terrible force, he lay helpless amidst the rubble. Before he could regain his composure, he was hit by another powerful blast of dark energy. From Jin Hyuk's position. I don't run away like you. Because I will destroy those damn traitors. Jin Hyuk said through gritted teeth. His hands continuously channeled immense power, enveloping him. His ear-piercing scream echoed painfully in the desolate and silent night. Meanwhile, the fat old man, after stealing the hairpin, was frantically running away. Just as he was about to reach the main road, unlucky for him, he had to meet his ancestors under the blade. Decisive and sharp blade of Haru serves him right for the crime of greed. Stupidity leads to death, not illness. After dealing with this pest of an old man, Haru accidentally found a gold card that fell from his body. Jin Hyuk actually spared the bodyguard at the final strike, making him surprised and unable to understand the reason. You still have things you need to do, right? Those bastards who did that to your eyes. Destroy them all. Jin Hyuk turned his head and spoke quietly. When I'm done, I will come find you and make you regret not killing me today. The bodyguard heard that and curled his lips in response. Jin Hyuk also looked forward to that day happening. Jin Hyuk's cool demeanor of forgiving the enemy impressed Vulcan quite a bit. Vulcan kept guessing he sympathized with the bodyguard. Perhaps because they both wanted revenge. But Jin Hyuk remained silent, not wanting to answer those guesses. Haru had also arrived home by then, informing Jin Hyuk she had dealt with the fat old man, and showing him the gold card she picked up from him. It seemed to be connected to the auction house. But you can't trade with this. Usually, objects like this are keys. A key that allows participation in high-rank auctions. I might be able to get a truly rare item. Jin Hyuk examined the card in his hand, his face unable to hide the excitement as he thought smugly. Suddenly Haru bowed her head. I'm sorry, Jin Hyuk, for getting angry and putting everyone in danger. Jin Hyuk wasn't angry or resentful, just gently patted her head and said, it's okay. I know what that hairpin means. To you, I can still handle it. But remember, there are times you shouldn't let your revenge consume you. Haru took Jin Hyuk's advice to heart, smiling slightly and nodding at him. Thanks to that secret key Haru found, Jin Hyuk and Haru successfully entered the private auction, reserved for the elite. After sitting and observing for a long time, the auction was about to conclude with a final high-end item. The shady customers around, hearing that, suddenly showed strange excitement. The whole hall followed suit, immediately becoming noisy and agitated, making Jin Hyuk extremely curious, waiting to see what was about to happen. From above, a supergiant cage was slowly lowered, covered with a red cloth. Jin Hyuk guessed it must be a mythical creature, or some divine beast. But the moment the red cloth was removed, hitting Jin Hyuk's eyes, was a dark elf girl chained all over, making him unable to help but curse at the barbarism of this auction organization. Incredible killing intent. I'm sure she didn't come here with good intentions. But besides the killing intent, I also sense the pure mana of a high elf. Dark elves are variants whose ancestors came into contact with demonic energy. Pure mana is a special characteristic of high elves, a variant opposite to dark elves. They cannot coexist. Jin Hyuk stared at that elf girl, lost in thought. Vulcan quietly explained to Jin Hyuk, or it's not entirely impossible to coexist, because there is still a possibility that someone forced a high elf to come into contact with demonic energy. What? A high elf wouldn't be corrupted that easily. If it's possible, did they create the 4 royal clans? Jin Hyuk sweated, wondering suspiciously. The whole room was now bustling with bids, making the atmosphere noisy like a flea market. But then everyone quickly fell silent. After hearing the massive price of 5.5 million gold offered by Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity, The elf girl, after hearing that, suddenly struggled excitedly and screamed incessantly. Hamiel, how dare you? I will never be sold to you. Never. If I get out of here, you will be the first one I tear to pieces. Facing the elf girl's loss of control, Hamiel stood by, calmly pursing her lips and smiling meaningfully. Don't be so angry. Think about it, princess. Instead of becoming a toy for those deceitful old men, why don't you become my pet? Hamiel gently advised, but still couldn't suppress the rage rising in the elf girl's eyes. However, right before the moment, the figure of 5.5 million was finalized. Jin Hyuk offered to add another 4.5 million, leaving everyone astonished, especially Hamiel, at his extravagance in throwing money out the window. 10 million gold. The largest auction amount ever offered on the 51st floor, making the people in the room exclaim and marvel in uproar, creating an unprecedented chaotic scene. Hamiel, being beaten to the punch by Jin Hyuk, gritted her teeth in anger. Her eyes filled with hatred as she tensed up, releasing a chilling killing intent, as if wanting to threaten him. Oh my, is she using power to make me give up the auction? Is that even legal? Jin Hyuk feigned surprise and laughed aloud asking. I'm the one who should say that. Stop diverting attention. How can you afford that amount? Hamiel glared and growled, but responding to her was an aura that looked quite something. Coming from Jin Hyuk. Knowing she messed with the wrong person, Hamiel could only suppress her anger and raised the bid to 10 million gold. Who would have thought Jin Hyuk would once again slam it up to 20 million, making both Vulcan, Haru, and the people around gasp and drop their jaws in panic, thinking he was crazy. As for Hamiel, needless to say, her face turned purple and she couldn't breathe, full of confusion, unable to understand why he wanted to buy that elf girl so much. Why are you staring at me like that, pigeon? It only makes me want to gouge your eyes out. Someday I will kill the 4 royal clans. But with my current power, I still can't. However, if it's money, I can defeat you. For now, this is enough to satisfy me. Jin Hyuk secretly observed Hamiel's frustrated face and felt smug, thinking she still couldn't believe Jin Hyuk had that much money in his account. And so, the dark elf belonged to Jin Hyuk for the price of 20 million gold. Before preparing the goods for Jin Hyuk, the staff member gave him a magic key to unlock the chains. Seeing him use a flattering tone, wanting to know when he would visit again, Jin Hyuk just coldly ordered him to bring the goods quickly. Haru was a bit curious to know if he intended to use that dark elf as a slave. Huh? I'm not crazy enough to do that. Jin Hyuk replied in surprise. Vulcan didn't need to be discussed, because he was already a soul. It's just that Jin Hyuk was a bit surprised that Haru saw him as such a terrible person. Haru hurriedly shook her head, saying she didn't have bad thoughts about him, simply because she felt that elf girl was quite beautiful. While the group was standing and chatting, suddenly Hamiel approached from afar. Her face wore a fake smile as she greeted them. Jin Hyuk, if you came to steal my goods, give up. Someone tried that and is pushing up daisies. Jin Hyuk said coldly to her face. Of course not. If you're okay with it, could you tell me why you bought her? Hamiel asked shamelessly out of curiosity. If you find it rude, why ask? Even if you are one of the 4 royal clans, don't think everyone will treat you nicely. Jin Hyuk smirked, speaking coldly like splashing water in her face. Facing Jin Hyuk's heartless demeanor, Hamiel just curled her lips and sneered. Well, I guess that's it. I just wanted to spend time getting to know you better. But a report about you has reached the hands of the higher-ups. Before Hamiel's threatening words, Jin Hyuk was boiling with anger to the point he just wanted to rush over and slash her to pieces to vent his anger. But he managed to calm down and reassure himself. No, I can't act rashly yet. If I go all out, I can handle this pigeon, even with countless penalties applied. But the consequences are certain. Stronger angels will chase after me. If I remain weak like this, I won't be able to face them head on. Right now, I have to wait. Jin Hyuk clenched his hands into fists, trying to appear calm before the taunts of Hamiel. Ah, that hairpin is really beautiful. Pity I won't see it anymore. Because I burned them all. Hamiel slyly whispered in Haru's ear, speaking mocking and provocative words, making Jin Hyuk realize her target from the start was Haru. Fearing Haru would be provoked into doing something bad, Jin Hyuk frantically called Haru back to stop her. But Haru did not show loss of control as Jin Hyuk predicted, but only lowered her head and replied in a low voice, I am fine. I know now is the time I must become emotionless. When saying these words, Haru ground her teeth, her eyes red as blood, trying to swallow her anger. Humph, I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. I'll be waiting on the 10th floor, okay? Hamiel curled her lips and spoke, then turned and walked away with strides so fast that Jin Hyuk couldn't call after her. By the time Jin Hyuk caught up, in front of him was only a pile of feathers flying, fluttering in the air, and Hamiel was nowhere to be seen. Fine. I don't know what you're plotting, but just wait. I will come for your head, Jin Hyuk told himself grumpily. A while later, at the outskirts of the 15th floor, Vulcan was busy using spirit soldiers to chase away all the wandering ghosts. Elsewhere, not letting anyone near or eavesdrop on the conversation between Jin Hyuk and the dark elf girl. Jin Hyuk was now with Haru and Miho approaching the cage door, expressing to the elf girl that he meant her no harm. Haha, everyone plays a part, right? Then how are you different from those brats? The elf girl maintained her wary attitude towards Jin Hyuk, curling her lips mockingly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. What is your name? Jin Hyuk asked in a deep voice. Hearing the elf girl say her name was Elion von Gresso, Jin Hyuk was extremely surprised. Because von Gresso was the surname of the royal lineage, originated from the name of the elf god of nature. It turns out, the elf girl in front of him is an elf noble. Jin Hyuk had no idea that at this moment, a group of dark figures were busily scouring the entire forest, searching for him. A true elf noble. She is a high elf. Moreover, she is a noble, so she still has room for development. The dark energy she absorbs, when becoming a dark elf, will be even stronger. Speaking of which, Hamiel. It seems she has a deep hatred towards the 4 royal clans. She is very suitable to be a heaven defier. Jin Hyuk clicked his tongue, pondering over everything. While Jin Hyuk was lost in thought, Elion was also racking her brain, thinking about how to escape. These chains have suppressed my power. Even if I'm released, I still won't be able to use my power for a while. If he tries to touch me, while she was frantically looking for a way out, suddenly Jin Hyuk used a key to unlock the door with a click, making Elion exclaim in surprise at his action. Stand up. I have something to ask, Jin Hyuk requested in a deep voice. Elion saw an opportunity and immediately rushed out of the cage, like a bird released, trying to escape, but hadn't gone a few steps before she tripped and fell flat on the ground. Give it up. Mana and spirit are an elf's strengths, not physical strength. Jin Hyuk walked step by step behind Elion and spoke softly. TCH, you bought me for 20 million. What do you want? Ah, this place is perfect. No one will know what you do to a powerless dark elf. Just like those bastards who wanted to buy me. You also plan to use me to satisfy your lust, don't you? Elion glared, bristling and growling each word through her teeth. These slightly sensitive words from Elion made Haru blush furiously, only knowing to hurriedly cover Miho's ears and tell Elion that Jin Hyuk is not that kind of person. The system notifications also competed to explain to Jin Hyuk that it was too early for such things, along with countless sex education theories, driving Jin Hyuk truly crazy. He is so wrongly accused. He had no dark intentions towards Elion. Truly a case of innocent but looking guilty. Amidst the chaotic explaining, suddenly a deafening explosion rang out, making Jin Hyuk startle. He quietly signaled Vulcan for a report. I think our location has been discovered by tower climbers nearby. There are many of them. Vulcan, who was busy fighting the aggressive tower climbers, urgently reported via signal to Jin Hyuk. The raiders knew that Jin Hyuk had bought all the auction items, so they flocked to this place to gang up on him. The force they emitted was incredibly intense, unendurable. Hamiel, is it her doing? Jin Hyuk glared, thinking worriedly. After sending Haru and Miho over to assist Vulcan, Jin Hyuk stayed behind to talk with Elion. Elion had now dropped her guard against him, lowering her eyes and asking him to bring wine. Thanks to Haru and Miho stalling the fight, Vulcan took this opportunity to unleash a massive, terrifying soul attack, sending the group of tower climbers straight to the afterlife in one hit. Contrary to the chaotic battle scene, Jin Hyuk and Elion, on the other side of the forest, were quietly sitting and talking. Your teammates are very strong. You control them, so you're even stronger. Possessing such power, why did you let that angel go at the auction house? Someone like you should be able to handle someone weakened by the tower's penalty, right? Elion asked curiously. Fighting now won't gain me anything, Jin Hyuk replied gloomily. You are restraining your emotions for a greater purpose. You are different from me. Have you ever had to disembowel your own loved one? Elion gulped down wine while casting a pained look at Jin Hyuk, surprising him greatly. It turned out that in the past, Elion had to personally stab her father to death. At his own request. Before passing away forever, he managed to entrust the seed of Gresso as well as his future to her. Elion's brother, Ellis, had sold out their tribe to the 4 royal clans to exchange for power for himself. Before the moment he caught up with her, her father shouted orders for her to quickly eat the seed. But before his words could even finish, they were extinguished by Hamiel's sharp sword. Even the seed Elion held in her hand was slashed to pieces by Hamiel. Not stopping there, she used pure mana to corrupt her. She wanted to take the honor of a high elf, noble as she was, and trample it underfoot, causing her to fall deeper into a night of despair. After that, Elion was sold into the slave market and met Jin Hyuk. I understand now. Even elves are purged by the 4 royal tribes. But elves on the 300th floor are too strong for them to kill. Their mana and summoning magic are things the 4 royal tribes cannot deal with. At this moment, the most effective way is to have a traitor on the inside. Jin Hyuk, after hearing Elion's story, fell into deep thought. Seeing Elion's desperate and exhausted appearance, Jin Hyuk suggested she join the heaven-defying schemers, along with a promise to help her take revenge on the bastard who turned her into a slave and took over the kingdom. Currently, although Haru had wiped out the tower climbers, she was still endlessly worried deep down. When thinking about Jin Hyuk and Elion being alone together, the overthinking blood in Haru surged violently, to the point she considered the possibility that Elion might steal Jin Hyuk's heart. If that were true, Haru would surely collapse from jealousy forever. Worrying about nonsense, Haru almost died at the hands of a giant red hawk. If Jin Hyuk hadn't rushed in time to save her life. How is the dark elf? Haru asked anxiously as soon as she bumped into Jin Hyuk. If you're asking about Elion, she left. Jin Hyuk's answer made Haru's jaw drop in surprise. A few minutes ago, after hearing Jin Hyuk discuss revenge, Elion hesitated a bit when thinking about having to personally dispose of her own siblings. Try to remember what your siblings did to you. I'm sure they could do even worse. Furthermore, to ensure your revenge is perfect, I will make them pay many times over. No, 100 times over. Who do you want revenge on? The 9 stars? The 4 royal tribes? Faced with these probing, yet decisive and firm questions from Jin Hyuk, Elion surprisingly chose to leave. I am leaving so I can reach your level. Once I am confident enough in my power, I will return. Can you tell me your name? Your real name, not your current one, Elion blurted out. Hearing Jin Hyuk reveal he was the Necromancer Kong Jin Hyuk, Elion paused briefly as if realizing something. If I die, you can use my soul and body as you please, Elion said, then turned and vanished. Like the wind under the shimmering moonlight, leaving Jin Hyuk there, with messy thoughts in his head. Returning to the present, Jin Hyuk, after explaining everything to Haru, saw Vulcan had also just returned. If you're done, let's move to another location. Many tower climbers will gather here once the rumors spread, Vulcan suggested. Yeah. Staying on one floor too long is also dangerous. Let's go to our headquarters on the 60th floor. Goldrich said he would also go up to the 60th floor. Jin Hyuk replied. He didn't know that on the 60th floor right now, Goldrich was sweating blood and tears, fighting against the tower climbers from the 9 Stars faction. They were belligerent, bringing an entire army. The stores under the nominal name of Goldrich were also set on fire and burned to ash. These are all stores Goldrich created nominally to support the heaven-defying schemers. If the 9 stars catch on, the relationship between the stores and Goldrich and the heaven-defying schemers will have to end. To avoid implicating Goldrich, the secretary tried his best to fight against them, wholeheartedly protecting this place. Suddenly, jumping down from above with a boom, was Guildmaster Rosian, nicknamed the Giant Hippo, big, black, and smelly, brandishing a sword in his hand, intending to beat the puppet secretary to a pulp. A guildmaster? Do they really intend to burn this place to ash? The secretary thought, trembling in fear. Right at the moment, the secretary didn't know how to handle this fat hippo. A new obstacle appeared. Guildmaster of the White Swan Guild, Bekholio, stepped in like a god, looking like he wanted to lecture that idiot Rosian. If you want to eliminate the puppeteer's puppet, you have to aim for the puppeteer. Those who haven't even mastered the basics shouldn't be so arrogant, or you'll lose. What? How do you know I don't know that? Every time we kill someone, the person who assists more gets extra reward points, huh? Rose argued back with the White Swan Guild master. We already cornered him to his death. Yet you intend to come and steal the credit? You damn fat pig. These curses from Beck successfully struck Rose's pride, making his blood boil and turning on his foul-mouthed mode to curse back profusely. Seeing the two of them distracted and arguing loudly, the secretary took this opportunity to shoot sharp threads whizzing at them, attempting to turn them into his puppets. Who would have thought, before he could exert much force, he was struck by that woman, May, guild master of the Guerrilla Guild, with a sneak attack from behind. It hurt so much he felt like falling apart. It seems while you two were arguing, I captured him. Write it down that I caught this puppet master. May tilted her chin up and spoke to Asherham, guild master of the Divine Path Guild. You people, who let Demon Face attack, really bring shame to the Holy Kingdom. But really, you came here and behaved shamefully like this. Asherham approached sternly, criticizing May, Rose, and Beck, making them both angry and embarrassed. Asherham, I don't need you to lecture me. Don't rely on your petty little skills to come here causing trouble like this. Do you think you're Ken's spokesperson or something? Rose and Beck retorted resentfully. May, however, didn't care much, as she only needed to ensure she got her share. That secretary over there, determined not to let them take over this place, risked it all, suddenly casting the puppetry spell on himself. He roared in fury, shooting force blasts into the crowd, making them scatter in fear like ducks. His goal was Goldrich, and his own dream. So in this instance, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he accepted it if it meant driving them away. While unleashing firepower smoothly, suddenly a giant python, appearing from nowhere, violently thrashed the secretary. One move completely blocked his attack, returning it to 0. It turned out to be the sudden appearance of Snake King Bosin and Corpse King Tun. In this place, the guild master saw Bosin and Tun, king-tier tower climbers who had already reached the 300th floor, now present here, and couldn't help but be bewildered and confused. They are mercenaries, hired to execute this tactic. They will be the guides, Asher declared loudly. Rose and Beck immediately voiced their objection upon hearing this, because they didn't want to follow the orders of lowly mercenaries like these. Despite Asher's threats that this was an order given by Lord Ken, the guild masters still insisted on withdrawing, saying they didn't want to participate anymore. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, Asher snapped his fingers once, and that white python lunged forward, sending the whole lot of guild masters to meet their ancestors. In a single note, blood flowed like a river. Being incompetent wasn't enough. You even intended to disobey the orders of the Great Nine Stars? The Holy Kingdom doesn't need people like you. This is Lord Ken's will. Asher spoke and immediately unleashed firepower, giving each of them a taste. The fire burned fiercely, turning them to ash. The Necromancer then summoned the souls of those guild masters back, intending to control them to work for the guild forever. His ability truly lives up to the title of Corpse King. Hearing the Necromancer ask where Demon Face was, Asher hurried to say those two hadn't reached the 60th floor yet, which surprised the Necromancer a bit. Everyone assumes this is the funding source for him. After taking over this place, we will deal with Demon Face, who is still on his way here. Asher hadn't even finished speaking when he was silenced by the Necromancer's knife at his throat. He ignored the 9 Stars' orders for Asher, saying he would now go find and bring back Demon Face's head, because this was the main reason he accepted this mission. Jean Hyuk on this side had just met Hendrik, when with a boom, a pigeon sent by Goldrich frantically flew in front of him to deliver an urgent message. Cha Jean Hyuk, please quickly climb to the 60th floor. Hurry, the base of the heaven-defying schemers is under attack. Quickly, if no one comes to help, they won't be able to hold out for long. Everyone, please try to stall for time. The pigeon, after delivering Goldrich's words, dissolved like sea foam in midair. Jean Hyuk's group couldn't believe what they just heard. Everyone's face clearly showed shock and horror. Goldrich is managing many stores under various aliases. Just how much danger is he in, while holding the power of all business operations in the tower? Jean Hyuk held his head and dared to think, not knowing what to do next. Wait, isn't Goldrich famous for being the strongest tower climber among those who have climbed to the 300th floor? No matter how many people they send there, they won't be able to fight him. Hendrik wondered, voicing his thoughts. What did you just say? If he were that strong, he wouldn't have borrowed other people's names to represent the stores. The moment he steps onto the front lines, basically he affirms to everyone that his stores stand on the same side as the heaven-defying schemers. If that happens, then things won't just stop with an attack like this. The 4 royal tribes will crush Goldrich's stores to ashes. Our objective has been further solidified. We will go to the 60th floor and destroy the Holy Kingdom Alliance. Jin Hyuk made the suggestion. Just as the group gathered together, preparing to teleport to the 60th floor, Vulcan was unfortunately ambushed by the two, Bosun and Tun, from behind. Sorry. But you guys won't be reaching the 60th floor. Because all of you have to die here. The two of them laughed loudly in mockery. Behind them was a long python opening its mouth, glaring and unleashing a super-grade fireball. The blast wind under the pressure of the explosion swept everything clean, leaving not a crumb behind. Jin Hyuk only had time to shout loudly, requesting his teammates to quickly use the teleportation skill. Go. Standing before the desolate ruins, caused by their firepower, Jin Hyuk couldn't help gritting his teeth in anger. This situation is clearly enemies coming to find us. They are the other assassins sent by Ken. The two, Bosun and Tun, very quickly confirmed that Jin Hyuk's deductions were correct. With a brutal punch full of destructive force, Jin Hyuk's group was knocked flying, scattering like fallen figs. No one had time to counterattack before the fierce moves of the two of them. Undead? He is a necromancer. The gloomy person standing next to him is a snake shaman? Jin Hyuk now realized their identities through the way they attacked. Hendrik, burning with rage, hurriedly drew his sword and rushed in, but almost ended up inside the jaws of Bosun's python. Wow, you're a real dragon. Do you want to be my pet too? If you want, I will give you the highest rank. I wonder what color your scales are. Bosun laughed hideously, teasing Hendrik, making Hendrik's blood boil more and more. The two sides just rushed at each other, beating each other up noisily. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had to face the necromancer directly. This guy, Tun, at a glance he guessed, had reached at least the 300th floor, maybe even stronger than Ken. Jin Hyuk was quite curious at heart, excited to see exactly how strong this necromancer was. After calling Haru and Miho over to the other side to assist Hendrik, Jin Hyuk remained alone and very quickly snapped his fingers for a massive army of spirits and souls to appear, perfect for soloing head-on with Tun's skeleton army. Both sides rushed in, slashing at each other violently. Killing intent radiated thickly, filling the air. Tun watched Jin Hyuk intently, feeling he was indeed a necromancer. As strong as the rumors, being able to handle his bone soldiers alone as if it were a joke. Your title is Necromancer, right? You are not worthy of that title. Offer your power to me. Tun ordered arrogantly. In your dreams, you arrogant underling. Jin Hyuk glared back, cracking his knuckles and channeling countless evil energies. Since Jin Hyuk was so stubborn, Tun decided to play dirty by setting a trap to capture both sisters, Haru and Miho, inside the sharp steel jaws of a monster. By the time Jin Hyuk startledly realized it, both girls had been grabbed, with no way to escape. If you don't hand it over, your teammates will die a painful death. Tun growled threateningly. Shut up. Release them, you bastard. Jin Hyuk erupted in a black fury, extremely indignant inside, because Tun dared to touch his people. On the 60th floor, the scene became desolate, submerged in a sea of fire and swords. Looking just like hell, the vanguard troops and the tower climbers toiled, beating each other up profusely. Fire arrays bombarded loudly, shooting everywhere, turning the situation here into a complete mess. Nothing more, nothing less. Asher stood silently observing the situation and thought. The vanguard keeps applying the same formation to stop the enemy. Like that, it will be hard to break into the tower quickly. Is there a very skilled mage among them? There are no mages here. But there is Goldrich with very impressive power abilities. With a golden barrage move, Goldrich was able to kick open the window and launch cannon fire, causing the tower climbers to explode and die, flopping like fish in rain. This tactic can't help me hold out much longer. They will soon discover who I am. Hurry up, Jin Hyuk. Goldrich sweated like rain, telling himself to try using all his strength to stall for time, while waiting for Jin Hyuk to come to the rescue. But Jin Hyuk on this side was still busy dealing with that necromancer Tun, who was as persistent as a leech, trying to save Haru and Miho. The two sides hit each other smack like pounding garlic, neither yielding to the other. Release Haru and Miho now. Jin Hyuk hissed through his teeth, his hands fiercely clenched into fists channeling energy, punching thud into Tun. I won't let you save them. I am Corpse King Tun. I will take your necromancer power and become the true successor of Black Necromancer Cha. Jin Hyuk drew his sword with a swing to counterattack. Amidst the confident and belligerent words, Jin Hyuk hearing Tun mention his name made him pause for a few seconds, guessing that it seems he still doesn't know that behind that demon face mask is Jin Hyuk. Me. Haru and Miho, after being swallowed by the monster, now vaguely opened their eyes to wake up. Both were startled to find surrounding them At this moment, an entire skeleton army, full of power, didn't stop there. That ferocious monster, with the tiny teeth, was digging into the ground, preparing to take both girls and escape, causing Hendrik to be unable to hold back his rage. He let out a loud scream. "I won't give you a chance to escape. Those kids are my limit." Just as he planned to rush at the monster, the python with teeth, sharp as saws, surged forward, threateningly, attacking Hendrik, making Hendrik struggle greatly to escape its clutches. Right when Hendrik used his sword to block the python's throat, from inside its mouth, another snake unexpectedly crawled out. This snake, taking advantage of the moment Hendrik couldn't resist, leisurely lunged and bit Hendrik's neck, spurting blood. The world tilted, along with his mind. Fortunately, Hendrik managed to beat the python down with a final decisive sword strike, before falling into a stupor, caused by the snake's toxin. In his dream, Hendrik panicked, seeing the sky filled with flying dragons. It was dragons. The scene perfectly reenacted the day the dragons came and slaughtered his hometown, and they were the source of Hendrik's anger. To this very day. You hate dragons? A dragon hating dragons, how strange. You see, this little one's bite can amplify the painful memories of your past. But not only that, it also transmits those memories to me. But I don't understand. How can you hate such a beautiful scene? You have turned into a dragon now too. Isn't that wonderful? Bosun, holding the small snake from earlier, stepped closer to Hendrik. His tone was full of arrogance and haughtiness, poking needles into Hendrik's hidden pain. His heart, already scarred, was now having its hatred evoked, aggrieved to the point of shattering. Hendrik trembled all over, immediately looking up at the sky and screaming ear-splittingly. "What do you know to dare say that? The enemy destroyed my hometown. My resentment at being reborn as the same kind as the enemy makes it impossible for me to take revenge on them. If you don't understand, then shut up." "What? You are angry over such nonsense? I can't understand it. At least you should have erased that hatred since turning into a dragon. Do you know how many people I killed to gather this many snakes? To pursue this beauty? I think those hardships are just trivial matters. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Snake King Bosun. I love all scaled creatures in this world. If you follow me, you will be able to love your true form." Bosun, facing Hendrik's hatred, laughed loudly as if nothing had happened. With a selfish and cold-blooded demeanor, he whispered words into Hendrik's ear, intending to recruit him. Unexpectedly, Hendrik not only didn't waver, but also grit his teeth, and cursed right in his face. "Then I will also introduce myself. I am Hendrik, the soul of the Dragon Slayer. I am the one who will wipe out all scaled creatures in this world." If that's the case, two opponents with two opposite ideals facing each other, there is really no other way but to lunge at each other in anger, to fight a decisive battle. Countless snakes of various sizes released from Bosun's body were all sliced into sushi pieces by Hendrik. But surprisingly, the battle still hadn't ended. Honestly, Hendrik, fighting for so long, was gradually losing strength. Exhausted all over. "Just keep attacking me. Do you think those snakes can catch up to me?" Hendrik roared with bloodshot eyes. Meanwhile, Bosun stubbornly refused to listen, and continued to call snakes incessantly. Taking advantage of when Hendrik was gasping for breath, Bosun whipped out a super large python to wrap tightly around Hendrik. His whole body was constricted tightly. Amidst the python's body full of rough, rock-like scales, Hendrik couldn't help screaming in pain. "At this rate, it will crush my whole body. And I'm going to die. I have to escape it," Hendrik thought anxiously, trembling. Just as Hendrik was trying to move his neck to cast teleportation, Bosun hesitated no longer, and swooped in, poking his hand straight into Hendrik's face, laughing mockingly. "Got you. You're too careless, Hendrik. You're not strong enough to be my opponent yet. Obediently follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Bosun utilized his snake charmer trait to hypnotize Hendrik, intending to turn him into his own servant. Staring straight into Hendrik's red eyes, which were gradually converging into a fixed point, Bosun thought gleefully, "There is only one way to escape this situation, which is to turn into a dragon and flee from here. But I understand you, Hendrik. You can't do that. Because your resentment towards dragons surpasses everything. You yourself are a dragon too, Hendrik. Have you accepted that you are a dragon yet?" Sitting immersed amidst the whispering provocations of Bosun, Hendrik suddenly remembered a memory from long ago, when Jean Hyuk learned that Hendrik intended to waste his ability because he didn't want to transform into a dragon. Back then, Jean Hyuk advised the whole group to do their best to turn the tide. and defeat the 300th floor tower climbers, as well as to utilize all their assets. Thanks to these words from Jin Hyuk, Hendrik was pulled out of the haze. And the fear of turning into his own enemy. Hendrik very quickly glared, straightened his back, and twisted his body to transform into a huge, dark dragon. Under the stunned and terrified gaze of Ba-Sin, he couldn't believe Hendrik had the courage to overcome his fear this quickly. Because I'm not strong enough. Whenever I have to duel with the strong, I must use all my assets. To defeat you at any cost, Hendrik roared. Killing intent surged from his body violently, to the point it wanted to blow Ba-Sin away to the chicken coop. This majestic appearance of Hendrik made Ba-Sin not only not afraid, but also heightened his desire to possess Hendrik. Returning to Jin Hyuk and Tun's side, the battle between the two men was still in an extremely tense and fierce state. Jin Hyuk and his summoned soldiers kept being pushed back, while Tun maintained his fighting form. This made him start to lose his cool slightly. He is confident using the skills from the previous life. I need to save the kids. And also need to get to Goldrich. No. Whenever I think something else interferes, if I defeat him, then everything will be solved. Jin Hyuk tried to reassure himself, using his whole body to struggle against each of Tun's fierce explosive matrix attacks. This fighting style, did you learn it from the Violet Star Cha Jin Hyuk? Jin Hyuk asked, unable to hide his surprise. Correct. I guess you did too. Tun snorted coldly in response. Then you can't defeat me. Because I will be stronger than that Violet Star. Jin Hyuk curled his lips, speaking confidently and decisively, making Tun only want to rush over and slap him. To teach him a lesson for daring to arrogantly surpass his idol. Right at the moment Jin Hyuk flew over, Tun timely used a teleportation spell to trap him, making him rush right into the encirclement of the Bone Army. It could be considered seeking his own death. But who is dying? Not Jin Hyuk. Because he had toiled to initiate his energy, unleashing a move, combining divine power and magic power to wipe them out flat. Since who knows when. The fact that a person could use both divine power combined with magic power like Jin Hyuk is an extremely rare occurrence that no one has achieved except him. Needless to say, how wide Tun's eyes and mouth opened in shock. This unprecedented achievement in history by Jin Hyuk made the system deeply acknowledge it. His powerful demigod, demi-demon body was created just like that. But how to defeat the Violet Star was still a big question in Jin Hyuk's head. My opponent has a stronger force, but I have to crush them at all costs. Like those guys, I will eliminate the summoning ritual, using a special method, and chase the main body. My appearance has changed but the inside is still the same. This method is a bit gross. But since it's effective, so be it. Jin Hyuk thought anxiously and decided to risk it all. Standing opposite Tun, Jin Hyuk badmouthed the Violet Star incessantly, aka himself. Hey kid. Do you really claim to be the Violet Star's descendant? If you're this weak, surely the Violet Star wasn't that strong either, right? Didn't he die from holy power? Hearing Jin Hyuk insult his idol, Tun flew into a violent rage. Immediately, signaling for 500 soul brothers to gang up on him. Jin Hyuk wasn't mediocre either, with his ultimate move of magic power accompanied by divine power, dancing with his sword and launching attacks rapidly. Tun stood opposite, constantly observing Jin Hyuk intently, because he knew with the combination of holy power and magic power, Jin Hyuk's summoning wouldn't be able to operate at maximum level. And true enough, Jin Hyuk's sword coated in holy power couldn't cut those annoying soul weapons. Tun's henchmen. Everything was within Tun's calculations. Right, just as you said, that's how he died. Did you think I didn't prepare anything? You will die here for daring to blaspheme him. Tun roared in anger. The killing aura radiated even more deadly. His magic shield could actually push back Jin Hyuk, causing him to be flung further away in the enveloping sea of mana. While wondering, not understanding, why his holy power was ineffective against Tun's tricks, Jin Hyuk was suddenly ambushed by an undead from behind, drawing blood. I can't defeat him with just simple attacks. Then focus both divine power and magic power into one hand. Jin Hyuk, a man of his word, immediately combined them, ignoring the damn warning from the system that such a thing couldn't happen with two opposite poles like divine power and magic power. Jin Hyuk, stubborn and risking it all, just poured all his strength, trying to combine divine power and magic power together, because this was the only way he could stand against Tun. After many stages, where it seemed he would fail halfway, along with endless furious effort accompanied by countless curses, forcing the system unreasonably, Jin Hyuk, in the end, was actually able to merge divine power and magic power to create a stream of mind-blowing miraculous power, never seen before. Witnessing Jin Hyuk easily slice through the shield with his sword, Tun couldn't help but be agitated, to the point of jumping up as if someone poured boiling water on his crotch. How is it possible? I created that magic shield to block even the power of the 4 royal tribes. Does that mean his power surpasses even the 4 royal tribes? After that magical combination of strength, Jin Hyuk was gifted the fusion attribute by the system. He became more and more interested in this mix and max game. His lips couldn't help curling up arrogantly. Seeing Jin Hyuk rushing at him like a cat seeing fat, Tun panicked a bit, hurriedly calling his soldiers to help him counterattack. But it was too late. The explosive air raid caused by Jin Hyuk made everything vanish in a single note. Just struggling to get up from the ragged ruins, Tun didn't expect Jin Hyuk to have suddenly placed a sword at the back of his neck. Since who knows when. You said your name is Tun, right? Why are you so obsessed with the violet star? Jin Hyuk wondered. He was the most suitable person to become the master of the tower. Tun recalled memories of the distant past, sighing softly and replying honestly. But he died after betraying humanity. You still respect him? Jin Hyuk persisted in asking. Incorrect. He fell into the trap of those bastard 9 stars. Tun suddenly got agitated, eyes widening and screaming, making Jin Hyuk extremely astonished. He didn't understand how he could know that truth. Who would have thought there would be a day Jin Hyuk could meet someone who could understand his suffering like Tun? Do you feel nothing? Even after receiving the title of Necromancer? Necromancer, let me ask you, do you have any doubts about his death? He used to be the strongest Necromancer, then died in a confrontation with the 9 stars. The Avalon brothers were bribed. He was framed by them. Jin Hyuk is innocent. Tun rolled on the ground, flailing about, screaming while speaking with a look full of grievance. Who knows? Maybe because he was obsessed with power, he became stupid. Jin Hyuk outwardly acted cold, responding like that, but inside he was extremely moved and touched by Tun's affection for him. Tun, seeing Jin Hyuk dare to insult his idol, immediately bristled like a hedgehog to curse. I admit you are very skilled, but you are not the Violet Star's descendant. He wasn't just my benefactor. His power shone brighter than the 9 stars. He is my pride and also my goal. I will defeat you and succeed him. Burning will and determination were shown through every steel-like word of Tun, making Jin Hyuk extremely satisfied. Now, he knew what it felt like to have a descendant. If that's the case, Jin Hyuk told himself he would make Tun his man. Prove your worth, Tun. Jin Hyuk tilted his chin, ordering. Tun rolled his eyes back. After Jin Hyuk's challenge, he grit his teeth, channeling the 100 Night Ghost Soul crystallization move. His research, ever since touching this power, although still incomplete, with the resentment towards Jin Hyuk for insulting his idol, Tun violently threw that soul soldier straight at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk quickly called Vulcan with the Soul Laster move to counterattack. But as soon as Vulcan touched Tun's soul soldiers, he immediately realized they weren't soul soldiers, even weaker than that. But they looked very similar to the first soul soldier he created, making him suspicious, wondering if Tun had trained to become a necromancer himself. Tun, on this side, was still frantically initiating moves passionately, with deadly eyes and a vow not to stop until he took revenge and reclaimed the honor for his idol. Talent, stability, this guy, if I hadn't reincarnated, perhaps he would have become the next Violet Star. Then I should also use all my strength to fight him. Jin Hyuk curled his lips, silently evaluating, then instantly rushed straight at Tun at breakneck speed. I'll leave the summoned object to Vulcan. Amidst countless booming explosions, as the two forces collided, Jin Hyuk and Tun on this side were also busy beating the living daylights out of each other. In a moment of carelessness, Tun was physically impacted by Jin Hyuk's killing intent right in the face, causing ketchup to flow down one cheek. At the very moment Jin Hyuk prepared to focus his power for a critical blow, Tun timely used a summoned object to block Jin Hyuk's sword, making him unable to move an inch. Waiting for just that, the incomplete soul soldier instantly turned into a self-destruct bomb, exploding with a boom and knocking Jin Hyuk backward. While vaguely thinking of a way to counterattack, suddenly Jin Hyuk's jaw dropped when he saw Tun using the Descent of 100,000 Souls move, which was fundamentally Jin Hyuk's signature skill, to attack him. Countless bloodthirsty souls rushed in, scrambling to burrow into Jin Hyuk's body like hungry tigers under Tun's command. The wave of soul power generated by Tun's spiritual energy seemed to be swallowing the world whole. But that would be the case for someone else. As for Jin Hyuk, there was no way in hell he'd accept being at a disadvantage. He quickly turned the tide, furiously striking back. His hands moved deftly, drawing paths of killing intent that floated around him, making Tun only able to stammer in shock. Impossible. It's still incomplete. Yet. He blocked the Violet Star's supreme spiritual skill? Does that mean my spiritual power cannot invade his soul? Tun held his face in bewilderment, asking himself anxiously. Feeling intrigued by Tun's move just now, Jin Hyuk asked for permission to respond. With a genuine descent of 100,000 souls. He curled the corners of his mouth meaningfully. Then swiftly called his entire clan of 500 soul brothers. And with a snap of his fingers, they all burrowed into Tun's body. The demon face mask on Jin Hyuk's face also came off, leaving Tun both astonished and panicked. It turned out, the idol he had longed for all this time was him. Jin Hyuk waited for the moment Tun was distracted, then flew in with its swoosh, slashing a sharp line with the cold sword in his hand. Amidst Tun's blood spraying like rain, Jin Hyuk just curled his lips, looking at him with a faint smile. Nice to meet you, Tun. It is truly a joy to meet you, Lord Violet Star. Soon I will. Tun replied, his breath starting to tremble and break. Due to losing too much strength. We will meet again soon. Jin Hyuk smiled mysteriously and continued, his gaze full of promise, never leaving Tun. Tun was beaten black and blue by Jin Hyuk. Yet he was still alive. Truly not disappointing Jin Hyuk. He, after being sucked into Jin Hyuk's 100,000 souls, rose once again with a new role. A new position. Soul Soldier Tun, with an aura enveloping his whole body, walked firmly step by step to stand before Jin Hyuk. Then suddenly knelt down at his feet to admit his fault. Please forgive my rudeness. I did not recognize my lord. I was not loyal, even to my own teammates. While he was emotionally apologizing, suddenly the ground where they stood shook violently as if there were an earthquake. Less than a second later, a summoned creature Tun created earlier, having lost its master, ran wild frantically, wreaking havoc everywhere. Tun was channeling evil energy preparing to rush in. When from inside, the sharp iron teeth of the monster, scrambling out, were Haru and Miho. Jin Hyuk reunited with the two girls. Seeing them both safe, he was overjoyed. Haru told Jin Hyuk that it was Miho who charmed that summoned creature so they could escape safely. That kid seduced a zombie through her necromancy, and the other one handled all the skeletons inside. Tun was a bit surprised by the superhuman abilities of the two girls. Suddenly a burst of firepower blew down to where the group was standing, making everyone jump. Jin Hyuk recognized immediately that it was Hendrik's breath, meaning the battle between Ba-sin and Hendrik had been decided. Victory and defeat settled. As if to prove Jin Hyuk's prediction correct, with a whoosh, falling heavily from the sky to the ground, was Ba-sin's battered and broken body, making Tun pale in the face. He couldn't believe Ba-sin was defeated so easily. That is my victory. The four kings are certainly difficult, but this is your end. You have no snakes left that can cause danger, except for that snake intending to catch you. Hendrik, in his mighty dragon form, flew in, then tilted his chin, pointing his ice-cold sword straight at Ba-sin's face, threateningly. Seems like this is the end for us, Scylla. I'm sorry. Ba-sin lay flat on the ground, turning to look at his snake, speaking with eyes full of sorrowful condolences. But then, too fast too furious. No one could have foreseen it. Ba-sin acted like he went mad, opening his mouth wide and biting the snake Scylla, stuffing his mouth in the stunned, goosebump-inducing gaze of the witnesses. Ba-sin actually ate his own snake. Snake blood flowed in a puddle, reeking of disgust. It won't do any good for you to do that. Hendrik roared with eyes like bullets, then drove his sword forcefully into Ba-sin's face. But unfortunately, now, Ba-sin had turned into a half-human half-snake creature after eating Scylla. The missing parts of Ba-sin's body were now replaced by a snake body. The snake's scales looked extremely terrifying, but its power was also extremely ferocious, easily blocking Hendrik's sword strike. In an instant. Haha, now this is the final battle. Let's take down that dragon together, Scylla. Ba-sin stuck his long forked tongue out, laughing shrilly, talking to himself and the snake merging inside him. Our dragon and snake duo just rushed at each other, crashing and colliding noisily. Ha ha ha, how hilarious. You brag about loving your snake, yet use it as a consumable item, and now you eat it too? Hendrik laughed loudly, mocking him. What do you know about our love? There is no love more beautiful than becoming one. These inhumane words from Ba-sin made Hendrik feel more disgusted the more he heard them. Damn it, the power strikes unleashed. became more devastating by the moment. Jean Hyuk and everyone were about to move in to support Hendrik, but were stopped by Hendrik. Leave these two, Bosin, as pray for me alone. After a bout of fierce fighting, Hendrik accidentally thrust his sword into the throat of Scylla, but before he could pull it out, it extended its long tongue and casually swallowed the sword, along with Hendrik's arm, into its stomach like dipping sauce. You can't use a sword anymore, Hendrik. It's over. Bosin screamed insanely, threateningly, preparing the final blow to send Hendrik off. Unexpectedly, from Hendrik's crippled arm, a thorny dragon hand had sprouted. Since who knows when. That hand gently and affectionately rushed to slap Bosin, with a critical hit, making him reel and fall heavily to the ground, teeth and lips mixed together. Not a dragon, nor a human. Don't you think you look quite grotesque? Bosin, before falling, still had a foul mouth to provoke. Hendrik. I realized a few things from our battle. And I appreciate that. For kings, I am the dragon slayer, Hendrik. Nothing can change that truth. Hendrik responded magnanimously with a deep voice. Hendrik finally succeeded in defeating Scylla, the strongest snake spirit of Snake King Bosin, before the admiring eyes of many people around. Impressive. Is your lord's ally that strong? Tun offered praise. That's right. This time I will climb the tower with reliable friends. And of course, you are coming with us too. Soul Soldier Jean Hyuk invited Tun to join him. Tun's eyes clearly showed surprise, as he didn't think he would be invited by Jean Hyuk like this. He timidly voiced his thanks. Hendrik suddenly approached, dusting off his hands continuously, saying, the group needed to head to the 60th floor immediately to make it in time. Haru and Miho shared the same thought as Hendrik, constantly urging Jean Hyuk to go quickly. Right, this battle isn't over yet. Let's go to the 60th floor, Jean Hyuk suggested in a deep voice. Suddenly, Tun knelt down at Jean Hyuk's feet again, as if trying to block the way. No. My lord must not go. The one currently leading the forces on the 60th floor is Asher. Guild Master of the Holy Lord. Which is the guild governing the lower floors of the Holy Kingdom. He is as strong as me, comparable to a 300th floor paladin. But whether there is a chance to defeat him or not is not the real issue. After being saved by the Avalon brothers, he swore loyalty to them. In return, Asher is the only guild master granted divine power by the gods. In other words, he is as strong as the gods on the 300th floor. Tun explained in one breath. No one knew that on the 60th floor right now, Goldrich was struggling miserably in hopelessness, trying to hide from the undead soldiers revived by Asher's own hand. So what should we do? You mean there's no way to fight him and we have to sit there, waiting until the entire guild is burned down? Jean Hyuk, after hearing Tun speak, couldn't help but wonder. No, there is still one way. For you to balance the power in this battle. Tun spoke and then reached out channeling evil energy, asking Jean Hyuk to absorb his power right here, making him gasp in surprise. I have a feeling about your ability. The power to absorb everything and make it your own. A corpse can also be considered a thing, right? If my feeling is correct, the source of power I have cultivated, all of it will become yours, Tun informed him. Hendrik, standing by listening, gradually felt it was quite reasonable, softly speaking up to persuade Jean Hyuk. Furthermore, the Snake King and his Snake Spirit squad are quite strong. If you can absorb them, you will have a great source of power. Jean Hyuk, however, was still very hesitant. He didn't know if Tun was really sure about this, or if there was someone waiting for his body. No one. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. I serve you. And if I can offer my small power to you, that would be the greatest honor. Please accept my power, Lord. Tun, with eyes sparkling full of burning will, replied decisively. If he was so sincere, Jean Hyuk would accept it. He agreed to absorb the power of both Tun and Bosin. As soon as they finished speaking, Jean Hyuk clenched his hand into a fist, and used all his strength to suck a line of their power straight into his abdomen. At the 60th floor, the soldiers who were already defeated were now revived by Asher, making them even more ferocious than before. Every single one of them had eyes darting around wildly, looking everywhere to see if there were any mages left in the city. Hiding behind the window of one of the buildings not yet burned down, Goldrich was sweating like rain, fearing that at this rate, they would take over the city. Casualties on our side are increasing. We have to find a way to stall for time. First, cause chaos, to disperse their forces. Then we will switch to guerrilla warfare. While holding his head planning the next step, suddenly a furious beam of firepower, sparking wildly, appeared from nowhere, aimed right at where Goldrich was standing, causing everything to collapse and crumble. into a pile of ash in the blink of an eye. Luckily, Goldrich managed to use teleportation in time, saving his life, and the unconscious secretary beside him. But damn it, his position was discovered. But this attack. Divine power? Finally found you, the rioter. Goldrich looked around furiously, his heart full of resentment. Suddenly the voice of Asher abruptly rang out in front of Goldrich. I came to destroy you, mysterious merchant, who supported the masked man and him. For a holy star, your methods are quite rough. Asher loomed into view, speaking solemnly and threateningly. The army down there only serves the interests of the Holy Kingdom, right? Goldrich tried to act calm and asked back. Lord Ken only gave me 2 orders. 1. Deal with incompetent leaders. 2. Completely destroy the masked man and his accomplices. The Lord's orders are absolute, equivalent to the word of God. No need to consider any other conditions. Asher howled like a mad dog, looking completely frantic and agitated. Things won't go as you think, you fanatic. Goldrich focused all power into his arm, cursing back hotly. Amidst bursts of flames burning fiercely, hot as scorching fire. This game of hide-and-seek between Goldrich and Asher still showed no sign of stopping. Goldrich had to run for his life, fleeing from Asher, while fearfully worrying that he would discover his identity. Damn it, if he discovers I am Goldrich, the situation will get worse. I must fight without revealing my identity. But can I face that monster while hiding my true strength? Goldrich thought, scared out of his wits. His feet ran, but his mind was still spinning with thoughts. Asher on this side was also extremely suspicious. Why Goldrich didn't use full power like before, but only knew how to run away. Sniffing like a dog, he surmised. Perhaps Goldrich was trying to hide something. With a whoosh, Asher with superior energy rushed in, blocking Goldrich's path, clearing his throat to threaten. I will make you lose everything. I must know what you are hiding. Does hiding your power like that help you protect your teammates? Goldrich, having his weak spot hit by Asher, was startled, and paused for a few seconds, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a dragon with earth-shattering, destructive power crashed into the building, making Asher freeze upon witnessing it. As if entranced. Dragon tribe? People say. There is a dragon tribe member among Demon Face's accomplices. If so, they really climbed to the 60th floor in one night. And even defeated Tun and Basin, who went ahead. Asher was dumbfounded, unable to believe this was the truth. Hey, are you Asherham? Jean Hyuk tilted his chin, asking arrogantly. Now is the time for me to take his head. Countless earth-shaking bomb explosions continued to erupt overwhelmingly. Hendrik in dragon form was carrying the others, waiting for Jean Hyuk to fight. When suddenly he was ambushed from below by Asher's soldiers. We have to deal with those soldiers first. That Asher guy can even revive dead soldiers. Goldrich, carrying the secretary on his shoulder, frantically informed them, making everyone gasp. At Asher's dirty play, Hendrik got furious, puffing his cheeks and glaring, blowing out bursts of fire to burn down their entire army, effectively blocking their way to revival. Meanwhile, Jean Hyuk was busy engaging in sword fighting with Asher. Both sides unleashed high-level skills, aiming to destroy the opponent as fast as possible. Jean Hyuk's fire bullet move drew blood from Asher, but he didn't expect. He also has the ability to heal wounds in the blink of an eye. What an impressive recovery ability. To take him down, I must finish him with an attack that he cannot recover from. It must be a truly powerful attack. I have to aim for an opening and use a supreme move to deal the decisive blow. Jean Hyuk silently planned in his head. Immediately after, he opened his foul mouth to mock and insult the Pellin brothers, successfully provoking Asher into a rage, unleashing a super-level divine punishment lightning strike at him. As if waiting for just that, Jean Hyuk immediately called Vulcan out, who blocked Asher's rushing holy power in one move. Needless to say, Asher's face at this moment was as bewildered as a golden deer stepping on dry leaves. His eyes darted around, mouth agape, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong? Curious about what happened? Here is what happened. Truly a useful skill. Vulcan, seeing Asher standing frozen stiff, burst out laughing loudly, not forgetting to pull Tun out for Asher to witness with his own eyes. Asher, seeing Tun had now sided with Jean Hyuk, hissed, cursing and blaming Tun for being a traitor. From the beginning, I never sided with anyone. I was just looking for where I belong. Tun spoke calmly. But the more he explained, the more it provoked Asher, making his blood boil more and more. He screamed in resentment, flailing his arms and legs, swearing he would wipe out Tun's filthy soul. Under Jean Hyuk's command, Vulcan and Tun flew swiftly, physically attacking Asher collectively to subdue him. Knocked far away by Tun's punch, Asher couldn't help but suspect that Tun also received Demon Face's power, which was why he was revived and became this strong. Jin Hyuk, taking advantage of Asher being off guard, gently and affectionately rushed in, gifting him a lovely, sky-shattering painful hit right in the face, causing Asher to bleed. After that knockout punch from Jin Hyuk, Asher clutched his bloody face, staggered, and fell heavily to the ground, causing dust to fly up thickly. Crawling up from the chaotic pile of dirt and rocks, Asher still stubbornly and resentfully mouthed off, "Demon Face. You actually managed to push me this far. But you cannot defeat me. I have the blessing of infinite recovery granted by the Great One. In the end, you are destined to lose." Before he could finish, Basin's python tail, suddenly from behind, pounced on Asher like a snake pouncing on prey, scaring the hell out of Asher. "You fell into Demon Face's hands too, Basin?" Asher screamed in pain. His whole body was now tightly wrapped by Basin, so tight his bones felt like falling apart. Speechless, Basin's snake arm swiftly whipped Asher's head off. Fresh blood kept spraying out, but the head quickly grew back, angrily shouting, "Just that isn't enough to stop me." Vulcan floated, annoyed. "Ah. Head chopped off but still reviving?" Tun remarked. "As long as you still have holy power. It seems you really can regenerate infinitely. I guess I'll have to finish you with one blow." Facing Tun's group, Asher thought to himself, "The mighty power of the Four Kings. I can't move. Even if I use holy power, you guys won't disappear. Is this Tun's power?" He frowned, certain. "But with just that, you can't defeat me either." The three patiently listened as he continued. "I thought you would take me down with the souls of the Four Kings. Too bad the plan failed." Tun gripped his staff tightly, replying, "We never intended to eliminate you." Asher seemed unbelieving. Vulcan smiled, pointing upwards. "The order we received was not to kill you." Purple and gold energy streams kept converging as he spoke, "but to sacrifice you to our master." Jin Hyuk's hand was compressing that energy source, then opened it, turning it pure white. "Full spiritual power attack?" Asher panicked, gritting his teeth. "Is that holy power?" "No, it's not the same." "It is?" A notification board appeared. Attribute, utilization. Fusion element between holy power and magic power. Transformed into fusion element. Jin Hyuk's eyes turned pitch black as he cast a single magic circle. A huge beam of black and white light was fired. Mental power finger. It rushed straight forward powerfully. Asher screamed as he was nearly swallowed by the light. A flash of lightning tore through the sky, striking down with power to destroy everything. The final result left a giant crater, still smoking. He was burned black, limbs seemingly shattering. Jin Hyuk, Vulcan, and Tun hovered in the air as if nothing happened. Tun knelt on one knee respectfully. "This is our first victory. It is truly my honor." Vulcan looked excited. "Yeah, finally a worthy opponent appeared." Jin Hyuk was puzzled. "Why are you so happy?" "They are my successors." He glanced down when someone called out, "Masked Devil." It was Hendrik shouting from below. "We are done here." He glanced at the armor lying amidst the smoke and dust. "To restore this pile of ashes, you guys would need to summon at least a god or a demon." Haru sweated in disbelief. "So we stopped it?" Looking at the three radiating aura, she wondered, "Wipe out the root?" He looked up and answered, "Right. Our first victory." Hendrik smiled hearing him continue. "Until now, our losses could be attributed to being ambushed." Lich supported Bruno, his voice echoing. "But today is a total defeat. After I struck them first." Haru and Miho smiled listening on. "If this news spreads, people will start thinking." Jin Hyuk pointed his finger at the sky. "The celestial realm is probably in chaos." Lich let out a breath. "This is a green light for me to spread the news, right?" He calmly replied, "Of course. Why else did I bring you?" He smiled amidst the flames. "Then I'm heading out. There's still a mountain of work to resolve. Today's mess." Jin Hyuk didn't stop him, "Counting on you." Then the two liches completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of orange smoke. A red notification board appeared. The Supreme Demon said that their judge of character is very sharp. When it turned, it saw a purple board showing only 3 dots. It said nothing, just looked up at the sky. Then appeared the words, "Something is about to happen." Miho's ears twitched. She looked up as if hearing something. "Huh?" Suddenly a crack appeared in the air. The ground beneath shook violently, making them confused. "Earthquake? No. This is space shaking." In contrast, Miho stared up at the sky in astonishment. The crack shattered completely, revealing a white space. Small specks flashed between the fragments. And then, a terrifyingly huge pillar of golden light shot straight down. They all shielded themselves with their hands against this violent tremor. The sky cracked open. What is this light? Jin Hyuk calmly analyzed. Not the sky, but the stratum has been severed. Can this even happen? Hendrik over there spread his wings and bowed down. It's coming here. Haru asked anxiously, what the hell is that? Tun pointed forward, look over there, sir. The shattered corpse was being sucked up by the light pillar. He shouted loudly, Asherham's body. His eyes glowed brightly. Cracks spread all over his body. Finally, the outer layer shattered directly, revealing the body inside. Jin Hyuk opened his eyes wide, recognizing this was holy power. And this feeling? Then he recalled the time Carmen gathered energy under the cross formation. He confirmed it was definitely it. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in anger. Carmen. Bare feet stepped forward. They truly are gods. It was Asher, completely restored with a greater aura. They didn't abandon me but saved me. He delivered judgment. Now is the time to punish those who do not believe in the gods. Then Bare Feet stepped forward just as predicted. They are all gods. Asher completely restored with a stronger aura. They didn't abandon me and saved me. He delivered judgment. Now it's time to punish the rebels who do not believe in the gods. Then a small vase suddenly exploded somewhere. Seeing that, Bello frowned. Carmen concentrated energy in her hand as he called. Carmen. The mark on her hand glowed. Then she held her hand replying, Asherham, you reached the 60th floor. It seems he was caught. Bello gritted his teeth recognizing the demon mask. She calmly advised, but don't worry too much. After all, Asher is a special toy. He repeated, special? Carmen smiled cunningly. To ensure against the selection failing, I secretly implanted something in there. When sharing holy power with Asher, if Asher is defeated, her hand clenched tight, he will revive as an agent to hold my power. Over there, Asher smiled arrogantly. With the symbol glowing on his forehead, he walked step by step towards Jin Hyuk. According to her words, Demon Mask is now preparing to face me head on. He ground his teeth in anger. That holy power, is it Carmen's holy power? Hendrik grimaced, hating the 9 stars. Haru tensely recalled. One of the people killed by her brother. In the past. Asher tilted his head arrogantly. You recognize Carmen's warm holy power? Jin Hyuk lowered his head muttering, how could I forget? Then he glared at him with eyes full of killing intent. That disgusting feeling of holy power. Asher observed the demon appearing behind him. What is this hatred? Is this the guy who hasn't climbed the tower for a year? Why does he hate Lord Carmen so much? Tun and Vulcan took the chance to ambush when he spoke. Who are you, you devil? But he sensed it. A purple explosion erupted right in front of Jin Hyuk. Behind the smoke was Asher's casual smile. Alright. He had grabbed Tun and Vulcan by the neck. You guys can't be enlightened, right? And confidently stated. But with this power gap, not yet. Being enlightened will be even more painful. Both of them were in pain from his grip strength. Suddenly a huge dragon shadow covered them. Hendrik, giant dragon version, landed hard. Then opened his eyes wide sensing something. It turned out Asher blocked his claw with just one hand. A strong dragon. But now I have the power of the 9 stars with me. His legs dipped slightly to jump up. Then gently slammed Hendrik onto the ground. He scoffed. The power of a lesser king's lineage cannot compare to the lesser kings themselves. You will pay for challenging them. And will die here. Suddenly heart bubbles appeared from somewhere. Asher lowered his head sensing his body was bound. While wondering which monster noticed him, Miho was widening her eyes releasing spiritual power. He pondered, that kid? This inverted power. Is she a child of a spirit beast? Unknowingly, Jin Hyuk right behind was raising his sword high. He growled, get lost, Carmen's puppet. Then decisively slashed down, splitting Asher in 2. Amidst his body appeared smoke, finally merging and popping out. The guy mocked. Ha ha ha. He opened his eyes wide. That attack was everything I had. Yet he could still recover after being attacked? He responded without a scratch. Now no attack can kill me. A small light appeared on his fingertip. So it's my turn now, right? It turned into a tornado, finally growing directly into a fireball. According to Asher. Holy punishment. Jin Hyuk realized it was nothing like before. Hurriedly shouting, everyone run. Miho panicked, raising her hand, brother. A giant beam shot straight out from the sphere. The ground was destroyed and blown up. When it ended, the ground was hot enough to still have flames and smoke. Jin Hyuk tried to push himself up, damn it. My body can't move. His pupils constricted hearing someone say, you're awake. Asher was grabbing Miho by the neck. You woke up just in time. Jin Hyuk shouted anxiously. Miho looked at her fallen teammates, Hendrik and Haru. They all lost? Asher smiled sarcastically. Your rebellion failed, demon mask. The moment you betrayed the 9 stars. You already lost. He glared, pondering, lost? Jin Hyuk lay there stiffly in a place like this. I couldn't even get close to him. Only to lose at the hands of Carmen's henchmen like this? His gaze was sharp and determined, not losing to them. Again, I won't accept it. Suddenly Asher squeezed Miho's neck harder. You first. Insolent spirit beast. The girl screamed, tears welling up. Brother. I can't breathe. Jin Hyuk furiously ordered, stop. A pink screen appeared confusing Asher. The text kept changing, the 9-tailed fox says. How dare you? When it disappeared, Miho lowered her head repeating. How dare you? By the time she looked up, it was Gumiho. Touch someone else's child? 9-tails radiated bright pink energy. Amidst the purple light screen, the girl being strangled, face darkened with rage, uttered, how dare you? Miho looked up, facial features gradually changing, revealing a different appearance. With cold eyes flaring up, killing intent roared, touch someone else's child? Then, she looked straight at him, strangling her with sharp eyes, and transformed. Glowing tails appeared behind, radiating terrifying oppressive aura. Asher's glowing gold body twitched, hurriedly letting go. Gritting teeth, what? He leaped into the air. Eyes fixed on her, thinking, this relaxed posture. Could it be? A transcendent entity of the tower above us? Gumiho tilted her head, smirking meaningfully. At the same time slowly raising a finger. Along with a light appearing. Blinding light swept through, illuminating Asher's furious golden eyes. At this moment Jin Hyuk also squinted, body tense watching it shine through. Suddenly a blinding explosion erupted. White-purple light spread, sweeping through everything, shaking the ground. Now in a desolate remote area. Withered trees and gloomy quiet atmosphere. 70th floor, Black Forest. A flash of light tore through the night, causing dust to rise thickly behind the mist. Foxtails wrapped tightly slowly opened. Gumiho stood in the middle. She herself wrapped the 3 and brought them here. Haru sat on the ground, eyes bewildered, looking suspiciously, speaking, Miho? No. You are the 9-tailed fox, right? She smiled softly, speaking. Hello. This is your first time seeing me, right? Jin Hyuk, clutching his injured arm, frowned slightly, staggering up, asking. Where am I? Gumiho crossed arms over chest, declaring. 70th floor, Black Forest. Haru shouted in amazement, 70th floor? How did we get this high? She closed one eye. Opened one eye, thinking about the tower, explaining. Climbing floors isn't the only way to go up the tower. There are many shortcuts to reach higher floors. But you can't get stats like climbing the tower. Therefore, you still have to go down to the floors suitable for your level. Then she turned her gaze toward Haru and continued. You haven't climbed to the 100th floor? But you were born and raised there, right? Hearing this made her startle and realize, Hendrik in the back. Gumiho propped her sword on the ground, struggling to stand up to confirm. Wait, is this place really the Black Forest? He delivered his sharp words. In front of everyone. This is an unknown territory. Surrounded by barren land and filled with dark creatures. Why bring us to a place that is hard to locate? And where it's easy to get lost? Jin Hyuk had a different thought and spoke up. No, that's exactly why this place is safe. Gumiho excitedly raised a finger in agreement. As expected, you catch on quickly. Suddenly he noticed her finger was trembling slightly. Violently. She looked at her hand, struggling to speak. I'm reaching my limit. I am an entity who is not allowed to directly intervene in the world of the tower climbers. I can only help you escape through this, child. She looked at Haru, Jin Hyuk, and Hendrik in turn and warned. But this is just a temporary measure. They will find you again and come to kill you next. Gumiho, using her determined gaze to give a warning. At your current rate of growth, you cannot confront them. You must become stronger, faster. Jin Hyuk frowned, asking curiously and urgently. So what should we do? The method you said could make us stronger quickly. Is it here? Tell me. She crossed her arms, her eyes calm. Her tails fading away as she said. Sorry, time is up. From now on, you'll have to hear the rest from him. Finally, she smiled. Goodbye, see you later. He hadn't heard everything he wanted, so he hurriedly reached out and ran towards her. Wait, hold on. But it was too late. Gumiho immediately vanished, returning to Miho's small fox form. The girl closed her eyes tight, falling unconscious. Haru quickly stepped forward to catch her. Got her. He looked at Miho in Haru's arms and thought. Him? Who were you talking about, Gumiho? Suddenly, a sharp flash of light flew past his face. Jin Hyuk agilely dodged to the side, avoiding the arrow as it struck the ground. 2 people holding bows in the trees shouted. Who is it? Who dares to enter our Black Forest? A woman with her face covered in elf ears raised her bow, warning, outsiders, leave here immediately. Or else. From behind the cloth, a surprised sound rang out. Huh? Jin Hyuk raised his hand, casting a skill to prepare to fight back. It won't work. We need to find something here. One of them removed her mask and muttered. I didn't expect us to meet like this. He and Haru exclaimed in unison, you are. Then they shouted, Elion. She happily greeted them. Long time no see, demon face. Elion landed beside them and apologized. We are still a bit wary of outsiders. He shook his head. It's fine. But did you establish a force? She frowned awkwardly. It can't really be called a force. Thinking of the people with ears and outfits. Like herself, she explained, just a few dark elves. All they can do is guard this forest. She looked up with a proud expression. But we have faith. Jin Hyuk looked up in her direction. A light appeared, making him shout in surprise. That is Elion. Turned around, her back facing the huge tree. Overflowing with light, and excitedly introduced, Yggdrasil. It is the New World tree that has given us power. Hendrik looked at it in disbelief. Haru stood next to him, eyes wide, speechless. Wow. She smiled from ear to ear, excited. This is nothing. The real Yggdrasil is actually much bigger. Then her expression changed, and she asked in a low, probing voice. Now it's your turn. How did you end up like that and get here? Faced with such a question, he just remained silent, clenching his fists. A while later, Miho was lying on a small, soft bed, surrounded by the echoing sounds of discussion. So, one of the 9 stars, the Holy Star, intervened. And they have a direct subordinate wielding that power? Hendrik crossed his arms. Along with everyone in the room. He recounted, we only got here thanks to Gumiho. She told us to find a way to defeat them here. Elion frowned, clarifying. So it has to be that power? Haru sat on the side, worried and hesitant. I know this is a brazen request. But please, we beg you. With determined eyes and a sincere voice, she made the request. Can you fight alongside us? Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was alone outside. Leaning against the railing, he was deep in thought. Silently unhappy, frowning in thought. Recalling the image of Axer with that mysterious golden energy. I was helpless against the power granted to Axer. Next was the sudden appearance of Gumiho. If not for Gumiho, I would have died. And thinking of the words he triumphantly spoke. You have lost. Memories of the masked demon flood back, making him grind his teeth in anger. Clenching his fists, damn it. I need more power. Suddenly a sound rang out in his head. I sense an unfamiliar energy source. Jin Hyuk was startled, stepping back to search. Where the voice is coming from. Were you sent by Basil and Gumiho? His face beaded with sweat, he smiled forcefully and replied. I don't know who you are. But aren't you a bit familiar? Compared to when we first met? He turned around looking frantically. Unknowingly his back was facing the New World tree. First time? We met a long time ago. What are you talking about? Seeing he still hadn't realized. It spoke up to introduce, my name is Jin Hyuk. Hearing that, he hurriedly turned around and looked up in astonishment. The completely new power you are seeking is me. Elion slammed his hand down on the end of the table, muttering. An all-out war with the 9 stars? Then he put his hand on his chest excitedly. Of course we must participate. The dark elves will side with the one plotting against the heavens. Haru stood up happily. Really? Hendrik crossed his arms worriedly. Will it be okay? We don't really have the right to speak up. But that is too dangerous. She bowed her head slightly. I know, however. That I am standing here and can fight is thanks to the masked demon. No, it's thanks to that person. That Cha Jin Hyuk. Her eyes flashed with determination, speaking clearly. Moreover, if we have a common enemy, why shouldn't we join forces? Haru was happy and grateful, thank you. My brother will surely be very happy too. She suddenly fell silent, then spoke up. But her voice echoed outside. Where Jin Hyuk was standing on the balcony. Where is Cha Jin Hyuk? Hagriso saw him moving nimbly and spoke. You arrived quickly. Thanks. Jin Hyuk also replied quickly. Since you said that, how could I delay? He frowned, deepening his voice. Why did you call me here? Without hesitation, it answered immediately. I am interested in you. Hearing that, his face beaded with sweat, depressed. The ones in the tower who are interested in me are rarely normal. Suddenly the system. The ruler of 10,000 demons appeared and asked. Did you just mention him? System content changed. The ruler of 10,000 demons says that. You don't need to worry, he is on your side. He looked at the system panel in amazement. Disbelieving, on my side? Suddenly a light flashed from the tree trunk. Haji. Rachel held out a huge flower in front of him. Jin Hyuk was surprised. This is. It opened its petals to reveal a brilliant light source inside. A round orb full of dark energy. Fruit of the dark tree. It swayed slightly, accompanied by a warm deep voice. I will give it to you. He frowned with suspicion. Fruit of the world tree? Usually it is given to the royalty of high elves. He floated in the air, full of thought. But this is the dark tree, and the dark elves are a variant species born from demonic power. Then he glanced at its fruit. This thing is the crystallization of demonic power. Whoever eats it will gain enormous demonic power. Then he smirked, calculating, thinking of Aster. With it, I can defeat Aster. But ending his train of thought, he spoke suspiciously. Why are you giving it to me? Aren't you the god of elves? Shouldn't you give it to Elian? It didn't answer immediately but asked a question. Do you know about the time before the tower appeared? Hearing that, he was confused. Huh? It remembered a life formed from a goddess. Gil-Razo, my true form. Molded by a god. Existing before the tower. It was a gift for his creations, the elves. Jin Hyuk listened attentively, deducing. The god of elves is the father of the world tree? It constantly remembered the powerful person. Worshipped by everyone in the tribe. The god who devoted all his effort and love to the elves. Then it listed the superior characteristics of the tribe. Beautiful appearance. Ability to connect with spirits, long lifespan. They were even comparable to the 4 great races. Then it asked a question again. Do you know what the biggest weakness of a perfect existence is? He answered immediately, arrogance. Hagriso shook slightly in agreement and thought of the elves. Looking at itself in the water, it continued, exactly. They were too obsessed with their own beauty. Then isolated themselves and shunned other races. An image of being alone, caring for no one else. Deep in its mind. Because they were too satisfied with what they had. It hesitated, thinking about those who looked towards the tower. Then thought about the tribe and felt depressed. There's no way they would climb the tower. Enthusiastically like other races. Finally. It deepened its voice, mentioning the result caused by that. So after thousands of years, the number of elves who successfully climbed the tower is 0. Jin Hyuk opened his eyes wide in surprise upon hearing that. Shouting loudly, what? It continued to extend the branch, bearing the fruit towards him and asked. Why do you think God created living beings and forced them to climb the tower? He glanced at the system. For them to become gods and strengthen that person's power. Like this guy here. It displayed the content, are you dissatisfied? Like a Q&A game, Hagriso said. So if a servant is paid, but still fails to meet the master's requirements, what would you do? He clenched his fist. Calmly giving a firm answer. Obviously eliminate that person. Then replace them with someone more obedient. As he finished speaking, he realized the implication and was startled. Impossible. It understood what he was about to say and thought of Elian. That's right, that person placed hope in me and the dark elves. In Elian. Image of an elf sitting on a chair with an angel full of evil schemes, feeling sorrowful. The other elves have become too depraved. They are shaking hands with the 4 great races to overthrow the order of the tower. As Hagriso spoke, it was also when Jin Hyuk stiffened. Immediately, the image of the common group appeared. The center of this is the 9 stars. The strongest humans are also your enemies. He regained his composure and continued listening. Unfortunately, Elian is not yet strong enough to receive my power. Therefore, pausing a bit, it spoke again. I want to entrust it to you. The one plotting against the heavens. The system panel appeared. Father of the World Tree proposes a contract. Condition, unite the Dark Elves. Reward, fruit of the Dark Tree. Jin Hyuk looked at the content and smiled. Finally decided, quickly taking the fruit from the tree. Happily said, how could I refuse this offer? System showed a notification, accepted. Warning. The fruit of the Dark Tree contains a very powerful demonic force. Be careful when absorbing. He looked at it. Radiating abundant energy in the palm of his hand. Muttering, that's right. If I just carelessly eat it, the demonic power will erode this body. Hagriso moved, reaching out. At the same time, the system appeared. Father of the World Tree offers help. He glanced in the direction of its movement. branches from it entwined, forming a large circle surrounding him. Jin Hyuk nodded, implicitly realizing its intention. I understand, if I let these branches absorb, it will block some of the demonic power affecting my body. After that, reaching out to open a space using spiritual power in his body, then whispered, summon Balkan, tune. He looked at the dark energy of the Hagriso fruit. Said, I'm preparing to absorb energy from it. I will go all out. Then turned his face towards them. Ordered, in the meantime, protect me. Until I completely master the power. Or until everything is done. Balkan nodded, accepting the order, understood. Toon put his hand on his chest respectfully, as you wish, sir. Jin Hyuk's whole body radiated surging purple magic. In the air, the Hagriso fruit, surging with energy, hovered and spun slowly. He frowned and spoke, absorb. At this moment, running feet did not stop. Elian and Hendrik ran after Haru. She spoke up, you don't know the way, where are you going? Haru didn't care, just walking and shouting, brother, brother. He jumped onto the cliff, pointed far away, making her look there. A huge swirl of power, wrapped in branches, interwoven densely, along with a voice ringing out. The demonic energy is too intense. He went inside and it became like that. Haru looked up, slightly surprised. This demonic energy is so clear. When she was about to call his name, a loud explosion occurred behind him. After the explosion, the thick dust gradually cleared, revealing the ground, cracked with flickering light, piercing through the thick mist. A bright golden figure approached. After knocking the two elves away, he spoke coldly. How dare you hide from the punishment of the stars? Axar frowned angrily, eyes flashing, deepening his voice, and hiding in here? This time I will teach you a lesson. The injured person lay groaning on the ground, ugh, ugh. Neck squeezed tight, making that person groan, ah. Axar gripped her neck, speaking disdainfully, a dark elf. You guys can live thanks to the mana in your bodies. Elf spoke with difficulty. How did you know to come straight here? He replied smugly. The eyes and ears of the 9 stars are everywhere in the tower. Places where it's hard to find clues are actually easier to investigate. Suddenly changed the subject. Alright, if you don't want to die, call Masked Demon out here. Beg him to save you. Hand applied more force, causing her pain. Unknown when. Beside the two people appeared a giant black dragon. It didn't hesitate to attack straight into the middle of the battle. He managed to escape before the black dragon's dangerous strike. Axar saw the arrival and smirked, ah, Hendrik and Haru? Timely saved her and heard his greeting. Is it you guys? Body floating in the air, exploding with energy. He spoke in confusion, strange. At least you should bring that masked demon, or that mysterious creature here. She stared at him, thinking, since that incident, Miho hasn't woken up yet. Maybe it's due to the side effects of receiving the power of the 9-tailed fox. She continued. She can hardly help us in that form again. He looked up at the tall tree absorbing evil energy. And judged, I'm not sure. But it seems the magic power. Above the world tree is Cha Jin Hyuk. Where the black aura gathers, there's a vague silhouette. Seems he ate something high level again. Then clutching the sword in his hand, he made a decision. Then I just need to do one thing. Hendrik's eyes exuded determination, try to hold out. Until Cha Jin Hyuk gets that power and returns. He threw the comatose person over. Take her away. She blankly received the person, ah. She panicked and denied. No, we have to try until Orbioni returns. He turned his head and shouted, now it's useless for you to stay. Do you understand? She stood there wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. Axar slowly stepped forward, deducing. It seems the masked demon is plotting something. If so, he raised the arm that had gathered energy, declaring, I will kill you all. He won't be able to appear either. Hendrik swung his sword, slashing straight into the opponent's move. He kept urging, go, listen to me, hurry up. While he was vigorously charging forward, she turned and ran away. He spoke loudly while parrying, no chance. Suddenly his arm was hit by several arrows. A girl flew in from afar, shooting arrows threateningly. How dare you attack my people? Elian opened her mouth to warn. You have declared war on the dark elves. He told himself. This magic is not like masked demons. It controls my regeneration ability. Magic and holy power oppose each other. If I keep getting hit by it, I'll be in trouble. Concluding. Then, He rushed forward roaring, "I will kill you first." Seeing that, she whispered a complaint, "He's too fast." She prepared to fight back. Immediately stopped by a sword. Hendrik blocked his powerful arm for her. His eyes began to glow. His voice determined, "I will stop you." A red orb of spiritual energy overflowed from his mouth. He was astonished. This is a dragon heart. He knew that exploding energy. That is dragon breath. Hand still nimbly attacking another direction. He tried to reach out and called, "Run, Elian." She raised her bow in terror, "Damn it, what is that?" But her head was still grabbed by that hand. Quickly. It increased force, pressing her hard into the ground. Then pushed her a long distance amidst the thick dust. Her body collided continuously, causing a large explosion. Her helpless body was stopped by a tree trunk. In her ear were his words presenting himself. "I am their leader." His hand was ready, "I told you." His injuries healed miraculously, "I will kill you first. From now on, your fate is sealed." Exotic creature that disobeyed. God. Axer now noticed the change of the great tree. "Oh, this energy." He pointed a finger up, confirming. "So you are there, masked demon." Hendrik took the chance to sneak attack. Cannot let him attack Cha Jin Hyuk. He uttered a challenge, "Your opponent is me. If you dare touch our guild master, I will take your life." He laughed sarcastically. Loyalty is truly touching. Hand rolling with spiritual power, inviting, "Try it." He unleashed a sword stance strong as a dragon. To fight against the holy power. The two sides collided, creating a huge shockwave. Destroying everything. The dust cleared. Leaving two people standing opposite each other in a sinkhole. He half knelt on the ground. Praising, "You dragon, not bad. Just need to perfect it a bit more." That move would be fatal. Axer's figure was clearly reflected through a round hole. His stomach had a large hole but he still gritted his teeth. "Are you done talking?" Hendrik's eyes grew colder as he ordered. "Attack, I can still fight." He lost an arm but still pointed at the dragon species. "Is a proud creature. Not because you are a dragon. At least you should be able to endure like that." Glowing finger pointed at him and judged. "Wasting that gifted body. Just for a piece of trash like masked demon. That is the reason for your defeat." He was silent for a moment then smiled. "Worry about yourself." Accompanied by his sound. "Because it will surely be very painful." There was a swordsman suddenly appearing behind him. Countless sword lights aimed at a single target. Haru shouted loudly, hands ceaselessly slashing out sword lights. Axer was hit, unable to believe it. "Impossible. She attacks so fast that my regeneration ability can't keep up?" She laughed wildly. This is the legacy left by the Oni. In her mind, a man reminded her, "It's useless. You are merely buying a little more time." He crossed his arms looking down. When she goes berserk, she can overwhelm him for a short time. But it won't last long. She cannot defeat his regeneration ability. He pointed to the sky. Holy power is being continuously maintained from up there. So if the power source doesn't disappear, you guys cannot win. Even if the guy wearing my mask returns, it won't change anything. She was silent for a moment then sighed, "Perhaps so." He shouted loudly, urging. "Then run quickly, you are the last Oni. Do you want to die in vain with them? Without avenging your race?" "Why," she told herself. "After I was saved by him in the castle of the Goblin Lord, I have always stood behind him, along with the others, and was protected by them." Then evaluated in her heart. "I have been helped a lot, and haven't repaid their kindness yet." She clenched her hand saying Brother Jin Hyuk won't give up. "But we'll find a way." "I believe so and will buy time for him." Haru gritted her teeth attacking him continuously like a storm. Hendrik struggled to stand firm against the shockwave. He covered his face exclaiming she is too strong, but he saw that right now her eyes were bleeding. She has reached her limit. Can't maintain that power any longer. Move after move. Unleashed by her, just a little more. A little more. I need to hold him off a little longer. She is encouraging herself. I need to protect this place. Until he returns. Her hand holding the sword was suddenly grabbed. Axer was nearly recovered, uttering ridicule. "Now you are slower than before." Then he threw a punch that sent her flying, body colliding violently making her gasp in pain. He floated in the air, declaring, "Sir Ken and Carmen's decision was very correct. If we just ignored you guys, you would interfere with the 9 Stars plan." He gathered energy in his hand. raised it high and judged. I will kill all of you right here. The power orb grew bigger and bigger. She could only blink watching the event happen. I don't even have the strength to move anymore. Hendrik cursed with difficulty, damn it. Dodge quickly, Haru. She gritted her teeth tight. Tears falling, Brother Jin Hyuk, I'm sorry. The orb of light started being swallowed. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Around Hagriso it was strangely quiet. He looked left and right searching for something. I am sure I used the light of the holy form to burn them. Axer only had time to open his mouth to ask what happened when he took a punch to the face. Jin Hyuk arrived in time, knocking him away. Him out with just one blow. The trees behind fell over as he crashed in. He repeated without emotion. What happened, huh? The shape-shifting beast slowly engulfed the holy power. He calmly pointed out, this matter here. Haru, tears blurring her vision, called out Brother Jin Hyuk. He praised his friends. Haru, Hendrik, you two did well. Glancing at the rising light figure. He bit his lip complaining, the bastard is as persistent as a leech. Two figures appeared behind him responding lively. Take them to a safe place. Do we need to fight? Don't worry. I have Gluttony, looking at the pitch-black monster in front. He questioned him. What have you done? He calmly listed, that terrible amount of demonic power. And that disgusting-looking thing too. He swung his hand to attack but was countered. Why don't you check it yourself? He was amazed at its speed, that thing is too fast. He was in pain when his arm was bitten. Arg, the monster flashed by tearing his arm off. Carmen immediately sensed the unusual arm. She broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a large amount of holy power was consumed. Over there he also saw that. Am I being absorbed by him? Moreover, Axer only had time to wonder, where did he get such strong demonic power? While his body was beaten mercilessly, his disintegrating face mocked, useless. Even if you smash me into pieces, I will still. Before finishing the sentence he was silenced. The beast, under his control, bit him in half. Jin Hyuk agreed with that. I know you will keep reviving repeatedly. Every time you do that, Carmen will use a very large amount of holy power. He continued, Gluttony is a thing created from a fragment of my soul and demonic power. And like me, it is very gluttonous. He squeezed his neck explaining, in other words. His eyes became sharp. It can continuously tear apart and swallow you. Until it drags Carmen. The one linked to you, down here. The injured part. Healed quickly, he stammered in fear. No, no, he almost begged, no, Lord Carmen. Stop, please don't transfer holy power to me anymore. His eyes were full of death, it's too late. He raised his hand gently ordering, swallow him whole. She panicked cursing, what is happening? Her whole body dissolved. Only the angry roar remained, Axer. The gloomy sky cracked open in patches. A ray of light pierced through the crack falling straight to the ground. Someone's groaning voice rang out. That person knelt on the ground muttering. What, exactly, she screamed in anger. What the hell is going on? He smiled sarcastically. Finally we meet again. He criticized, glancing at her, 15 years have passed. Looks like your face is even uglier than before. She frowned tight, growling every word, masked demon. His face under the mask was covered in frost. It's time for you to pay the price. Carmen shifted back to the time 15 years ago. Taylor ran while glancing at the monsters behind. He shouted, damn it. You can still exert all that magic power? Under the suffocating pressure of purple energy, gravity seemed to dissolve, tearing the earth and throwing it up into the air in a chaotic storm. Taylor screamed in despair, Cha Jin Hyuk. On this side, Jin Hyuk was tiredly panting. Body. His tattered body knelt amidst the ruined battlefield. Jin Hyuk looked at the figure approaching. Voice hateful. Traitor, you. He screamed in anger along with resentment. That is a bone statue appearing. I'm going to die like this? Jin Hyuk summoned strength. Then used strength to shout at the bone statue. A soldier. Bone soldier jumped forward on command. Hand. Giant skeletal hand wrapped in bandages. Tattered releasing lightning. Golden spiritual power. Seeing it attack. Carmen exploded with power knocking away the bone soldier. She screamed piercingly, don't struggle in vain anymore. Looking at the situation, he grit his teeth thinking. Jin Hyuk used the remaining strength to revive it. Finally he opened his mouth, is it over? Carmen's slender legs stepped in front of Jin Hyuk. She replied softly like a declaration, yeah, your own end. Carmen raised her hand, pointed at him smiling then continued. In the name of the 9 stars. I will take your life. She waved her hand lightly, goodbye Cha Jin-hyuk. The power beam rushed straight to Jin-hyuk. Although his body was pierced by brilliant golden energy blades. Brilliant. But the eyes hidden behind his mask still shone with unyielding spirit. Jin-hyuk spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Eyes rolled back wide in pain. End of thoughts, back to reality. Carmen grit her teeth, hateful eyes looking up at him standing in front of her. Jin-hyuk's body radiated heavy killing intent. Time passed. Jin-hyuk spoke coldly, releasing a sentence, so? It's time to return the favor to you, right Carmen? Fog covered the dark night, swallowing the light, creating a barren forest full of hideous dry branches. She screamed in disbelief. Impossible, is this the Black Forest on the 70th floor? How could you bring me here? Jin-hyuk smirked, saying, yeah, normally it's impossible. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes to reflect. He had thought about that while absorbing the seed of Kagriso's darkness about how to defeat her. Even if Jin-hyuk possessed superior magic, then Axer, it wasn't certain he would win. As long as Carmen continued to supply power to him, Axer would keep reviving, an invulnerable entity. Believer empowered with that strength. The way to break that link. Then Jin-hyuk realized that we also have someone with power like that. Granting a powerful person rights to act freely in the tower. Extremely hard to see. The clearest is the contract binding between gods and their believers. So what if Jin-hyuk relied on that excuse? Doesn't Jin-hyuk also have the right to use the ace card reserved for believers? Thinking that, he gave the order. Carmen heard this and was extremely shocked. Quickly posing a question to him. You forced me to descend? Her face was as if she couldn't believe it. You used Axer to do that? Jin-hyuk's expressionless face looked down, continuing to speak. Because you are just an existence in the tower, completely different from true high gods. Your physical body was forced to descend. The plan you created from your own selfishness is the cause leading you to death. She lowered her head, corners of her mouth twitching up. Carmen couldn't help laughing loudly like a madwoman. She stomped her foot on the ground unwillingly. Then Carmen stood up. A brilliant golden power burst out, covering her whole body. She spoke up in response, saying that logic means you beat me, right? You are terribly mistaken. A newbie. Like you hasn't even climbed a corner of the tower. She pointed at Jin-hyuk, tone full of confidence. I will show you. Carmen raised her hand, the power behind suddenly exploded. She continued to threaten. What the power of someone standing at a high level is. 1 minute of glory, then suddenly extinguished. The aura behind Carmen disappeared. She froze in surprise. Blood from Carmen's eyes and mouth suddenly flowed down ceaselessly. She hurriedly covered her mouth, collapsing, sitting down. Carmen thought, why, she couldn't hold it back. Not yet finishing the thought. A punch like the sky. Jin-hyuk's figure rushed in, slamming straight into Carmen's face. By then she only finished thinking the last word, taking the full force of the 1,000-pound punch. Carmen's whole body was knocked backward, floating in midair, while the surrounding ground shattered into pieces. The terrible impact force caused her body to embed straight into the bedrock, causing it to crack and sink deep into a giant crater. Amidst the dust and smoke, Jin-hyuk landed from above. He said coldly, probably when you fell your head hit the ground, so you don't remember. This is the 70th floor. Place where hundreds of penalties from other floors crashed down. You. She sat slumped on the ground, looking at Jin-hyuk with hateful eyes. Thinking about you risking using power here. Truly hopeless. Carmen frowned in annoyance. What thought appeared in her head? Carmen had déjà vu that look with a person she had never met before. Staring at the murderous aura in front, Carmen feared something. Jin-hyuk's face appeared with a smile like a rakshasa. Seeing him, Carmen's pupils constricted. She grit her teeth, hissing, die. Carmen waved her hand, shooting an energy beam at him. She screamed, you are not allowed to use those eyes to look at me. In the moment of life and death, he exploded all his dark power. Brilliant purple magic like a scythe of death pierced towards Jin-hyuk. Summoned gluttony. It opened its large mouth. The bright golden power flew straight to confront, but was gradually sucked inside, seeming like having no effect. Her face tensed up. Carmen thought annoyedly. Absorbed all my attacks? Jin Hyuk with glowing eyes glided close to her in an instant. His hand was wrapped in brilliant purple nebula, and sharp claws were squeezing space, signaling a destructive blow about to be unleashed. Immediately, Jin Hyuk's darkness awakened. His face was obscured by the terrifying demon mask. A destructive punch was ready to land on Carmen. Life and death was decided when two extremes, one white one black, collided in the confrontation, finally tearing apart all limits of space. Terrible force threw her into the air. Carmen put both hands in front of her chest, blocking her body. Started to feel the change. Is her body being corroded by demonic energy? Impossible. Unless it's not magic similar to. Looking at this wound seems familiar. Carmen realized immediately, is it the Four Emperors? Carmen glanced at Jin Hyuk's figure approaching from behind. She screamed in her heart. No. A black hole of magic swirled deep into space. The forest of death appeared. The center was a blinding light. Carmen fell freely with no support above. Jin Hyuk, hand covering the power source, preparing to strike down. After a while, she slammed her body onto the rock below. Carmen screamed in panic and despair. You dare touch my body? I will tear you into 100 pieces. Something passed by catching Carmen's attention, that light. A blinding golden light flower exploded, carrying pure destructive energy. Jin Hyuk raised a hand confidently, declared, it is the amount of magic I absorbed from you. He smirked as if the outcome was predetermined, returning the item to its owner. The source of dark power formed a giant golden pillar of light, crashing down thunderously from above, as if wanting to crush everything below to dust. Jin Hyuk shouted, heavenly punishment. That power struck straight down, exploding violently, tearing the ground, leveling every obstacle in the range. The figure. Jin Hyuk stood alone, looking down from above, observing the remnants of the battle just now. As if remembering something, he opened his mouth. Right. This is my revenge after 15 years. In the air rang out a cry. The 7 demon faces destroyed the enemy. It's time, take the injured away. Haru looked towards the bursting light. She said softly. Summoning a 9-star? Unbelievable. Toon happily turned his head, shouting. The enemy has been weakened by the penalty. We can win. However, Hendrik had different thoughts. He pondered. Even if she is penalized, a climber who has surpassed the 600th floor is very strong. She won't admit defeat easily. On this side, Carmen had risen, rushing very fast towards Jin Hyuk, as if wanting to counterattack. She roared loudly, you bastard. His face did not change color, agilely leaning to dodge the blow Carmen threw, utilizing the momentum, flying backwards. A giant golden light explosion incinerated the entire forest of death. Jin Hyuk stood high, calmly speaking, right, Carmen? I would be very annoyed if things ended like this. She still aggressively reminded, don't look down on me, I am. Carmen's hand was covered by a brilliant power stream, swirling violently, signaling a shocking counterattack. She declared, the strongest human. Carmen launched a palm strike, a 9-star. Carmen struck a powerful blow, crushing the ground. The terrifying shock force turned earth and rock into fragments, simultaneously, cracking open glowing red lava fissures. The ground shattered, revealing burning lava flows, and uncontrollable berserk firepower, turning the battlefield into a giant smelter. Lava rolled, swirling up high like tornadoes, wanting to incinerate everything. Jin Hyuk glided fast in the air, avoiding injury. He grit his teeth, cursing silently, that idiot. Below, the explosion was spreading. All those present panicked and ran. Echoing in the air was a cry for help. The aftershock has reached here. Run. Save me, Elian. Urging everyone, climb onto Darji Rachel's branch, quickly. Attacks using holy power should not be able to harm Darji Rachel. Haru, supporting Hendrik, also looked up, following the lava vortex. She opened her mouth, brother. Carmen looked at Jin Hyuk nervously, thinking, masked demon. He also looked at her as if communicating with his eyes. You know it too, right? That this attack cannot be maintained forever. Everything happened in a split second. Amidst the red-hot firestorm, she unleashed an attack with terrifying speed. He laughed inwardly. Wonderful. Carmen is using her power forcibly, even while being penalized. She clenched her fist. All the fiery energy was compressed into a fatal punch, creating a violent fireball. with destructive heat. On this side, Jin Hyuk was the same. Dark power was gathering, ready to be released. Two streams of power collided head-on, creating an explosion. Intense light tore through space and reached the limit. An eye of chaos appeared in the center of the explosion, swallowing all light. Carmen declared boldly. "Ha, you are just an insect beneath my feet. If I fight with a bit more sincerity." While gloating, something caught her attention. Turning her head to look, Jin Hyuk opened his cloak. From his center, a giant white snake poured out. It opened its mouth as if to swallow Carmen whole. Jin Hyuk roared, "Carmen!" Wherever the white snake slithered, the ground shattered. He landed and continued, "Oh, you're saying that line again." Jin Hyuk mocked, "Carmen, you are getting worse compared to 15 years ago. Is it because you gave up climbing and decided to leech off the 4 great families?" Suddenly the snake's head burst into flames. He paused, disbelieving what was happening before his eyes. Its body was torn apart under her explosive power. Carmen shouted in anger. "Shut up! What do you know to say such words?" A brilliant yellow energy ball, wrapped in molten fire, exploded, knocking Jin Hyuk away. The barren rocky area just now had turned into a sea of lava. He nimbly dodged the attack, standing high up, pondering. Even if this is the reincarnation of a saintess, it is impossible to ignore the punishment God gave her. Forever. The more power she uses, the greater the penalty. System notification, warning, you have been penalized. She shouted, "Shut up, I know." Carmen smirked, grinning. "I just need to kill him and my body will regenerate." Carmen now had lost her reason. She let out a piercing scream. "We are just acting rationally. We just chose a faster path to become strong and comfortable. Unlike that idiot Cha Jin Hyuk." He let out a light breath. Jin Hyuk slowly drew his sword. He asked a half-hearted question, "Is that so?" Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk slashed a powerful line down, cutting off the fiery hands reaching out. He was startled, looking up with demonic purple eyes. She was unleashing a powerful strike from above. Knowing it was too late, Jin Hyuk could only blink and watch. As expected, Carmen exploded with power rushing straight at him, knocking Jin Hyuk backward. He swung his sword trying to support his body. After stabilizing, Jin Hyuk spoke, "Judging by how you are using these mediocre skills, it doesn't look like you at all. Seems like you are in a hurry." He looked around, seeing something unusual. Jin Hyuk thought, "What? She isn't attacking? What is she plotting?" Before he could finish his thought, Carmen lunged with terrifying speed. She grabbed his head tightly. Carmen smiled triumphantly, saying, "I caught you." Masked demon couldn't resist. Jin Hyuk could only blink. She took the mask off his face. Carmen continued, "Let me see how your wonderful face looks." Looking at the figure in front, her red pupils constricted in shock. He took the opportunity to jump back, escaping Carmen's control. She spoke up, asking, "You? Are you serious? Cha Jin Hyuk?" Jin Hyuk then spoke up. "How did you recognize me when my voice and face have changed? Could it be you improved your spiritual power when you were with me? Or is it just instinct? If not, then..." He continued, "Do you still recognize your teammate? The person you spent a long time with?" Carmen angrily pointed at him, screaming, "Don't avoid it by changing the subject. Tell me clearly, who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk gave a cold smile. He replied, "Fine, I am Cha Jin Hyuk." He smiled savagely and continued, "I walked through death's door and returned to beat all of you to a pulp." Jin Hyuk swung his sword forward, attacking. He asked, "Why? Now you want to beg?" Similarly on this side, Carmen also rushed in. She replied, "Don't be so absurd." The two slashed a powerful line together. Two opposing energy sources, a burning orange-yellow fire stream and a dark purple power stream, collided violently, creating a battle of light and darkness that shook heaven and earth. Carmen's face was full of bewilderment. She seemed not to believe what was happening. "Impossible. He died. I am sure of it." Finally Carmen screamed, declaring, "I will personally tear you into pieces. Cha Jin Hyuk. A ghost shouldn't exist in this world anymore." She rushed in without hesitation, slashing down hard as if to finish him immediately. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, "Damn it." Behind Carmen, A gloomy power stream like a blade shot up, catching her attention. Immediately after, Carmen's hand was cut off and flew in another direction. She hurriedly landed, riding on a giant golden flame hand. To support her body, Carmen calculated silently, that arm of hers. Carmen needed to create another one, using holy power again. But suddenly remembering something, she stiffened. Wait. Carmen looked at the item in Jin Hyuk's hand, wondering, what is that mask he is holding? He looked at her. Jin Hyuk smirked, then slowly put the mask on. Behind the mask, a magic circle around his eye glowed. Jin Hyuk summoned the power combat eyes. Finished speaking, he shot forward like lightning with terrifying speed. Jin Hyuk roared, Carmen. She gritted her teeth, blinking at Jin Hyuk. He swung his sword up, continuing, I will cut off your head. Jin Hyuk's pupils suddenly widened because of Carmen's next action. You. Jin Hyuk was surprised. She bit his sword. Carmen used strength to shatter his sword blade and hissed, word by word, cha. Jin Hyuk. A blinding light formed from brilliant rainbow energy rings suddenly flashed from the sea of molten lava. A burning orange-red firepower stream was rolling up like a tornado, shaking violently. The pillar of fire energy shot straight up to the sky, powerfully. Carmen and Jin Hyuk stood within the circle of power, still not stopping their clash, neither yielding to the other. Two opposite power sources collided. Carmen gritted her teeth, asking, if you came back to life, you should have stayed silent and lived peacefully on Earth. Why did you come here? Jin Hyuk smirked, replying immediately. I told you, to get revenge. He used strength to fling Carmen's body away, then shouted, and I will destroy the 4 great royal families that supported you. After Jin Hyuk's fling, she crouched down, digging her hands into the ground to steady herself. Carmen said hatefully, you are truly crazy. Looking at Carmen's condition now, Jin Hyuk made a judgment, she is weak now. Finally she has reached her limit. Cannot endure the penalty anymore. With that body, she can only attack one more time. While ignoring the penalty, he started calculating, if Jin Hyuk can strike this blow accurately, if he can destroy it, then this is Jin Hyuk's victory. From Carmen's body, a burning orange-yellow energy halo erupted. The ground around also shattered into rubble because of it. Her eyes glowed, shouting, Cha Jin Hyuk. The place where you should be is inside a dark grave. I will send you back there. Carmen raised her hands high. Above, a burning lava sphere, rolling with fire power pouring out like it was about to explode. Over there Elian suddenly looked up. She didn't believe what was happening. What? What is that? She shouted loudly. I have never seen such holy power before. We need to run away. Even if we do that, it's too big. Elian predicted the situation. If something that big falls down, the entire dark forest will be destroyed. Hendrik spoke up. So we run away? A voice cut in, no. Haru stepped closer to the fireball, continuing. Orabione is still fighting. Her eyes and voice were full of determination. I believe in him. Believe that he will win. Inside the power zone, Jin Hyuk looked towards Carmen, thinking, I cannot block or dodge it. Then there is only one way. Jin Hyuk needs to use magic. Power stronger than that to counter it. Just one moment. I just need one moment. Jin Hyuk just needs to focus magic power, surpassing Carmen's divine power. Seeing him not acting, she laughed as if holding victory in her hands. Done running around like an ant? Then die, Cha Jin Hyuk. He took a leap high up. Jin Hyuk flew towards her with terrible speed. Carmen widened her eyes in disbelief. What? He is rushing straight into it? He deepened his voice, saying, Unity, demonification. System displayed notification. Both divine power and skills are merging into a unified power. Unified power is transforming into demonic energy. Warning, maintaining this state may cause serious damage. Then the system quickly followed Jin Hyuk's words. Demonic energy. With the glowing intensity of the purple energy, tearing apart space. A deadly black swirling hole opened, signaling a destructive attack. The energy beam rushed straight to the location of the fireball, shining bright in the other corner. After the collision, the power stream exploded blindingly. A combination of red light and dim blue remnants. Vaguely, Jin Hyuk, like a demon of the night, stood tall after the attack just now. He reminded coldly. You can't do anything more. Carmen, not accepting defeat, shouted, What? His crazy eyes and demonic smile were covered by a powerful purple dark aura. Full of power, Jin Hyuk as if the result was predetermined. He uttered, "It's over, Carmen." System displayed notification. Divine power and demonic energy are currently merging into one body. Intellect unity, mental power is transforming into demonic energy. Warning. Maintaining this state can cause damage. After the warning, the system still had to activate according to the master's words. Demonic energy. Finally Jin Hyuk transformed and the demonic energy count was 259. Carmen stiffened, calculating. The attack I put all my strength into didn't even have an effect on him? And Carmen looked at Jin Hyuk's body full of power. Assessing his energy right now. Feels like a real demon. The collision of two extreme purple power streams created a glowing X piercing through space. Carmen widened her eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Jin Hyuk rushed in smiling, asking, "Why are you freezing up, Carmen?" She raised a hand to block, thinking, damn it. When did he get here? Without many words, his hand burning with power smashed straight into her body. Carmen's eyes went white as if losing focus. A fatal purple light beam shot straight down from the sky, making everything explode in an instant. Amidst the desolate terrain, a giant purple energy sphere burned in the center. Jin Hyuk from above projected energy down, decided to destroy everything. Carmen froze, trembling inside, scared. She lowered her head, disbelieving her current feelings. Carmen asked herself, is that fear? She clenched her hands, thinking on, in front of that bastard Cha Jin Hyuk? The guy who didn't climb the tower for a whole year? The more she looked, the more Carmen panicked mentally. Impossible. That is impossible. His deep hollow eyes looked straight at her. Carmen panicked, backing away, as if wanting to run away right now. Jin Hyuk asked coldly, what is that reaction? Jin Hyuk voiced Carmen's inner thoughts. You are scared? Like hitting the bullseye. Carmen gritted her teeth. Who? She screamed in anger. Who would be scared of a bastard spirit like you? I am the strongest human. A 9-star who conquered the 600th floor. I will become the ruler of this tower. After killing you. Her system continuously showed warnings. Warning, you have been issued a penalty. Carmen lost her reason, shouting, I don't care. A lot of brilliant and complex golden magic circles, with a spinning 6-pointed star shining. She roared as a declaration. Even if I die, I will kill you. Cha Jin Hyuk looked at her, being crazy like that. Jin Hyuk spoke up. You plan to risk it all for one last time? Around his body was wrapped a glowing purple dark aura, spreading powerfully like the wings of a death god. Jin Hyuk landed on the ground, then replied, fine. I will play with you to the end. Carmen exploded with cold power rushing in. Die, Cha Jin Hyuk. From the center of the magic circle, powerful energy beams with great destructive power shot out. Fire. Brilliant golden light, with energy rings and crosses, exploded in the air. On this side Jin Hyuk summoned a power sphere in his hand. Then he roared. Moment. Destructive collision of two opposing energy sources. One side was a purple lightning sphere, and the other was a bright golden flame. Created a light explosion. Not stopping yet. The sphere was still gnawing at the opponent's power. Outside Hendrik raised his hand, trying to support his body under the explosive force. From the sphere, he spoke up. Cha Jin Hyuk. Toon also worriedly shouted. My lord. Next to him Vulcan shouted annoyedly, bastard. Haru called out, Orabioni. The chaotic energy sphere. Combination of purple lightning and golden fire. Reached the limit and created a black hole, swallowing everything at the center. It was expanding, sucking in all surrounding light, and only leaving the deadly purple energy burning on the surface. The entire rocky terrain seemed to be completely demonized, soaked in dark purple energy, and full of electro-optical cracks. Jin Hyuk inside the mask panted tiredly. System displayed notification, you have suffered physical damage due to side effects of demonification. Recommendation. You should treat this condition as soon as possible. He smirked as if replying. Not yet, not done yet. This is the start of my revenge. Carmen was blown away, back pressed against a rock. After a while she collapsed, lying prone. Carmen thought to herself. She couldn't put all her power into her body. Jin Hyuk slowly walked towards her. He spoke coldly. Time to end this ill-fated relationship, Carmen. She suddenly burst into tears as if in great misery. Carmen looked at him trembling, begging, I'm sorry. Please spare me. I will do anything you want. I will give you the Holy Kingdom if you want. I will give you all the items and money I have, so please consider the time we climbed the tower together. We had a lot of fun. Carmen clasped her hands begging Jin Hyuk, please. Please forgive me. He coldly moved his sharp claws towards the clasped hands. Carmen's begging suddenly severed amidst her astonishment. Carmen seemed to realize something and glanced to observe, She hugged the hand emitting a stream of purple gas and screamed, the demonic energy is in my hand. Jin Hyuk expressionlessly said, forgive? He shouted angrily as if venting all his hatred. The person who could forgive you died 15 years ago. I will never forgive you. Carmen's hand was severed and flew backwards. She tremblingly hugged her arm looking at Jin Hyuk, speechless. Carmen turned around as if wanting to run to pick up the arm. She said, damn it. He coldly pointed his hand towards Carmen from behind. From the sharp claws shot a beam of energy, shooting at her legs. Carmen was attacked suddenly, fell down lying flat, clenching her hands. Then she panicked turning back to look and cried out. My legs, my legs. Before she could regain composure, a foot rushed in, landing straight on Carmen's face, deforming it. Jin Hyuk frantically seemed to want to crush her head under his foot. He didn't stop yet. Jin Hyuk used force to press Carmen down. After a while, he spoke coldly. You don't know how long I've waited for this day. With this, we can consider that we killed each other once. She hurriedly shouted to stop him, wait. Then, let me live as a spirit soldier. Don't you want to order me around as you please forever? Jin Hyuk continued, after you guys killed me, I determined to do one single thing. When I decided to climb the tower again, he recalled when he hatefully determined, just wait. Jin Hyuk will not turn you into summons. I will devour your souls, so that you can never be reborn again. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jin Hyuk confidently declared. I will devour your soul, Carmen. She screamed, stop, Cha Jin Hyuk, you mother ******. Carmen struggled, shouting and begging, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Carmen's face gradually sank deep into the hard rock layer. Carmen's head seemed to be being crushed under his foot. She cried out one last sound. Pillow. Finally. There was nothing left under Jin Hyuk's foot. From there only a faint blue smoke flew out. Carmen turned into a soul flying up to the sky. Her face full of anger shouted. You think I will just lie there and do nothing? I won't let you devour and end me. As Cha Jin Hyuk finished speaking, sharp fangs appeared in front of Carmen. She hurriedly dodged and said, again? It's this monster again. Carmen flew back, cursing, damn it. My soul is being sucked in. Jin Hyuk stood below watching. He reached out his hand and spoke, killing you once. Then Jin Hyuk clenched his hand. Continuing, doesn't satisfy me either. He deepened his voice ordering, devour her. Gluttony. Carmen couldn't escape Jin Hyuk's power. Her soul was swallowed into the mouth. Gluttony. Carmen only had time to shout one sentence, Cha. Jin Hyuk. After resolving her, he withdrew his power. System displayed notification, release demonification. All stats returned to normal. As if he had accomplished what he desired. He smirked. The mask and shell on Jin Hyuk's body gradually faded. Half of the glowing mask fell off. Like an ending. He bowed his head panting, thinking, finally. Jin Hyuk looked up and shouted loudly. Finally I have avenged, you traitor. Echoing in the air were curses full of hate. And anger. Bastard, bastard. After the release, he suddenly stiffened. Jin Hyuk thought, oh no, the consequences of demonification. Jin Hyuk couldn't move his body as he was about to faint. A shoulder arrived in time to catch him. Jin Hyuk saw the familiar figure of Haru approaching, draping his arm over her shoulder. On the other side Hendrik did the same. Everyone was present around. Jin Hyuk, Vulcan smiled and said. You really did it. You were too reckless. Hendrik continued, 1 down and 7 more to go. Haru sincerely said, congratulations, brother. Hearing those words, he suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then, Jin Hyuk smiled contently replying, thank you everyone. In the distance, Elian walked over. She complained, my black forest is in a mess. Looking at the ruins in front, Elian was dissatisfied. Complaining, winning is good. But if the new nest looks like this, he reassured her. Don't worry, I will help my best to restore this place. Since I made a deal with the mother of the world tree. To gather everyone. Jin Hyuk was serious, and don't worry about the funding. I have a reliable backer. Suddenly a notification appeared right above Elian's head. The Motherworld tree is telling you to bow your head. Immediately. She wondered, why? The system continued to display, saying that it wouldn't be strange if many other 9 stars appeared here at any time. Among them is another star of heaven who lost his family and will come to take revenge on you. It also says that if you fight Campello right now, you will die. Receiving the information, Jean Hyuk continued to lower his eyes as if thinking about something. Finally he spoke up. That's right, now we should hide and prioritize strengthening our power. Jean Hyuk smiled confidently. But this time, I won't retreat in disgrace anymore. I will give that bastard Pello a painful sucker punch. Scene change. Mysterious feet walking on barren rocky ground. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Behind the clouds, raindrops started falling on the sky area. Gloomy, rain pouring down like a waterfall. A figure stood under a giant ancient tree. Thinking, Carmen has disappeared. She was suddenly pulled down to the 70th floor and hasn't returned since. Under that rain, Ken Pello appeared. And Pello observed the surroundings while walking. Then made a judgment. The traces of destruction remaining here. Lightning and thunder started appearing in the sky. Thunder. He darkened his face, deducing, is this all that's left? Boom, zigzag lightning struck down from above. Right in the middle of a giant stone skull. Glowing with a ghostly blue-white light lying there. Pello gritted his teeth angrily, saying, Death Star Cha Jin Hyuk. He thought to himself. The star of the death god, Cha Jin Hyuk's symbol. Only he and the 9 stars know about this symbol. Pello stiffened his face, continuing to deduce. Carmen sent the skeleton to the death mask. This place must be connected to him. But why is that symbol appearing here? He panicked, searching for Carmen. Carmen, where are you? A cold voice spoke up, cutting off his thoughts. Long time no see. The death mask flashed with a source of power. It continued, it is me. He was startled, shouting, what? Pello paled, screaming, death mask. It continued to speak as if to announce. I was the one who killed Carmen. Pello. Hearing the shocking news, he suddenly stiffened. Pello clenched his fists, roaring, bastard. Someone like you dared to kill Carmen? The death mask didn't answer. It cast its glowing purple eyes down on Pello. He looked straight into its eyes. Pello seemed to realize something. The memory of Carmen being pressed down by a foot into the rock. And the image of her turning into a soul flying up to the sky. All flashed by in an instant. The last sentence Carmen shouted was Jin Hyuk's name. He gritted his teeth, trembling. Pello hissed, I had thought about that. But if you are that Cha Jin Hyuk, how dare you kill my only relative? I will never forgive you, Cha Jin Hyuk. The death mask replied coldly. Someone who never wavered at the sacrifice of his teammates is so pathetic today. Before the death of his little sister. Listen carefully, Ken, it's your turn. It was like a predetermined ending, announcing to Pello. I will destroy you step by step, very slowly. He screamed like a madman, shut up. Pello unleashed power towards the death mask, causing it to shatter into many pieces. The death mask continued as a challenge. Just wait, Ken. Scene change. 9-star Carmen died in battle. At the hands of the death mask. The people below continuously cheered, hooray, hooray. That news shook the whole capital. Everyone held a newspaper, discussing as if they couldn't believe it. Did Death Mask really kill a 9-star? Unbelievable, is he that strong? No, it's because the 9-star was too weak. Scene change. A loud shout, bam, you bastards. The Holy Kingdom soldier pointed angrily, saying, this hunting area belongs to the control of the Holy Kingdom. Who allowed you to casually come here? Get lost. A blood-stained axe dragged on the ground. The side over here exclaimed, what? Heavens, Kim sat imposingly in the center, speaking up. You think that name scares us? In this city? The figure of the guild master of Anoa appeared. He interrupted. You dare to be disrespectful when hearing heaven? What you think is bravery will kill you. He is the guild master of Anoa, associated with heaven. Guild master of Anoa. He roared as if ordering, retreat. Before Kim laughed out loud and started standing up. Funny. The leader is dead. And you still try to brag here? The guild master of Anoa paused. What? He blatantly declared, why should we be obedient and listen to you? Kim deepened his voice. We will protect our own justice. He swung the axe forward, shouting, attack. Kim's subordinates obeyed and started advancing. Seeing that, the Holy Kingdom soldiers panicked a bit. One said, what the hell? The one next to him replied, "They won't submit." Guild Master of Anoa drew his sword and shouted to reassure. Don't panic. They are just a bunch of small fries." Kim also swung his axe, rushing in, replying, "Tell that weakling who wants to set foot in the 9 stars. A dangerous and fatal strike." He was stopped at the decisive moment by a glowing sword blade, creating a dramatic blinding spark. Heaven has lost one of their leaders, a 9-star. It will be impossible to consolidate their power as before. Neighboring guilds started threatening them. Moreover, those who challenged Heaven also gradually hid themselves like ghosts. Scene change. A wanted poster was slammed onto the wall. A few months later, a wanted notice was issued. Citizens gathered at the notice board, reading the news and buzzing with discussion. It's the wanted order for Death Mask. Still haven't been caught? The person next to him is his guild member. That is the Dragon Swordsman, the last Oni. Fox Demon. Who is at the end? A ghost? How to catch? Garam stood in the crowd, arms crossed, asking. Still no news about the group. That caused chaos in the capital? Chansol next to him turned and replied. Who knows? Maybe the 9 stars destroyed them. He continued. But why is that Death Mask guy so strong? He laughed and said. Haven't you heard the rumors? Chansol lowered his voice, explaining. Actually, the true identity of Death Mask is that dead star. Inside a modern room facing Pello, a voice like hearing a joke spoke up. You force me to believe that story, Ken? He lowered his voice, not denying. Right, and I also find it very hard to believe. Pello gritted his teeth, presenting further. But after investigating the ruins he left behind, that bastard is definitely Cha Jin-hyuk. Taylor laughed loudly upon hearing this. He pointed at him, saying, Ken, are you crazy? Did you go mad just because of your sister's death? Behind Taylor exploded a powerful destructive force. He sternly reminded, watch your mouth. You are being too flashy. His next sentence made Pello pause. Just because you are Cha Jin-hyuk's next target. That's why you are so scared. As if hit on the mark, he frowned, thinking. These bastards, they know it all? Do they want Cha Jin-hyuk to kill Pello? Taylor sat imposingly on the chair. Coldly continued, Ken. Do you realize? The real reason for putting you and Carmen as leaders is because you possess 2 of the 9 fragments of power. He was excited. Now we are all equal, no? Now who will follow you? When you yourself are not even sure you can protect that fragment of power? Taylor pointed around. The truth has proven that. Today no one showed up here. Pello angrily slammed his hand on the table, interrupting. Everyone, he growled, thinks like that? Taylor laughed loudly, provoking, want to try? You think you can fight against a spear user with equal power like me? The atmosphere was tense. Then Jun's face appeared on the display screen. He reminded, stop it. We will share your power among us. Ken. Pello gritted his teeth unwillingly. It's all because of Death Mask. His face full of hatred, thinking. No, it's Cha Jin-hyuk. It's all because of him. I will destroy you. Even if I have to step into danger. Scene change. A carrier pigeon. Flying in the city sky. A hand reached up, lightly touching the feathers, and whispered. Ken has started to act. Jin-hyuk continued, it's our turn too, isn't it? A pair of hands reached up, stroking the carrier pigeon, and whispered. Ken will do everything possible to eliminate Cha Jin-hyuk and us. Lich seriously continued. Unlike Carmen, he is quite tenacious. His eyes were sharp, looking at the person opposite, continuing. However, it will be difficult for him to act rashly. Because he has lost the support of the 9 stars. They won't support him. And instead, they want the whole Holy Kingdom and the rebels to be destroyed. What they ultimately need is money to catch us. Those on the lower floors. They will collect evidence to prepare best for their attack. From there, Lich clenched his hands, concluding. We will buy and sell the assets they throw away. At a high price, too. Hearing his idea, Elian wondered. So, aren't we giving them what they want? Lich spun the gold coin in his hand, reassuring. Don't worry. Money is the most addictive thing in this world. After the dialogue he fell silent, pondering. This is the start of my revenge. I will make them addicted to money. Finally Lich stood up reminding, prepare, you puppets. Things are going to get busy here. Same for you, elf clan. It's time you pay the price for what I funded. Elian lowered her eyes replying. I think I took the bait of a loan shark. Rather than a partner. Puppet clenched his hand determinedly. Please leave this to me. Lich continued calculating, that's it. That is the plan. The rest? Scene change. Relying on the power they gained from training. After being separated for several months. Something that someone thought hope was enough for. At this moment, Miho in fox form. Was going deep into the desolate forest. In another corner. Byung spoke up, are you sure? Sir? Is that fox really the masked demon's companion? Youngsu laughed and confirmed, yeah. Although it looks different from the wanted poster. It can't escape us poachers. He raised his gun to aim and continued, for us. It is considered terrible prey. Those who have reached the 500th floor. We will get that reward from the 9 stars. The gun was aimed by Byung. Precisely at Miho's small body. She seemed to detect something. Miho turned her head to observe. The giant and majestic snow mountain. Stood tall under the cloudy night sky. Creating an overwhelming and mysterious scene. A loud sound came from the gun. A hand emitting powerful dark aura. With dark purple bullets swirling deep at the fingertips. Appeared. Byung-hun, full of murderous aura, stood blocking the gun barrel. Shielding Miho. Young-soo pointed in surprise and shouted. He blocked the demonic fire bullets with his hand? Byung looked through the scope on the gun. Equally astonished. Impossible. Before they could realize. He rushed to the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Byung-hun swung his hand knocking Byung backwards. Young. Su shouted worriedly, damn it. He looked at him thinking. Where did this monster come from? Jung-su's pupils stiffened as if realizing something. Wait, the white tiger warrior uniform. And an outer coat. Byung-hun, face hidden and muscles bulging. Was throwing a powerful punch. Wrapped in turquoise energy. Blinding and sharp. Young-su pondered, disbelieving his eyes. He reassured himself, no way. Not yet out of his thoughts. The punch flew in. Smashing straight into Jung-su's face. Rocks separated from the ground. Flying into the air under the explosive power. Byung-hun stood aside. Observing the remnants after the attack just now. Before losing consciousness. He only had time to think, Choi Byung-hun, the battle star. He calmly held Miho in his arms. Coldly looking at Young-su collapsing in front of him. Scene change. A pair of feet stopped. Standing tall on the barren soil. At this time on the 100th floor. Haru looked at the scenery below and spoke. We took more time than we thought. Jin Hyuk next to her replied, climbing is more tiring than I imagined. And we have to avoid being detected too. Today we plan to meet on the 100th floor. Everyone is late. She was silent, pondering about an Oni village. Not too far from here. Seeing Haru didn't reply, he didn't say any more. Suddenly Jin Hyuk asked, you want to go to the Oni village? Right? She hurriedly waved her hand to deny. No, now is not the time for that. Looking at Haru's expression, he continued, no? I know. The Oni village isn't very far from here. She bowed her head and spoke softly. I apologize, we are about to reach an important milestone. And I was thinking about something else. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers to reassure her, well, it's okay. Just watching from afar is fine. Unknown to them when Vulcan had appeared behind them and continued, alright. We will go with her, Tun agreed from the side. Please leave it to us. She turned to express her thanks, I will be right back. A flash of light flickered. All 3 of them disappeared before Jin Hyuk's eyes. After being left entirely alone. He stood there in solitude and began to ponder. Up until now. We have succeeded in increasing our strength, but Jin Hyuk's necromancy technique was completely useless against his divine power. The reason I defeated Carmen was because she was too exhausted to overcome the penalty. I cannot guarantee that we will win against King using the same tactic. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist until it trembled, reminding himself strictly to destroy that stubborn and cruel bastard. Jin Hyuk needs to be stronger than him. The key to increasing his strength lies with Choi Ji-young-hun. Jin Hyuk needs to meet him and his master, the martial emperor test, and learn from them. If it is test, someone with martial arts at the level of a grandmaster, I will be able to surpass them and deal with King. He sighed heavily. Where are you, Ji-young-hun? Just as his thought ended, behind Jin Hyuk, a light suddenly flashed from the center of the forest. He was startled and turned around. That direction was where Haru had gone. On this side, Haru's group was fighting intensely. A blurry silhouette spoke from behind the layer of dust. I told you already. Hamiel slowly stepped out and continued speaking, that I would wait for you on the 100th floor. Haru looked at her, gritting her teeth in anger, then hissed, Hamiel. Jin Hyuk assessed the source of power and made a judgment. This divine power belongs to Hamiel. Behind him, someone was rushing in at a terrifying speed. Jin Hyuk hadn't detected it yet and was still thinking. We need to quickly go and help. When that figure closed in, he glanced back with sharp, cold eyes. Taylor unleashed his power to attack Jin Hyuk. He raised his hand to block and shouted, Bah! The man smirked. You blocked my sword and survived? Did you return from the dead? Huh? Jin Hyuk looked straight into his eyes. Taylor coldly replied, What about you? Sword Saint Donut Taylor. After the explosion of power, a figure was thrown into the air. The two opposing powers of Jin Hyuk and Taylor clashed directly. He laughed and spoke provocatively. What's wrong, Cha Jin Hyuk? I didn't expect such a great Death Star. To only know how to defend? He asked in a cold voice. Why are you here? Taylor raised his sword, preparing to strike down, and replied, You seem surprised. That I came down to this 100th floor myself? Jin Hyuk nimbly blocked his slash. Within the blinding light of the energy collision, the two were face to face. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Taylor asked, Don't you know why I came down here personally? He spoke naturally. It means cutting you won't even cost me a single drop of sweat, even if I have to suffer a penalty. Jin Hyuk was slightly startled when he said that. During that moment of distraction, Taylor took the opportunity to knock him backward. Following the force of the push, Jin Hyuk could only go with the flow, unable to resist. The clock tower suddenly shattered. The citizens below panicked and shouted. What? Something just flew past. Who is causing this chaos? On the 100th floor of the great city? Taylor flew rapidly in that direction. He said, I'm very glad you survived. He shouted excitedly. That day, 15 years ago. A stream of memories flashed through Taylor's mind. He faded in behind Jin Hyuk. Taylor screamed in hatred, You were still strong even after being betrayed. I used everything possible to defeat you. But you laughed, mocking me in your final moments. Taylor swung his sword, declaring, Today I will humiliate you in return. A system notification appeared in front of him. Warning, penalty has been applied. Taylor didn't care and slashed through the warning text. He continued to rush in with his sword like a madman, continuing to attack Jin Hyuk. Taylor smirked and spat out a sentence, Humph. I don't care about this penalty anymore. In front of Taylor, a blinding purple energy explosion signaled a destructive attack bursting forth powerfully. A condensed stream of purple power erupted from the center, distorting the surrounding space. With speedy black streaks, a vortex appeared in front of Taylor. A dark sphere was spinning at a terrifying speed, surrounded by violent white winds. He suddenly paused for a few seconds, looking at the object flying towards him. It was a giant black cylindrical object, being protected by a network of blue energy that was blinding and sharp. Taylor bypassed it, heading towards Jin Hyuk. He asked coldly, So you're going to fight me while under a penalty? You couldn't defeat me at the end of the game, and had to team up with that trash, and now you want to humiliate me back? You really are absurd. A black hole formed from the giant purple energy, spinning deep and looking like it wanted to swallow everything, with the epicenter being a cross of light and a black birdwing symbol, signaling a destructive attack. Jin Hyuk used his strength to rush towards him. Taylor looked down from above, laughing, Is that the power that Carmen threw away? Looking at his face, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Jin Hyuk's demon-like silhouette was reflected in Taylor's pupils. He closed in on him. a hand with sharp claws swinging up. Before he could react, Taylor took a thunderous punch from Jin Hyuk. He couldn't maintain his balance, so he was thrown back by the force. Taylor's entire body fell from high above, shattering the stone ground, blowing away debris from the ruined buildings. His face was swollen. Taylor panted, thinking, damn it. What happened, Cha Jin Hyuk? Why are you stronger every time I meet you? He spoke coldly, oh. Your face looks uglier than before, don't it? Taylor stammered, what? Jin Hyuk laughed and retorted, trying to hide it? You thought I didn't know? You must have had surgery to get a face like mine. Hearing this, he just stayed silent and didn't reply. He continued to mock. My face used to be quite handsome. And I was famous too. But you weren't, don't it? Because of your ugly face, you made a bad impression on us. Do you think I didn't know? That you were always peeking at me because of my fame? Jin Hyuk ignored Taylor's trembling from rage. He calmly continued his sarcasm. I don't know if you realize it, but in my opinion, you are truly hateful. I see you gradually becoming more like me. And of course, you can't copy me perfectly, because of that ugly mug of yours. Having his dark secret hit, Taylor gritted his teeth and hissed. I will make you regret all those bastard words you just said. Jin Hyuk smiled and continued. Give it your all. Swallow him, bah. Obeying his command, it opened its large mouth and rushed in as if to swallow him. Taylor didn't rush but stood still, as if he had calculated this beforehand. His face now looked like a demon, with a crazy smile, stretching to his ears and glowing yellow eyes full of killing intent. A stream of pitch-black sword energy was slashed out. The streak of light tore through the wind, cutting the clock tower in two. Jin Hyuk, standing below, also had his entire arm severed from his body. Taylor laughed with satisfaction. I told you so. I will make you regret it. He shouted and then frantically rushed towards him. This is the end for you and your bunch of cohorts. Your teammates are probably dead by now too. Scene change. A powerful golden stream of power beamed straight down, causing massive damage. Hamiel smiled. Oh no. Are you tired already? Your ghost friends are quite strong, but they are just undead after all. Facing an angel puts them at a disadvantage. Now only you are left, demon girl. Haru was sweating, looking at her with eyes full of hatred. Hamiel continued, so, you'd better try to muster all your remaining strength, because the one who burned down the demon village is the one standing right in front of you. Hearing this, she suddenly froze, unable to accept that information. A loud thud of a sword propping up resounded. Haru used it to stand up. She spoke, thank you for finding me. I have honed and trained hard just waiting for this day. The last sword of the demon tribe, will cut you down to take revenge. Hamiel covered her mouth, laughing mockingly. You intend to use the power of that sword? So turns out, you rely on unstable power, gained from training? Unexpectedly, you, an immature child, are the last hope of your clan? The demon tribesmen buried beneath our feet must be very ashamed. Haru pointed the sword forward. Now her entire body was enveloped in a stream of power. Haru gritted her teeth. Now I no longer feel resentment at those provocations. Because she unsheathed the sword. Eyes filled with killing intent, she rushed towards her. In an instant, a giant purple light erupted, signaling that her attack had begun. Hamiel laughed awkwardly. Oh. Now finally, I can call you a demon. Without knowing when, Haru had appeared behind her. She spoke up, from this moment on, I will rely entirely on my own strength to fight. Hamiel was startled and glanced back, thinking to herself, she uses the sword while still sane? How? Haru, with cold eyes, delivered a slash of pink energy, brilliant upon her, clearly demonstrating cruelty. On this side, the unleashed power destroyed all the surrounding houses. A citizen looked up and shouted. Those buildings are being cut in half. The person next to him also panicked. Who is fighting? Did the four emperors appear? High above, Taylor flew chasing Jin Hyuk ahead. He spoke. How far do you think you can run, Cha Jin Hyuk? Unexpectedly, that resurrected Death Star is running for his life like this? It seems after losing an arm. You can't use that skill. Grand transformation anymore. He looked back, thinking, how does this bastard know about demonic chi? Taylor raised his sword. His voice firm as he declared, the power of the Four Emperors isn't for you, Cha Jin-hyuk. Amidst the storm, frenzied purple sword energy was mincing the whole city, yet his figure still glided gracefully in midair, as if dancing with the Grim Reaper. The ground cracked and collapsed completely, creating a giant deep crater, where the aftershocks of the purple energy still roiled. Violently, a flash of light appeared on the other side of the building. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it. His demonic chi. He definitely got it from the demons. The one who successfully killed me with the select and destroy skill. It's nothing more than a small reward they gave him, like giving it to a loyal dog. I refuse to be subdued by that thing. While Jin-hyuk was holding his severed arm, suddenly something behind startled him. The building cut by the power stream split in two, the exploding aftershock throwing him. Jin-hyuk growled, showing his anger. Suddenly something flew straight at his neck. Taylor grabbed Jin-hyuk's neck tightly and roared. You can't fight me anymore. In my hand are the ultimate sword art and demonic chi. Now I am invincible. Bam! He was thrown straight down from high above by him. Taylor pointed the tip of his sword at Jin-hyuk. As if wanting to pierce through his body, he said, it's over. Jin-hyuk's pupils dilated as he stared straight ahead. In a completely dominating posture, Taylor delivered a punishing blow from above, pinning Jin-hyuk down to the shattered stone floor with the sword blade, soaked in destructive purple energy. From his mouth, a stream of black gas erupted, fully depicting agony and brokenness. The earth-shattering collision unleashed a storm of frenzied purple energy, flinging debris and creating a scene of destruction. Having achieved his goal, Taylor laughed until he shook. He screamed, I did it. I am better than you, Cha Jin-hyuk. The one who defeated the Death Star is me, Sword Saint Donut. Taylor. While immersed in joy, a voice rang out. Cutting him off, is that all the tricks you have? Taylor stiffened, waiting to retort. One of Jin-hyuk's hands touched the gate wall. He spoke coldly, it's been 15 years. And you only have this much to show me? The small reward you received from the Death Emperor. By wagging your tail to please them? Truly pathetic. Taylor looked at Jin-hyuk with eyes full of hatred, thinking, I stabbed him with a sword coated in demonic chi. Why is he still not dead? He shouted, what trick are you playing? He flew up high, flinging away the sword blade stuck in his body. Jin-hyuk declared, I am completely different from you. If I want something, I will take it with my own hands. Unified Immortal Technique. The system displayed a notification. Demonic chi and divine power are being converted into unified force. All unified force is converted into divine power. Taylor couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, what is that? Amidst the golden light, divine Jin-hyuk's form awakened majestically, with black wings and a halo appearing, affirming the position of a supreme entity, surpassing all common limits. Close-up of the golden mask exuding emotionlessness, but full of authority. Holy deity with eyes glowing as if seeing through all things, marking his complete transformation into a new level of supreme power. Taylor looked up at Jin-hyuk towering above, thinking to himself, Cha Jin-hyuk's arm that I cut off with demonic chi has grown back? Could it be that my demonic chi has been overwhelmed by Cha Jin-hyuk's divine power? Impossible, Cha Jin-hyuk. You indeed always go beyond our expectations, ceaselessly reaching higher realms. I hate that to the very bone, Cha Jin-hyuk. He roared and then rushed madly towards him. Jin-hyuk pointed his finger, summoning the power of heavenly punishment. A blinding light exploded, as if wanting to swallow the entire space, leaving behind a solitary silhouette, spreading its wings proudly. In the center of that terrifying power source, Taylor's pupils stood erect and contracted wildly. He bared his fangs and let out a roar shaking heaven and earth. His face twisted in the extreme bloodthirst of a wild beast that had just awakened. Power erupted, tearing the ground apart, throwing up giant boulders, flying everywhere within the blinding energy halo, as if wanting to crush every obstacle into dust. Swirling dust covered the view, leaving only cracks dense like spiderwebs spreading on the ground, which was groaning after the attack. Inside the deep crater, Taylor's sword was pinned tight into the earth. Amidst the desolate cracks and thick dust, he lay on the ground. Taylor's eyes were still sharp and cold, looking back ahead. Jin Hyuk walked slowly, step by step, towards him. He spoke, 15 years ago, among the 9 stars, you were the strongest. Even if others had their own unique techniques. Regardless, I don't need to know what their outcome will be. But in my eyes, you are the strongest. Taylor, in pain, tried to finish his sentence, Cha Jin Hyuk. Next time, I will definitely surpass you. He took off his mask and spoke coldly. But your swordsmanship has deteriorated significantly compared to the past. You were too arrogant in relying on the power of demonic chi. A power that originally did not belong to you. That is the reason for your defeat. If for the past 15 years you had honed your own swordsmanship, then the loser today would have been me. Taylor gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Jin Hyuk did not reply. He silently looked down at the defeated man, who was lying motionless beside his greatsword. His hand indifferently held the mask, exuding a coldness that was terrifying. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Jin Hyuk clutched his chest and knelt down. He rubbed his chest, thinking, because I used fusion in 2 different ways. The side effects are too severe. If I want to use fusion freely, I must become even stronger. But first, he acted to finish off Taylor. His soul flew up into the sky. Jin Hyuk reached out and grabbed Taylor's head tight. He growled coldly, you think you can die in peace? Let's end this quickly. My teammates are still waiting. Beneath the deep blue sky dotted with drifting clouds, a mountain rose proudly. The sky was suddenly torn apart by a beam of purple-pink light, exploding high above like a death star, descending, shooting out sharp rays of energy, piercing through every cloud layer. Haru and Hamiel were fighting intensely. She was slashed by the rays of power. Hamiel gritted her teeth in pain. My regeneration ability can't keep up. Unbelievably fast. Seizing that opportunity, on this side, Haru swung her sword, rushing in to strike. Her eyes glowed as she summoned power. Heavenly Eye of War. Haru reached out a hand and grabbed her neck, squeezing tight. Hamiel tried to struggle out of the control. Thinking, when did she get so close? A blinding purple-pink light exploded high above, like a death star, descending, shooting out sharp rays of energy. Haru looked down into the deep pit from above and said, do you know where you are falling? It was because of your greed that you destroyed this place. This is my hometown. Finishing her words, she carried her anger and flew towards her first. The destructive power of the brilliant purple light was tearing up the ground. Hamiel staggered helplessly, letting her body fall freely in the chaotic space. She shut her eyes tight and said, if not for the penalty. Haru shouted, you would have been dead long ago. Hamiel didn't dare to face it, shutting her eyes and thinking, it's those eyes again. If I get hit, I will lose. No, wait. Lose? Me, lose? I belong to a supreme race in the tower, and have trampled on so many inferior species. How can I be defeated by a lowly demon? She exploded her power, screaming as if declaring, I absolutely will not allow it. The system continuously voiced warnings. Warning, strong energy reaction. Warning, strong energy reaction. Warning, strong energy reaction. A blinding sphere of energy exploded, enveloping Hamiel, creating a terrifying shockwave, throwing up debris and blowing away everything around her. A scream echoed through the air. Descend? Haru couldn't believe her ears. Descend? Impossible. The swirling dark clouds were torn apart by a blinding light. Shining down from above, bolts of lightning power struck down. The system displayed. Sandalphon has accepted your summon. The transcendent of the tower is descending, using your body as a vessel. She smirked and said, originally, I didn't want to use this method, but my pride does not allow me to lose to you. Haru was stunned. Such terrifying pressure. A transcendent of the tower, I absolutely cannot let them descend. Hamiel was met with her resolute and firm response. You think I'll stand still and watch you act arrogantly? Haru rushed in. But she seemed to realize something. Huh? Impossible. Why is my strength weakening right at this moment? Amidst the raging golden halo, the dark, mysterious face of Sandalphon was revealed with cold, glowing eyes, exuding the overwhelming authority of a supreme god. His pupils suddenly flashed, displaying power. Sandalphon spoke, O believer of mine. What did you call me for? Hamiel, standing below, began to explain. There are those threatening us on this floor. Please give me the power to destroy them. I will do whatever you desire. He asked no further, agreeing immediately, granted. On this side, seeing the critical situation, Haru shouted, no. A pillar of light struck from the sky, down powerfully. She reached her hands forward, shielding her body from that explosion. Sandalphon declared coldly, I will grant you my power. However, after the conditions are fulfilled, I will take your body. He infused his soul into Hamiel. She, bathed in the brilliant holy light, pouring down from the high heavens. Sandalphon spread his wings wide, reaching out to receive the power being bestowed. Heavenly punishment. A winding golden lightning bolt from above struck down, tearing through the night and exploding into a brilliant halo right in the heart of the valley, shaking both heaven and earth. The ground could not withstand that terrifying source of power, immediately cracking and shattering. A violent shockwave swept through, grinding solid structures into dust, and drowning the whole scene in a sea of destructive golden light. Sandalphon, from above, looked down at the remnants after the attack he just caused. Then Sandalphon slowly descended and landed on the ground. He thought, this body seems unable to endure it very well. Is it because she was hit by that demon's attack? Huh? Suddenly something caught Sandalphon's attention. Following his gaze, a silhouette was vaguely appearing on this side. Haru also slowly opened her eyes. She whispered. What just happened? Standing in front shielding Haru was now Ji-Young-hun. Sandalphon stepped towards him and spoke. How could you block my heavenly punishment? Without many words, Ji-Young-hun reached out and grabbed his head. Sandalphon was still speaking. What kind of monster are you? As soon as he finished, he slammed his body down onto the hard stone floor, shattering it. A giant jade-green pillar of light from high above struck down like divine punishment, plunging straight into the ground and blowing everything away in a terrifying shockwave. Haru, witnessing the scene just now, froze in surprise. Unbelievable. He hit an angel, descendant of God, with his bare hands. Hamiel, her body full of injuries, lay prone. She gritted her teeth, looked up and asked, Are you, the 9 stars? Choi Ji-Young-hun. Hearing that name, she widened her eyes. Choi Ji-Young-hun, the only 9 stars member who didn't betray. Orabioni is his friend? Hamiel didn't stop yet, she closed her eyes to call Sandalphon. Sandalphon is not responding. Is there a problem with the connection? Just with one punch? She screamed in rage, You! How dare you interfere with a god's manifestation? Do you think you can escape? Do you know who is supporting us behind the scenes? Ji-Young-hun used one hand to slam Hamiel's head down again, cutting off the ear-piercing sound from her mouth. He calmly said, That is what I should be saying. Did you forget who supports me? Martial Emperor Tess. You guys have made my master angry. Hamiel thought in pain. Martial Emperor Tess, a transcendent. On equal footing with our gods? Ji-Young-hun growled and reminded her. And you also pissed me off, bitch. Not believing what he just said, Hamiel panicked in her mind. He is a believer of Tess. Don't tell me he is here just because of Tess? If Tess gets involved in this battle, there is no chance for me to win. Finally, Hamiel flew up wanting to escape. Before leaving, she dropped a sentence. I will remember this, watch out. Haru gritted her teeth and shouted, running away just like that? You coward. Hamiel laughed, not caring. Let's see who wins next time. I hope you are still alive by then. Silently observing until now, Ji-Young-hun finally spoke up. Who said you were allowed to leave? He used his power to chase after her, not letting her escape. Hamiel frowned, thinking, can he catch up to an angel's movement technique? Huh? A strong hand reached out and grabbed her wing tight. Ji Young-hun asked coldly, "Where do you plan to go?" His eyes glowing wildly with green energy. He clenched his jaw tight, then compressed all his will into his rage and into the attack. Choi Ji Young-hun first form, direct strike. Hamiel screamed in pain, unable to resist. The compressed energy mass shattered, creating a terrifying jade-green explosion, releasing a destructive shockwave, wiping out everything in sight. Scene change. In a room with piles of gold coins stacked high, Taylor slowly opened his eyes in pain. A voice spoke up. "Hey, are you awake?" His body was being tied up tight high above. Taylor asked in panic, "What is this? Why am I hung up?" Jin Hyuk walked over coldly and said, "Seems like you're back. Tell me, what is that bastard Belu planning?" He struggled, determined to resist. "There is no reason for me to tell you anything, since I am already dead. You are done for. I heard. There is an angel warrior coming here to kill you. They will burn your friends and come here." Suddenly the chains on Taylor's hands tightened. He glanced over, seeing a very worried face. Pull. A tug on Taylor's arm made him pale with pain. Jin Hyuk laughed provocatively. "Calm down, don't it? You think I'm relaxing like this without a reason? That pigeon was defeated by Choi Ji Young-hun while you were sleeping." He broke into a cold sweat, replying in disbelief, "What? Choi Ji Young-hun?" He lowered his eyes and continued calmly, "Yeah. My friend is on his way here. Unlike you guys, they know what loyalty is. They will never betray." Ah. A punch flew towards Jin Hyuk. He suddenly turned around, his mouth still speaking, "Me? Why? This crazy bastard." Ji Young-hun released the attack. The compressed energy mass shattered, creating a terrifying jade-green explosion, releasing a destructive shockwave, wiping out everything in sight. He took his punch full on, falling backwards, following the unleashed power. Taylor observed from start to finish. He froze in surprise. Taylor laughed loudly, very amused. "Looking good, Cha Jin Hyuk. Seems like Choi Ji Young-hun is not on your side." A pair of hands poked out from the pile of gold coins. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Shut up." Ba, unknown to them when, had appeared beside him. It opened its mouth wide. Taylor screamed in fear. "Wait. Cha Jin Hyuk." He withdrew his power and dropped a sentence. "Just wait patiently inside Ba." Jin Hyuk stood opposite Ji Young-hun, thinking. Don't tell me Ji Young-hun still hasn't accepted the truth. That I am Cha Jin Hyuk? He spoke first. "I wonder what the relationship is between you and Jin Hyuk. But if I just leave the one who killed the 9 stars alone, I will be in a difficult position. Not outside of Jin Hyuk's prediction." He gritted his teeth. "I knew it." He misunderstood. Then, he used his power to dash towards Ji Young-hun, making him slightly surprised. Jin Hyuk laughed. "I will tell you my identity." An attack, Choi Ji Young-hun fourth form, cycle kick, was unleashed. Amidst the swirling purple energy, 2 figures rushed at each other in an earth-shattering collision, creating a shockwave that shook the entire space. Suddenly there were hurried footsteps entering. Vulcan spoke up. "How can he be so fast? Is he even human?" Haru called out softly. "Orabioni." She suddenly paused, looking at the scene in front. Jin Hyuk and Ji Young-hun were fighting fiercely. Haru shouted, "Orabioni. Over here." Ji Young-hun smirked and said, "You block attacks quite well." Jin Hyuk replied happily, "Because your punch is too predictable." He clenched his fist tight, power roiling in the fist before throwing the punch. Ji Young-hun said, "Then let's see if you can dodge this time." Time seemed to freeze. The moment their faces were close, glowing eyes clashed, flaring up a killing aura reaching the sky in midair. Jin Hyuk smiled and said a shocking sentence. "Our pitiful little bedwetter has grown up. Now thinking of ways to stop me?" Ji Young-hun stopped, his hand trembling, saying, "What do you mean?" He kept a straight face and continued, "Planning to pretend you don't know? When you were just 5, you wet the bed and were punished by the teacher at the orphanage. I still remember vividly the scene of you crying and running into the bathroom. So after that, you were called the bedwetter kid. For a long time." Vulcan was dumbfounded. Haru beside him was the same. His face darkened as he warned, "Stop it." Jin Hyuk pretended not to hear and continued. No matter how much you deny it, the past won't disappear. You constantly. Bam. Unable to hold back. Ji Young-hun punched him once and shouted. Stop immediately. It's humiliating. Cha Jin Hyuk. He held his head, crying out, that hurt, you bastard. Wait, did you just say Cha Jin Hyuk? You knew perfectly well I was Cha Jin Hyuk, right? Huh? This crazy bastard. Why get angry? While pretending you didn't know anything? Seeing Jin Hyuk blaming him, he also rushed in to argue back. How could I not be angry? If you returned, you should have come to see me first. Instead of doing all these other random things. That way, whatever happened, I would still have been able to help you. He suddenly paused when he heard those words. Jin Hyuk pointed at himself. Even if I were a villain betraying humanity? Ah? Ji Young-hun turned his face away and replied. Of course I don't believe that. My friend wouldn't do that. Then he glanced towards him. Ji Young-hun rushed over to embrace Jin Hyuk in his arms. He said happily, very glad to see you again. My friend. He also replied happily, let me go. You smell terrible. After that sentence, he squeezed him tight, making Jin Hyuk freeze. He spoke up to remind him, let go. I'm going to suffocate. Ji Young-hun continued to squeeze. What? Humans don't die that easily. After a while, Jin Hyuk finally had to compromise. My neck is about to be crushed by you. I'm also very glad to see you again. On this side, Vulcan rejoiced inwardly, they seem close, huh? Haru was not very happy, humming a sound, humph. Jin Hyuk strained his face trying to escape. He repeatedly reminded, I said let go. Suddenly a small fox popped up from Ji Young-hun's collar. Miho smiled and yipped. He called softly, Miho? Under the sky of swirling dark clouds, a magnificent white mansion appeared towering, but engulfed in an atmosphere that was gloomy and silent, to a chilling degree. Inside, Belu spoke coldly. You're here? Those who discarded the demons and possess great power. Inside the tower. Masters of Select and Destroy. I have met the representatives from each floor. The representative for the angels is Miss Hamiel. But it's a pity what happened to her. Hyge asked, Meg is late again? Demon representative Hyge. Highest floor climbed, 600th floor. Cannon replied in annoyance. Have you ever seen that giant guy? Have you ever showed your face here before? They are always so slow. Watch a good show and then leave. Representative of the dragons. Cannon. Highest floor climbed, 600th floor. Beside him, Maria seemed calmer, she spoke softly. This is my first time here. But I will try my best. Temporary representative of the angels, Maria. Highest floor climbed, 560th floor. After the greetings, Belu got straight to the point. Since everyone is here, it means the 4 emperors have agreed with my plan, right? That is to select and destroy the demon face. And those who oppose the world. Cannon smiled savagely in agreement. He replied, there is no choice but to agree. The scale of this plan is nothing compared to the last time. Hyde smirked, this is the first case since the demon village. So we should relax a little. Maria chimed in, I look forward to seeing those lowly insects. You are too easy to fool. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. Then a sword flew from somewhere and attacked her. Me too. Maria turned around angrily and asked, who are you? Hamiel walked up close to her. Hamiel lowered her voice and said, this is my seat. Get lost. After finishing off Maria, she tremblingly leaned on her sword to steady herself and said, oh my. You people. Why are you so impatient? I wasn't here. And you already quickly found someone else to replace me? I feel very sad about that. On this side, an ear-piercing scream rang out. What? You lost to Hamiel? Jin Hyuk grabbed Ji Young-hun's collar and shouted. You idiot, how could you lose to her? He hurriedly explained, do you think I wanted that? She is an angel. Who would have expected her to discard her pair of wings in an effort to escape? Hamiel struggled to walk over and smiled. Belu looked at her and thought. Hamiel, didn't Cha Jin Hyuk kill her and Donut already? Cannon spoke up excitedly, well, look who it is. Hyge beside him chimed in. You're still alive? Hamiel replied, I cannot die. Those bastards dared to trample on the pride of the angels. I will not die until I kill them all. Cannon's next sentence made her freeze. Angels. Will chase away traitors by cutting off their wings. Having to suffer the feeling of being an angel, yet not being one. Right? Well, I only know that meaning. Doesn't that mean you don't have a shred of pride left? Hyde laughed, mocking Hamiel. You aren't high class enough to stand beside us. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, these bastards. They dare look down on me? Hamiel swung her sword and spoke threateningly. I will take revenge on them. If you don't take me with you, then I will kill all of you. Until someone accepts me. Suddenly a large figure appeared behind her, closing in. Medj swung his arm, landing a powerful punch on Hamiel's face. With eyes glowing full of murderous intent, he swung his hand, gathering a blinding stream of energy, unleashing a destructive strike that tore through space. Hamiel was hit and thrown into the wall miserably. Medj spoke up, truly pathetic, Hamiel. Being pathetic is the worst. She gritted her teeth, you. Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Medj, representative of the giants. Medj, highest floor climbed. 620th floor. Cannon walked over and asked, hey Medj. Why are you late today? He put his hand to his mouth, musing, oh. I caught a bug. Jin Hyuk stiffened at the appearance in front of him. Medj continued, but it ran away. An ear-piercing scream rang out. Hendrik. He knelt on the ground and spoke, oh. Is it possible that I can only get this far? Haru's group rushed to Hendrik. The yellow light shone up. The crisscrossed wooden bars casting blurry shadows onto the old paper floor, enveloping the space in a quietness full of nostalgia. Hendrik slowly opened his eyes after a period of unconsciousness. Haru asked worriedly, are you awake? Jin Hyuk also spoke up. Your body is a mess. He replied hoarsely, if I didn't have divine power, I would have been in big trouble. I showed everyone a shameful sight. He asked, you were attacked by the 4 emperors? He nodded and said, yeah, it was a giant. He was also very strong. In the desert region on the 120th floor, something suddenly appeared, causing Hendrik to glance over to observe. I was ambushed. He froze when he saw a giant hand rising from the ground. Then, the giant hand opened and smashed down. With that strike, it was already known who the winner would be. Ji Young-hun leaned against the wall and gave his opinion, Cha Jin-hyuk. Because you revealed your identity, the entire tower is on alert regarding your location. That is how I found your place. So fast. Your enemies also did it that way. Now they are tracking everyone blatantly. Why did you reveal your identity? Huh? You idiot. Why let your teammates face danger like that? Huh? A voice interrupted, it was for this. Hendrik replied, I collected all of them. Miho held up a blue stone and chimed in, me too. I collected one too. Ji Young-hun wondered, are these rare crystals? And you have almost all types here. Jin Hyuk nodded, yeah. We split up to collect them conveniently. All of these things. He recalled the mission the system had announced. Before entering the 100th floor, publicly announce your name or alias to the entire tower. Penalty for failure. You must start the trial to become an apostle of Ban. Reward for completion. Ban. Will give you the method to create a desired item. Condition, establish a contract with Ban. All is to fulfill Ban's request. The system replied, before entering the 100th floor, publicly announce your name or alias to the entire tower. Jin Hyuk shared honestly, I didn't intend to hide the name Cha Jin Hyuk anyway. Cha Jin Hyuk is known as a notorious criminal against humanity. Actually, I have already completed this mission. The system continued. The pinnacle of all evil says that he feels like he has been cheated. He read it and laughed. You are the one who set those stupid conditions. The system repeated the question. The pinnacle of all evil is asking, what kind of contract you want? Back to the present. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist and made his request. A weapon I can use while climbing the tower. I will kill Belu with that thing. Ji Young-hun stood by helplessly thinking. He is still as greedy as ever, asking for such a ridiculous thing. The pinnacle of all evil is crying. saying his stomach still hurts. The nine-tailed fox is laughing, saying it's truly a beautiful sight. He pondered. But if it's Ban's power, it might be possible. We should be able to get such a weapon. Jin Hyuk turned to Haru and said, "We have collected enough crystals. And I also brought them to this floor's craftsman. Surely the method to make that thing is complete by now. Let's create the strongest weapon together." Jino suddenly spoke up, interrupting, "I apologize. I cannot do it." He and Haru froze in disbelief. Huh? Jin Hyuk angrily walked over and shouted, "Why? I brought every material listed in there." He calmly replied, "I know. The problem isn't the materials. It lies with the maker." Haru also ran over to persuade him. "You are the best craftsman of the demon clan. Yet even you can't do it?" Jino honestly shared, "My hands are tied too. This must be an item bestowed by a transcendent. Therefore, it is truly very complex. There are many intricate steps involved. And they all must be completed within a short time. Only if there were another blacksmith at my level could it be done." Jin Hyuk put his hand on his chin, pondering, "I need to find a trustworthy blacksmith with his level of skill? How can I find one? Everyone tried very hard for this. I have to create it no matter what. Wait, create? Yeah." As if coming up with an idea, he asked, "How long does it take for someone to reach your level?" Jino didn't hesitate to share immediately. "It depends on talent too. But no matter how good they are, reaching this level takes decades." Jin Hyuk gave a very simple reply. "No, I only need 1 day." Hearing his answer, he froze in disbelief. Huh? He walked over, picked up a hammer, and calculated. "My second trait is versatility, a skill that allows me to master anything." Jin Hyuk confidently said, "I will do it with you. I will become a master blacksmith in just 1 day." Dry crackling sounds echoed steadily as the golden flames danced madly, greedily, swallowing the pile of embers inside the ancient stone furnace. A hammer struck down hard on the glowing metal, creating thousands of sparks and surging waves of heat. In the intense moment of forging, Jin Hyuk diligently struck each hammer blow steadily. A scolding voice rang out. "Don't just use that unrefined strength. You need to distribute the force evenly when striking the metal. Do you plan to ruin more swords? Huh? If you can't forge a proper sword, then forget about that great demon weapon." He meticulously put the blade into the furnace. Jin Hyuk smiled faintly, thinking, "I'm starting to get used to it." How long to heat the sword? And when to cool it down? Jino stood by with crossed arms, observing Jin Hyuk throughout the process. He went back to the anvil and continued hammering. "I can do it. This time I will create a perfect one." The completed blade put into the forge suddenly cracked. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. "Tisk, failed again. I thought I would succeed this time. But I have completely grasped how to do it now." He said to Jino, "I will do it again." Jin Hyuk determined inwardly, "Next time I will create a perfect sword." He spoke up, interrupting his next intention. "That's enough." Sweat streamed down Jin Hyuk's face. He turned his head in confusion. "Huh? I just grasped it, and now you tell me to stop?" Jino turned his back and walked away without further explanation. He just dropped a sentence, "Doing more is useless. Don't waste precious iron and go wash up immediately." He regretted wanting another chance, but Jino's next sentence made Jin Hyuk freeze. "After washing up, bring the blueprint Ban gave you. And the necessary materials here. That artificial iron is very hard to adjust. So even a high-level blacksmith would have trouble with it. For a newbie not to ruin, it would truly be a miracle. Practice time is over. Your skill has reached perfection. Let's forge it together, that great demon weapon." On this side, Ji-young-hun threw a punch rushing in. "I'm coming." Haru seriously swung her sword up, blocking his attack horizontally. Ji-young-hun spoke up. "Speed is your strength. Don't block attacks, dodge them and counterattack." Suddenly Miho appeared behind him. She flew in quick as lightning, wanting to close in. Ji-young-hun detected it. He reached back and grabbed Miho tight. Ji-young-hun used momentum to throw her entire body towards Haru. He said, "The ambush was too obvious." Miho flew back, pinning Haru underneath with great force. He looked at the two sluggish under the tree and reminded them, "What are you two doing? Get up." Don't ask me to train you with that kind of spirit. Huh? Haru replied with determination. No, I can still fight. Miho smacked her lips, pointing at Ji-young-hun. Tisk. Amidst the commotion, Hendrik approached. He interrupted the conversation. Can I join? He turned around, looked and asked. Your name is Hendrik, right? Is it okay to move like that? Hendrik lowered his eyes and replied calmly. Lying in bed forever wouldn't be me. More importantly, I can't miss the chance to defeat a 9-star. Ji-young-hun was excited seeing him draw his sword. He massaged his knuckles and said, I like your determination. Just as he finished speaking, in front of Ji-young-hun, something exploded, causing a loud noise. Hendrik shouted, what is that? Haru looked in that direction and said, That's grandfather's workshop. The whole group panic ran to the explosion area. Haru shouted worriedly, Grandpa is there. Grandpa, are you okay? Gino leaned on her and replied softly, I'm fine. As if remembering something, Hendrik hurriedly asked, What about Cha Jin-hyuk? Did you two fail in forging that weapon? Hearing this, he laughed. Haha, fail? You think that arrogant bastard would be happy if he failed? A giant pillar of purple light carrying destructive power erupted from the ground, tearing through space and throwing up debris. Everyone present was silently observing this terrifying scene. Gino lowered his voice. Completing it in just one day like this. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist. The bracelet on his wrist suddenly flared up. A mysterious purple light radiated out. Energy fluctuating violently. He praised. Truly a great success. Scene change, the kobold was opening its mouth to bite something. Taylor was tightly wrapped in chains. Beside him, it was biting and tearing at his body. Vulcan observed and spoke up. His soul is being bitten like that. Yet he doesn't say a word. Tun beside him added, as expected of a 9-star. He really keeps his mouth shut. Taylor broke into a cold sweat from pain but remained stubborn. What? So your interrogation has come to an end, huh? My soul has reached its limit. It will dissipate soon. And all of you will be killed by Belu. I will see you in hell. A holy soul soldier appeared, interrupting him. Wait. You cannot go down there. Without my permission. Taylor started to panic and screamed, WH-. What is this? The holy soul soldier raised the golden scepter. Hi. Forming a majestic and divine cross shape. The parts of Taylor's body gnawed by the kobold were now being covered by power. He looked at his hand and shouted, My soul is recovering? How? Without mercy. The holy soul soldier used a sword to cut off Taylor's newly regrown hands. He rolled his eyes back in pain, sweat pouring out even more. A calm voice spoke up. You will not be released until you give me information. Jin-hyuk walked over and threatened. These holy soul soldiers can recover your soul as many times as they want. Now then, loser donut. How many times will you be regenerated? The kobold received the order and continued to latch onto Taylor's body. He screamed in panic, you. It didn't care. Beginning to open its mouth to gnaw on Taylor's soul. He couldn't take it anymore. Roaring, that devious demon. After a while, Taylor's body was tattered in front of Jin-hyuk's group. Tun spoke up. 15, no, 16 times. It's 17 times, my lord. Surrounding his soul were the kobold and the holy spirit soldier. Jin-hyuk reminded him, just say it already. If you speak, I will purify you properly. After rounds of torture, saliva was dripping from both corners of his mouth. Taylor swallowed hard to stop it from flowing. Scene change. Pillow stood tall beneath the penalty removal machine. He said with a darkened face, Pillow is gathering a force to destroy the tower. Back on this side, after a while of interrogation, Jin-hyuk asked coldly, a weapon? What kind? Taylor rolled his eyes and replied, I don't know the details either. But it contains the power of gods and demons. He growled, Are you sure? He turned his head and saw the kobold and the holy spirit soldier preparing to fly over. So he stammered continuously. Yes. Believe me. Pillow has been isolated by the other 9 stars. With the money he collected from selling the guild facilities. What else would he use that fund for? Please believe me. I beg you. Everything is my fault. So just kill me. Jin-hyuk stared at him and remained silent for a while. Finally, he spoke up, alright, let's take a break here. Seeing Jin Hyuk let him off, Taylor trembled and relaxed. He said, finally. Before he could rejoice, Jin Hyuk interrupted Taylor, but I don't think I can resolve your soul. That soul will feel pain bit by bit, while being melted inside Ba. Realizing he had been tricked, he gritted his teeth and hissed in resentment. You, until the very end. Jin Hyuk shouted. Gluttony. Ba. It rushed in as if to swallow Taylor whole. He screamed in panic, Cha Jin Hyuk. Everyone gathered in another area. Jin Hyuk spoke, soon. Polo will track me down and begin the selection and destruction strategy. We'll face the most cunning and cruel of the 9 stars. Jeonghan raised both hands to crack his knuckles. He swore in frustration, those bastards. How dare they deceive and betray my friend? I won't forgive them. Henry remained calmer and reminded him. You cannot forget about the 4 emperors. The demon village in your hometown. Countless people have died at the hands of the 4 emperors. No one knows when or where they will arrive. Vulcan nodded and added. More importantly is that weapon donut mentioned. It will become the biggest variable. Jin Hyuk lowered his eyes and voiced his thoughts. We cannot stop their strategy. We have no choice but to respond in kind. But there is one thing we get to choose. On this side. Polo had a similar thought. He said, a battle. After hiding their traces on the 100th floor? Those opposing the celestial realm still haven't shown themselves. Hyde wondered, so you mean that after preparing properly, they might ambush us? Mi had mentally prepared himself. He urged, I want to destroy them right now. Hamiel, who had been silent, also chimed in. Then where will they prepare for the battle? On Jin Hyuk's side, Hendrik suggested, should we fight them right here? We have strong support, and they will receive huge penalties on the 100th floor. Jeonghan intervened with dissatisfaction. No, I disagree. After fighting them head-on, I realized everyone's strength isn't enough to fight against the army of the 4 emperors. So everyone needs to increase their own strength. Through climbing the tower. Cannon guessed that thought. He reached out his hand and continued. Meaning it must be a place not too high, and not too low, huh? Haha. They are truly annoying. Polo clasped his hands behind his back, pondering. No matter how many times I think about it, a place fitting those specific conditions does not exist. Contrary to him, Jin Hyuk smirked confidently, it does exist. The perfect location. That place which is neither too high nor too low. And is where my allies support me. Hendrik suddenly intervened. Wait, allies? Who are they? He spoke up. I think you know them, Henry. He pointed at his own face, slightly dazed. I know them. 2 weeks later, at the imperial capital of the 190th floor. From inside, shouts urging people rang out, hey! Everyone move quickly. Do you know that today? We have to transport so many things to the store. Hurry up. Let's go. Jin Hyuk's group wore cloaks and blended into the crowd professionally. After everyone had left, Miho was still standing alone in a corner. A pair of hands reached out, picked her up, and scolded. What are you doing? Come over here quickly. All disguises were taken off. Jin Hyuk said, good. We have entered the 191st floor easily. Jeonghan didn't hesitate to raise his fist. Happily taking credit. Thanks to the teachings of my fist, right? Not wanting to waste time on meaningless things. He reminded, stop saying weird things. And I will explain this only once. Our goal is to find the scheming tricks of the wingless. They are hiding to avoid the angels. This won't be easy. First, we will split up and find someone who knows Uriel's face. While focusing, a pair of arms wrapped around Jin Hyuk, hugging him tight. Seeing the person's face clearly, Hendrik shouted, you. Miho was also surprised. She said, it's that person. He glanced down, asking somewhat impatiently, how did you get here? Uriel did not answer his question. Uriel dropped a sentence, hold tight, everyone. A brilliant energy sphere resembling a miniature sun suddenly exploded in the heart of the ancient city, creating violent shockwaves that shook the entire space. Cutting off Jin Hyuk's group sentence, wait, you are. A porter passing by accidentally saw something and stopped. He turned to look, but there was only fading smoke left. The porter wondered, strange. I just heard something. Those walking ahead shouted. Why are you staring into an alley like that? We are very busy. The person next to him interrupted. No, wait. Maybe I misheard. The brilliant energy sphere, resembling a miniature sun, flew up into the sky. It suddenly exploded in the heart of the ancient city, creating violent shockwaves that shook the entire space, from which echoed an ear-piercing scream. Fast. Too fast. A sharp golden energy beam shot up, piercing through the clouds. From amidst the misty clouds, the fiery circle gradually dissolved into the air. Inside the sphere, Miho staggered and said, "The world around me is spinning." Hey. Beside her, Haru lay flat and added, "I think I'm going to vomit." Hendrik calmly spoke up. "What is happening?" Uriel walked up to Jin Hyuk and explained softly, "Sorry for suddenly bringing you here, Purple Star. I can only descend to the mortal world for a bit." He turned back and replied tiredly, "Mortal world? Ah, then this is." His pupils dilated. Jin Hyuk froze, looking at the scene before him. She introduced, "Welcome. This is the place where we live, and it is also your battlefield. City of Dreams." Gazing at the majestic scenery in front of him, Jin Hyuk did not spare his praise. "I've heard rumors about the tower's secret location, but I didn't expect it to be a place hidden like this." Uriel stepped closer to him and explained softly, "If we hid it in a visible place, the angels would attack us." As if remembering something, Jin Hyuk turned to ask in annoyance, "But how did you find our location?" She pointed at him and replied lightly, "It was simple." Seeing the light from Uriel penetrate his body, he panicked. "This is?" She continued, "I found your location thanks to this." Hearing this, Jin Hyuk pondered. "The feather you gave me back then? You found us using that?" He secretly realized, "So that's why." She said, "I shouldn't let anyone take that feather." He worriedly asked for Uriel's opinion. "But will it be okay? We will turn this place into a battlefield. The hiding place you painstakingly created might disappear." She smiled to reassure him. "Don't worry. Your visit and the upcoming battle are things that person has predicted." Hearing Uriel's cryptic answer, Jin Hyuk asked doubtfully, "That person? Are you talking about your god?" She didn't deny it, nodding slightly to confirm, "Yes. The angel abandoned by the celestial realm." Uriel lightly mentioned a name full of authority. "Lucifer." After a while, she opened the door and led Jin Hyuk deep inside. Uriel called out, "Pontifex. I have brought the person from the prophecy." Pontifex turned and greeted calmly, "Ah, you two have arrived? Can you wait a moment?" She reminded gently. "The warriors are still praying." Gazing at Pontifex's appearance, Jin Hyuk was a bit surprised and thought, "An aged angel? This is the first time I've seen one." He replied, "Okay." The door behind her suddenly opened. Pontifex said, "Ah, they have finished praying." She continued the introduction. "They are the main force of the wingless divine sword." Uriel walked ahead to lead the way. She pointed inside and invited, "Come in." Jin Hyuk passed by Venian, walking slowly. He suddenly stopped, glanced over, and whispered disdainfully, "Just a human." Jin Hyuk heard Venian's words. His face remained calm, expression unchanged. After a while, Uriel cheerfully reminded, "All right, you go in by yourself from here." Jin Hyuk turned and wondered, "Huh? You two aren't coming in?" She replied with one sentence and slammed the door shut. "He only allowed you to enter." He confidently looked straight ahead and spoke, "All right, so you called me here. You also foresaw my victory." Jin Hyuk called out in a low voice, "The angel abandoned by the celestial realm. No, Lucifer." Sparks hissed ear-piercingly, running along his cold face. He continued to remind, "Say something." In front of Lucifer, words appeared. "The angel abandoned by the celestial realm says that the journey here must have been very difficult." Jin Hyuk wondered, "Why don't you show your true form?" He decided to call Ban. Nine-tailed fox. Two systems, one purple and one red, appeared in turn. Nine-tailed fox has replied. The apex of all evil has replied. Jin Hyuk questioned coldly, Why did you help me defeat the 4 emperors? Why? He looked at Lucifer and shouted angrily. Why did you resurrect me? The system continued to relay information. The angel abandoned by the celestial realm says. He will explain. Before the tower appeared, there was an endless battle. Jin Hyuk began to ponder, an endless battle? Lucifer continued. Immortal entities began. An endless war. To protect their own power. That time was like hell. And everyone was exhausted. Just like Evan said. You only start using your power when you are about to die. He cursed silently. Evan? That bastard hasn't stopped there. The system continued, during the battle. Someone erected the tower by placing their creations into the tower and making them face each other fairly. This match replaced the war with competition to obtain the highest number of creations. However, as you know, that fair match was destroyed by selection and destruction. The 4 emperors killed those with the potential to become gods and began to monopolize the chance to rule the tower. On this side, Nine-Tailed Fox says that is incorrect. The apex of all evil is stating that his goal is the same as yours. Jin Hyuk spoke his thoughts calmly. It is to eliminate the rule of the 4 emperors and the gods who believe in them. In other words, opposing the celestial realm. The notification panel appeared again. The angel abandoned by the celestial realm has predicted one thing. Your destiny is to achieve that in their stead. He smirked as if grasping something. Finally, Jin Hyuk laughed out loud. He rebuked Lucifer. Do you really think I will fight for you people like a pawn? Bullshit. You sick stalker. The system replied. The apex of all evil is mumbling. He knew this would happen anyway. Lucifer continued. However, Lucifer asks. If you want to continue your vengeance. Jin Hyuk answered immediately without thinking. He pointed at him and declared. But I won't do as you wish. I will take revenge in my own way. Lucifer's next sentence was transmitted, making Jin Hyuk freeze. The angel abandoned by the celestial realm smiles and says. That alone is enough. He says the prophecy will come true. He just gritted his teeth tightly, saying nothing more. Finally, Jin Hyuk lowered his eyes and said, do whatever you want. Just don't interfere with our business afterwards. The notification panels appeared again. The apex of all evil has just evaluated that you are truly an uncontrollable guy. Nine-Tailed Fox asks. Isn't that the reason he looks so attractive? The angel abandoned by the celestial realm agrees. The angel abandoned by the celestial realm asks. If you would like to sit and drink some tea. It's been quite a while. After chatting for a while, Uriel came to lead him away. Jin Hyuk followed her, stomping his foot in anger and snapping. So the prophecy will come true, huh? I don't like feeling like a pawn. Uriel gently placed her hand on the door. She reassured him. First, just drink the tea we prepared. Just as it opened, a shout echoed through the air. What is happening? In front of them, Venian's group was surrounding Hendrik, Miho, Jeonghun, and Haru. He spoke up, want to fight? Seeing Jin Hyuk appear, the little girl called out, ah, brother. Venian followed Miho's gaze and turned around. You're back? You demon face. No, it should be Purple Star Cha Jin Hyuk. Uriel stepped forward. She loudly reminded Venian, they are the main force. Who will lead the holy war? So why are you treating them like that? He disagreed and retorted, this is vengeance. And our holy war. So what? How can a tiny human represent the wingless? Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Hyuk's powerful punch landed straight on Venian's face. He was still talking. The divine sword should be the leader of the holy war. The thunderous punch knocked Venian away, embedding him firmly into the cracking stone wall. Under the terrifying pressure of purple energy, Jin Hyuk roared in anger. How dare you point your sword at me? I'm already unhappy, and yet you provoke me. Let me beat you to a pulp. Venian dragged his ragged body up. He touched the punch mark on his face and said, how dare you attack me, commander of the divine sword, Venian? Angrily swinging his sword, he shouted. I will kill you, you rogue mortal. Jin Hyuk was not afraid but responded excitedly. This is a great opportunity to test my new weapon. With a flash of a halo, Venian dove down like an arrow, raising his sword high, ready to strike. On this side, he also crouched down, creating a purple energy sphere to counterattack. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the air. Stop! Pontifex appeared in the center. A blinding halo radiated from her. Jin Hyuk froze. He looked down, thinking, I can't move. Jin Hyuk tried to move. But only his hand trembled. He said in disbelief, what? Pontifex raised the ultimate scepter in her hand high. She spoke majestically, not giving anyone a chance to resist. We may be different from those who abandoned us. In the City of Dreams, fighting against one's allies is strictly forbidden. Pontifex looked down at Jin Hyuk's group and Venian, shouting, if anyone goes against this rule, I will consider that person an enemy. He shouted unwillingly, Pontifex. But she remained stern and asked in a low voice, are you planning to go against Lucifer, Venian? Those who were summoned here are people called by him. Pontifex reminded, those who intend to fight against the world had best conserve their energy. On this side, Jin Hyuk spoke up to explain, I would do so if they didn't attack me. She shouted loudly, lower your swords. Pontifex struck the scepter forcefully and continued, everyone, return to your places. Seeing that everything had settled down, Pontifex turned to walk away and dropped a sentence. Uriel, show the guests their quarters. She replied, yes. Below. Jin Hyuk said coldly, lucky for you, pigeon. Venian remained silent, not replying. He held a grudge in his heart, thinking, I cannot acknowledge you, Cha Jin Hyuk. I will make you leave the City of Dreams. After the skirmish, currently, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were standing from above observing. He assessed. Compared to before, the angels here are quite strong. He leaned against the wall and replied, these people were exiled for opposing the evil in the angel council. In other words, everyone here has a certain impact. After speaking, anger rose in Jin Hyuk's heart. He thought irritably, but why is this guy training right in front of our quarters? Venian still didn't know about Jin Hyuk's presence. He stood below, strictly ordering, train more. Hold your swords firmly. Seeing him pointing around, Vulcan offered a thought. That Venian boy seems a bit excessive. Jin Hyuk smirked as if this was child's play. He replied, he can't attack me, so he's trying to create pressure. After a while of training, Venian encouraged everyone, very good. The swordsmanship is excellent. We are all Lucifer's swords. We will defeat the upcoming enemies. He glanced slightly, sarcastically implying, there will be no problem, whether we have those lowly humans or not. Hearing those words, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. Is he mocking us? Vulcan also nodded in agreement with him. We can't let this slide. He turned and continued, Vulcan. If they don't let us rest, it will affect the battle. He lowered his eyes, yeah. More importantly, Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist and hissed, he's annoying me so much. I can't take it anymore. He leaped onto the windowsill, saying, I'll mess with them a little bit. Vulcan saw Jin Hyuk. Seeing Hyuk about to act, he called out to stop him, wait. Wait. Didn't you hear that fighting is prohibited here? He didn't care and jumped down. He only managed to shout, hey. Jin Hyuk landed gently right behind Venian. He also sensed it. Venian glanced back and spoke. So you finally crawled out, human. Jin Hyuk retorted immediately. I can't rest properly because of you pigeons. You guys are too loud. He turned around, walked closer to him, and said. Seems like you are very annoyed, aren't you? What are you planning to do? Hit me again? Venian pointed his finger at Jin Hyuk. Confident with the army behind him, he raised his voice to remind him. But if you do that, you will become an enemy of Wingless. And immediately, we, the divine sword, will end your life right here. Venian clenched his fist, provoking, just try and come at me. Can't do anything, right? So just leave the City of Dreams. Amidst a brilliant purple aura, Jin Hyuk remained calm. Hands in his pockets. He released an invisible pressure outwards. He replied coldly, truly a bunch of fools. Someone panicked and shouted, is that demonic magic? Venian froze at the situation before him. He couldn't believe it and muttered softly. Impossible. How can a human? Venian said loudly. Do you possess both demonic energy and divine power? Inside you. Jin Hyuk expanded his power and growled, yeah. Pretty cool, huh? As you know. An arrogant smile appeared on his lips. Calmly displaying his power, one hand holding gloomy darkness, the other burning with blinding light. Jin Hyuk spoke up to remind them. Don't I remind you of someone? An angel. Looking at the light radiating from him, jaw dropping in surprise. Eventually, everyone knelt down, bowed their heads and shouted in unison. Lucifer. The angel abandoned by heaven. He is the apostle of Lucifer. Vinian frantically turned to stop them. Wait, everyone. Jin Hyuk walked over. He put a hand on his shoulder and said confidently. That's right, you should kneel too. I am the representative of the God you serve. With your life. Below, they chorused in a respectful tone. Yes, apostle. Seeing he achieved his goal, Jin Hyuk chuckled inwardly. I don't like using the name of a guy who specializes in peeping like this. But if I want to annoy him, there is no other way. He lifted his chin, complaining, I talked so much, I'm thirsty. Jin Hyuk looked at Vinian and ordered. Vinian, go get me some water. Go get it yourself. Hearing that, an angel spoke up in admiration. Oh, just as expected. The guy next to him smiled and continued. The apostle personally chose the commander as his partner. Everyone happily congratulated, making Vinian turn green with rage. We are proud of you, commander. In the end, he had to comply, though unwillingly. Vinian agreed in a small voice. I'll be back later. On this side, Haru sat down tiredly, panting. Someone handed a bottle of water in front of her. Uriel asked, is the training going okay? Haru looked up to see who it was. Uriel. The two observed Kyung-hoon and Jin Hyuk training in front. Uriel continued. Just tell me if there's anything unsatisfactory. Haru quickly replied, no. Thanks to you, we can relax here. She took a sip of water and smiled. Continuing, last week was really great. We are getting closer to Uriel. Wingless, and the divine sword. Uriel replied with satisfaction. It's amazing that you all could tame Vinian. Haru shared. I feel like I'm getting stronger after every training session. It reminds me of the first time climbing the tower with Orabioni. She winked playfully and asked, am I being too carefree? Even though the battle is approaching? Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave shattered the glass surface. The penalty remover shot up powerfully. Uriel and Haru froze, turning towards the source of the sound. A scream echoed in the air. There's an ambush. Lucifer. A giant with half-god, half-demon wings appeared, towering, exuding a terrifying pressure. His eyes suddenly glowed with deep blue energy, staring down at the tiny beings with an overwhelming aura. The ground buckled, then crumbled under the destructive force, creating a shockwave explosion that flung dirt and rocks flying like rain. Jin Hyuk looked up. The area of the penalty remover was smoking, billowing out. He was a bit puzzled. What is that? Uriel beside him spoke anxiously. The temple. It's being attacked. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in annoyance. It started already? The information hasn't leaked out. But suddenly something made him freeze instantly. Behind Jin Hyuk, a crimson pillar of fire flared up like a monster, swallowing the entire forest, turning the scenery around them into a wasteland in a rage of destruction. He squinted and shouted, here too. The aftershock threw giant masses of earth and rock high into the sky, turning the space into a deadly meteor shower. All the stone blocks containing the penalty removers were heavily destroyed. Hexagonal energy shields ablaze with fire instantly interlocked, forming a solid dome, taking the full weight of thousands of pounds of the collapsing debris. Uriel tried to steady herself and screamed, the ground. Miho said in fear, it's tilting. Hendrik asked, what's going on? Her face turned grave. Uriel made an assessment, this is bad. The city of dreams is floating thanks to the Pontifex's power. Jin Hyuk looked at her worriedly, Pontifex? You mean her? Where is she now? Uriel said. She is likely praying at the temple right now, with the divine sword soldiers. Jin Hyuk went pale. What? He looked in that direction. That place had now become ruins. Countless injured people were buried under the rubble. He was extremely worried. That was where the first pillar fell. On this side, Vinian, his whole body covered in wounds, was lying face down on the stone ground. In front of him, the Pontifex had collapsed, pierced through by Belu. Vinian called out weakly, Pontifex. He looked at her with cruel eyes and asked, now tell me, where is Cha Jin Hyuk? The Pontifex struggled to open her eyes to look at him. She refused to speak. The screen of dust could not hide The ferocity of the boulders that were relentlessly raining down, turning the space into a cramped tomb. The vast blue sky opened up. But what poured down was not warm sunlight, but a rain of pitch-black boulders tearing through the wind, crashing down like deadly meteors. Receiving no answer, Belu switched to threatening, "Oh? Still trying to protect the climbers, while you yourself are in danger? Truly an unimaginable will. If this city falls, the climbers on the 190th floor will be buried by the rubble of the mortal world, without anyone knowing." The Pontifex panted, struggling to finish her sentence. "We cherish life, unlike you and that person." He seemed to have his reverse scale touched. Belu clenched his jaw and snarled, "How dare you be insolent to our god?" He summoned a sharp spear, intending to finish her off. Belu declared, "Die, pagan." Seeing he was about to act, Venian over here shouted, "Pontifex." An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The epicenter erupted. A blinding light tore through the space, along with a familiar voice. "Hey, Jean." Hyuk was holding the Pontifex in his arms. In front was a barrier that blocked the stab from Belu. He spoke up. "You're still alive?" Venian felt like his wish was granted. Belu laughed. "So I don't need to look for you, Cha Jin Hyuk." He curled his lips in greeting. "Long time no see, superstitious fanatic." Jin Hyuk used his power to move the Pontifex to Venian. He reminded, "Hey Venian, take her and hide. Protect the old lady with your life." "Got it." He reached out to support her body and replied, "Okay." After Venian left, on this side, Belu stood from above looking down. He said, "You are actually alive. Can't believe I've met you now. I did have some doubts. But seeing you in the flesh like this is truly a surprise." Jin Hyuk smirked and asked, "Scared, you blabbermouth?" Belu began to raise his hand to summon power. Surrounding his body flared up a blinding golden aura, releasing divine energy, overwhelming the entire space. Belu replied, "Between us, there's nothing more to say." Jin Hyuk suddenly turned serious. He said seriously, "Let me ask you one thing. Have you ever regretted killing me?" Without a moment's thought, he smirked and answered bluntly, "Not at all." Belu dashed towards Jin Hyuk. He continued, "You were punished. The only regret I have is not killing you properly." On this side, he also clenched his fist, ready to attack Belu. Jin Hyuk retorted, "Yeah, that's exactly what you should say, Belu. That makes me want to kill you even more." From the mysterious bracelet on his hand materialized a long and sharp sword, standing firm amidst the rain of destructive light rays. Surrounding Jin Hyuk was a ghostly purple aura of death. He coldly gripped it tight. The weapon rushed forward with wind-tearing speed, with eyes glowing full of killing intent, and his body enveloped in dark purple flames. He swung a strike that tore through space. On this side, Haru was not negligent. She was nimbly dodging the incoming attacks. Hamiel roared, "Stop moving, you fly." She knelt down, supporting her body and thinking of Uriel's reminder. "We have two objectives." She stood before everyone, stating her assessment. "First, we need to destroy the pillars in each zone. If we do that, the City of Dreams won't fall." Hendrik also chimed in. "I can feel a massive amount of power radiating from each pillar." Jin Hyuk glanced at him and said, "That is the second mission." Uriel nodded in agreement, "Okay. I assume each pillar has enemy forces inside. They will protect those pillars." An angel was incinerated in the sea of fire. He screamed miserably, "Help! Help me! Keenan is destroying everything." The guy clicked his tongue, uninterested. "Tisk, so boring." Looking at the desolate scene, being gradually consumed by flames, Keenan continued, "Is that all you've got? You useless bunch, entertain me more." Just then, a figure appeared in front of him and replied, "Then let me." Hendrik placed his hand on his sword hilt, thinking, defeating the enemy will destroy the pillar. He introduced himself in a deep voice. "I am the Dragon Slayer, Hendrik." On this side, standing opposite Uriel was Hamiel. In another corner, Vulcan holding a dark staff stood behind Hyge. Haru and Miho combined forces to attack Hamiel. An ear-piercing scream echoed through the air, "Belu." Jin Hyuk smiled a creepy, excited smile. Amidst the remnants of the explosion, he glided like a phantom, eyes glowing, the gaze of a hunter toying with his prey. Jin Hyuk continued. Hurry up? And let's end our unlucky fate right here. Bellu utilized the power of holy light. Condensing it. A giant and brutal spear of light rushed forward. He raised his voice in challenge. Fight me, Cha Jin Hyuk. Close-up of eyes glowing with blinding white light. A purple power erupted violently, exuding absolute pressure from his body, making the surrounding space feel like it was about to shatter. Opposite him, Bellu's face was distorted in a grin stretching to his ears, full of madness, his eyes glowing crazily, as he reached out wanting to crush Jin Hyuk in the blinding golden aura. The ground shook violently when two destructive forces, one dark ghostly purple, one blinding golden, collided head-on, creating a giant pillar of light, piercing the sky and sweeping away every obstacle. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. Violent energy erupted, flinging shattered layers of earth and rock. Uriel calmly reached out and said, "At least we can greet each other. But I used to be your guide in the past." Hearing that, Hamiel burst out laughing. She speaks of it like it's obvious. Truly ridiculous. Didn't I cut ties on that day? Time seemed to rewind 15 years back. Hamiel, with the face of a victor, holding two wings in her hands. Below was a trembling body, bleeding everywhere. Hamiel screamed, "The day I cut off your wings." Uriel's expression didn't change. She silently looked at her and continued, "You agreed to it, you loser." She replied softly, "We don't need to fight. Because we are both losers already." Seeing Uriel's calm expression, she roared in anger, "Don't treat me like I'm like you." Hamiel pointed and screamed, "I am different from you." She summoned her power. High above, a giant fireball flared up, radiating blinding golden light. Hamiel declared, "I will return to the embrace of the gods." Below, Uriel was unflinching. She also gripped an energy ball in her hand. Uriel held the ball with both hands and whispered sarcastically, "Pitiful one." She swung her hand, launching the power towards Hamiel, and shouted loudly, "Divine punishment." On this side, the penalty remover still stood tall above. Standing right below it was Hyge. He was pensively observing the rear. Vulcan looked at Hyge and asked, "Who is he? Hasn't moved an inch this whole time." Chun speculated, "Is he sunbathing?" Vulcan didn't want to waste time and told him, "Ignore it, we still need to eliminate him and the pillar." Chun focused and replied, "Roger." Amidst the purple streaks of light tearing through the night, the dark shadow condensed terrifying power into two brilliant energy spheres. Blinding white core, contrasting with the surrounding ghostly purple, creating a suffocating pressure that wanted to crush everything in its path. Vulcan and Chun dashed past each other and swung their weapons simultaneously. The ghostly purple power source converged and exploded into a giant pillar of light, tearing through the wind, rushing straight at Hyge. The power seemed to want to pierce through space itself. Both shouted, "Soul light," as if sensing danger. He turned his face. Behind, two glowing eyes containing power. Suddenly, a figure appeared, rushing forward. Hyge reached out to block the attack. Chun thought in surprise, "Someone blocked my attack?" He spoke up. "Who is that? A zombie?" In front of them was a demon. Dark black aura radiated around her, being controlled by chains. Hyge calmly explained, "Zombie. I don't use such rude and barbaric skills." He tightened the chains in his hand and continued, "This is a human who voluntarily serves me. She is a demon." She rushed over to him, groveling and begging, "Lord Heiji, I did well. Didn't I? My reward, please, sir. Please give me more demonic energy." Heiji looked at the demon and smirked. "Fine. If you kill them, I will give it to you." She accepted the order happily without any defense. "Really? Promise me." A dim streak of light gradually appeared. Heiji reminded her, "But remember, inside the black hole, countless bright eyes are looking out like tigers, stalking prey." He continued, "You have to share with the others." Vulcan stopped abruptly to observe the situation ahead. Before he could regain his composure, a swarm of demons rushed forward to attack them, shouting, "They are Lord Heiji's enemies. Destroy them." Heiji just stood still for a while, then spoke up. "Using one's own body to fight is not elegant at all." Vulcan pointed his hand, summoning Kobold. He retorted, "Yeah, I agree. Let's see which side has the better commander." On this side, Cannon put his hands on his hips, assessing the situation. "What? Why does everyone look so happy?" He looked at Hendrik, who had collapsed in front of him, and remarked, "Only I am facing a useless opponent." Cannon walked closer to him and continued. We dragons are more respected than the other 3 species. He raised his hand to admire it, looking proud. Above all, we all possess a strong and beautiful body. Don't you think being born as a dragon is truly lucky? Yet you threw away that luck for those thugs called the Wingless. They turned their backs on their own god, had their wings cut off, and faced punishment. I really don't understand. Perhaps you can help me understand. Dragon Slayer Hendrik. After hearing those words, he clenched his jaw, thinking, damn it. It's annoying, but I have to accept it. He is stronger than me. The gap between dragon ranks is too huge. Cannon continued to mock. I've never seen a dragon as redundant as you. Holding a sword with that temper. And having black hair. Hendrik gritted his teeth and replied. What does my hair color have to do with you? He smirked, asking, what? You're a dragon and you don't know? A dragon's hair color and scales represent their own magic power. A red dragon like me uses fire power. In other words, we are fire dragons. You are truly strange. However, this is the first time I've seen a black-haired dragon. Cannon's bloodshot eyes flashed. The killing intent on his face was swallowed by darkness. He casually activated a massive magic circle. Blinding light and violent power surged furiously from that magic circle, as if wanting to burn everything to ashes. Cannon uttered, anyway, I guess you're just trash. With no talent at all. I will burn you just like burning trash, Hendrik. Hearing his words, he suddenly calmed down, thinking of his ability. His origin. In the space, filled with the red color of frantic lightning, a muscular bareback stood tall, motionless, calmly facing the epicenter of the explosion. Blinding white light was shooting out giant beams of energy. Hendrik surged forward. He dashed quickly, slashing a long line down Cannon's body. Black Dragon Slash. Before that sudden outburst, he could only stand dazed, watching his severed hand flying in the other direction. Cannon trembled, glancing and thinking. Did he just cut through my dragon scales? Impossible. He watched Hendrik slowly land, contemplating further. That wasn't magic or swordsmanship. That was? He turned back to look at Cannon, answering the question he was wondering about. You are the light that revived me. Hendrik called out, Ball. The system appeared. The peak of all evil is talking too much. He says I've been discovered. He continued to explain. You are the reason I am a black dragon. My power originates from the peak of all evil. A great demon. Cannon's eyes widened in disbelief at this power. Behind Hendrik, a giant roaring dark dragon appeared. Surrounding him was a gloomy black aura. He shouted, demonic energy. You are a demonic dragon. Hendrik rushed towards Cannon. He shouted, don't you run away. Where did your dragon pride disappear to? In a moment, hanging by a thread, Cannon clenched his teeth, putting all his strength into the hand, radiating blinding golden light, to unleash a decisive counterattack. Amidst the roaring storm of red fire, a matrix was created by Cannon. He screamed, get lost. Get lost. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, tearing eardrums. As the epicenter of the collision exploded into a blinding white halo, releasing a fiery red storm and blast that swept away everything in sight. Amidst the violently swirling blood-red aura, Hendrik, with sharp eyes and a cold demeanor, bearing an overwhelming aura, faced Cannon. Hovering in midair, with his red cloak flying like a flame, he coldly reached out to control the stream of dark energy. Below, Hendrik also slashed a giant semicircular arc, sweeping through everything. Cannon gritted his teeth and hissed, damn it. With a face drenched in sweat and eyes bulging fiercely, he screamed frantically, exploding all his power into crimson streaks of light tearing through the surrounding space. Damn it. Hendrik remained silent, watching him go mad. Cannon continued summoning power, shooting sparks at him, shouting, get away. The fire twisted, forming a giant tornado next to the penalty remover, as if wanting to sweep everything away. Cannon muttered in a hoarse voice of disbelief. How can a despicable brat be a demonic dragon? This is the end of the tricks you learned. You cannot possibly defeat a high-ranking dragon. An eye with a glowing golden vertical pupil suddenly stared wide open, full of uncanniness. The sharp gaze containing extreme fury. darted over, as if wanting to swallow the enemy instantly. Under the glowing, threatening gaze of the giant dark dragon, streams of crimson dark energy were frantically swirling into a point of deadly energy right in front of its mouth, signaling a devastating strike about to descend. Cannon opened his mouth to evaluate. That breath is mixed with demonic energy. From above, Hendrik in dragon form spread his wings, pouring down his rage. By unleashing a pillar of crimson light energy from his mouth, tearing through the night and rushing straight down at the target with unstoppable destructive power. The breath of the devil. He couldn't counterattack or dodge. He only had time to scream one word, no. Over here, Pella was fighting when he realized the problem. He whispered, Cannon's mana has vanished. Impossible, how could he be defeated? Taking the opportunity, Jin Hyuk leaped high, preparing to strike down. He shouted, you're letting your guard down. As Jin Hyuk's shadow rushed down from above, carrying a giant glowing purple greatsword to deliver a destructive blow, golden light from Pello flared up to block the attack, creating a terrifying aftershock. Aggressive dark purple energy swept through the rock layers, creating a violent shockwave that plowed the surrounding ground into countless fragments. Jin Hyuk provoked, what's wrong with you? Fight me properly. Fighting you isn't fun at all. He stretched out to launch an energy sphere towards Pello, then spoke. Didn't you come here to kill me? Huh? On this side, he still hadn't calmed down. Pello pondered, what happened, Cannon? You reached the 600th floor. Yet you were defeated by a dragon like that? Jin Hyuk pointed and reminded him, what's wrong? Why can't you focus? Is it because you can't believe that my teammate defeated your teammate? He smirked and replied, ha, teammate. Cha Jin Hyuk, don't tell me. You actually think they are your teammates. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow slightly, what? Pello looked down from above. He mocked. It seems your standards have dropped severely after coming back to life. So confident? If you let that scum follow you, it's like you're pretending. They are your allies. Of course, I'm not talking about Choi Kyung-hoon, who is standing in the air over there. I'm certain the reason he isn't getting involved in this battle is because he is wary of all of you. Pello's face darkened as if he held the game in his hands. But the rest are just outsiders of this tower. They are bugs that wouldn't even make a sound, even if slaughtered. If I were you, around him, brilliant streaks of light began to appear. Pello pointed, launching a blast of power towards Jin Hyuk. Continuing, I would have killed them all and turned them all into undead. In the center was an energy sphere. From it radiated blinding arrows raining down on where he stood. Around him, streaks of light were exploding. Jin Hyuk remained calm, standing still without moving. His expression gradually turned dark and unpredictable. Amidst the destructive power tearing through space and cracking the ground, he still stood tall with a cold expression, as if he were the only one holding control in this chaos. After the collision, the moment the arrows hit the ground triggering a blinding explosion, Pello didn't retreat, but stood proudly in the epicenter, enjoying a brilliant performance. He then made an offer. Instead of going with them, collaborating with us 9 stars would be more useful. Right? Jin Hyuk's retort startled Pello. You can't compare. He smirked, stepping out from the thick smoke. Jin Hyuk raised a shield in front of him, declaring confidently. My current teammates are much stronger. Pello observed him, thinking, a shield? Where did he get something huge like that? He asked with a hint of panic. What are you planning to do? Ignoring the aftershocks of the explosion, he rushed in with a wild smile on his lips, eyes glinting with eerie purple light, as his hand silently reached out, preparing to retaliate with a terrifying dark power. Jin Hyuk said, it's still a bit too early to be surprised. A purple energy sphere accumulated. Baal's weapon supports the omnipotent attribute. Primal chaos all-transforming divine weapon. Jin Hyuk glided forward, raising a hand with sharp claws. The primal chaos treasure has myriad forms. Pello froze, thinking, its shape changed? His speed was so fast that only trails of light were left behind. After every step he took, Jin Hyuk shouted, Pello, my teammates are different from yours. We came this far by trusting and protecting each other. Even if a teammate is in danger. Melek glared down at Haru and roared, you can't run either. A lightning-fast strike carrying destructive power He continued, "Die, you insect." Opposite him, Haru held her sword tight, her face calm, already in a stance ready to counterattack. The cold sharp blade swung up, revealing only Haru's eyes beneath, fully reflecting Melek's expression and actions. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back white, sparkling hearts flying all around his body. Seizing the opportunity, she and Miho combined forces to rush in for the decisive blow. Jin Hyuk's voice rang out. "Since we are teammates, we will never leave them alone. Everything ends in this moment." The cold sharp blade tore through the air, slashing across Melek's face, leaving a bloody cut, dyeing the space red, ending it all. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist, rushing in and continuing. So now, Pello could only blink as he received the unexpected counterattack. In a moment of exploding rage, the punch pierced through, launching an intense blinding purple energy blast towards Pello. The punch of the fallen god. Jin Hyuk laughed softly, his voice firm, "We will win." Taking Jin Hyuk's punch full on, Pello widened his eyes in pain. Blood from his esophagus sprayed out of his mouth. He was flung backwards by the momentum. With a terrifying force, Pello thought in panic. That weapon doesn't just change shape. A chain covered in dark aura flew over. He was still thinking. Can it utilize Jin Hyuk's power entirely? The chain wrapped tightly around Pello's body and tightened. He gritted his teeth, calculating. Is it enhanced by the power of a Messiah? Jin Hyuk over here grabbed the end of the chain in his hand and flew up. He laughed and said, "How dare you run?" Jin Hyuk stood still as a pivot, starting to use his hand to pull and swing Pello's body toward the penalty remover. Following the force, his body smashed hard into the machine pillar, causing it to explode and shaking everything around. The red orb on the penalty remover shattered. Smoke and dust filled the air. Jin Hyuk's words echoed. "We came this far by trusting and protecting each other." Below, Pello sat slumped in disarray, recalling what he said. "Even if my teammate is in danger, I won't let them die. That is why we will win." His eyes wavered slightly. Pello thought, teammate, scene change. A furious roar rang out. "Where did you go?" The lizard man lord screamed, "You human rats." Floor 120. Lizard man lord. He aggressively searched every nook and cranny. While walking, the lizard man lord looked around and said, "Hiding only buys you a little time. This dungeon is my domain." Beneath where he just walked past, there was a small hole just big enough for a person to crawl in. Pello was hiding inside with Carmen. Hearing the footsteps fading away, he poked his face out to observe, then whispered, "Is he gone?" Behind him, Carmen, shivering, called out, "Big brother." "Ha, ha. I'm so cold." Pello turned back inside, looking at her and calculating silently. A Lord-rank monster suddenly appeared. This intelligent monster has been chasing us for a few days already, and both of our divine power is depleted. His hand gradually dropped limp. "Is this the end for us?" Carmen looked up with an innocent face and asked, "Brother, our teammates. They will come to save us, right?" Pello slumped down and replied, "No. We only just met them in the tower. What benefit would there be for them to save us? No one in the mortal world helps orphans like us. And it's the same here." After speaking, he leaned his back against the wall, thinking. The strong prey on the weak. That is how the world operates. I'm just not among the strong. A pair of glowing red eyes looked through the small crack in the wall. Pello glanced to the side. Carmen hesitantly spoke up, "Lord." She screamed, "A Lord-rank monster." The lizard man lord opened his mouth and destroyed the wall. Rushing at him, he roared, "I finally found my prey." In a desperate situation, Pello told himself. That's right, the strong possess power. The image of the lizard man lord rushing in, with his mouth wide open, reflected in his red pupils. He concluded. One becomes strong by hunting the weak. A dark staff, enveloping an energy sphere appeared. From it, shot out a powerful beam of white light, aimed straight at the lizard man lord's body. Pello was stunned and shouted, "Spirit bomb? Impossible." Taking the full force of the attack, he roared frantically. How dare you? Who attacked me?" Below, a mysterious figure in a black cloak, radiating glowing purple killing intent, asked, "Hey, fellow believer, still alive?" It was Jin Hyuk. He warned, "Jump up if you want to live." Pello was stunned for a moment and didn't reply. He thought to himself. I should have been eaten by that Lord rank monster. We are the weak. And the Lord rank monster is the strong. That is the privilege the strong possess. In the night, a campfire flickered, radiating warmth. Pello's train of thought drifted. But Cha Jin-hyuk broke that rule. Pello and Carmen were sitting before the fire. She hugged him in fear and screamed, "I think I'm going to die." Pello leaned in and asked, what's wrong? He continued to ponder, he risked his life to save us. Why did he do that? I can't understand. No. I don't like it. One day, when I was gradually being drowned by a dissatisfaction I couldn't understand, God gave me a chance. Yahweh gave the mission, kill Cha Jin-hyuk. Kill this hateful man who dares to climb my tower. Destroy him. Pello knelt before him. With tears welling up as if granted a favor, he told himself. That's right. The domination of the overwhelming. That is the true justice. Therefore, Cha Jin-hyuk. Just as his train of thought ended, on this side, Jin-hyuk slowly walked over. He spoke, "Oh no, are you done?" Pello looked at his face and evaluated, "You are the person who is completely unworthy of his tower." Jin-hyuk laughed and continued, "You don't look so good. Aha, is it because you fought while under the penalty? You didn't use your power carelessly like cannon. But it seems you have some internal injuries." The bracelet on his hand shone brightly, creating a streak of energy light. Jin-hyuk didn't give Pello a chance to resist. He stated, "This is your mistake for underestimating the penalty." And here, he gripped tight the weapon in his hand and dropped a remark lightly. "It's over, Pello." Jin-hyuk raised his weapon high. Ready to strike, he shouted like a declaration. "I will let you reunite with your sister." Pello just stood still, accepting his fate. He didn't make a move. Suddenly, a pale yellow halo radiated around Pello. He opened his eyes wide, a notification appeared. No. The ruler of the sky said it's too early to end. From a deep crater that appeared on the ground, the stones emitted a brilliant, sparkling light. In the brilliant golden light and flying debris, Pello stood tall, his power seeming to explode. On this side, Jin-hyuk was blown back by the force of the explosion. He tried to stabilize and steady himself. Jin-hyuk thought, Pello's divine power suddenly increased. And that dialogue box? He shouted in confusion, "Hey, Ball. Who the hell is that peeping Tom? Do you know him?" However, Jin-hyuk received no answer. He urged impatiently, "Hey, say something." The system displayed, "Impossible." Pello, burning with killing intent, looked down from above and spoke. "Did you say you wouldn't let anyone die? So you will win, is that it? Truly ridiculous, Cha Jin-hyuk." Pointing his finger with a savage smile, he continued. "Then I just need to destroy all of you. You bugs." In a moment of silence, a large red lock, glowing and wrapped in chains, appeared in the light, symbolizing the limitation of power. System warning, abnormality detected. System, the chains tightened until the lock shattered into many pieces. The system continued to respond. Penalty on climber Pello has been removed. Skeleton soldiers rushing to attack suddenly began to vanish. On this side, the demon also collapsed weakly. Hyde flew over and shouted, "All the soldiers are dead. Only the spirits remain." He and Vulcan closed in for a direct confrontation. Hyde spoke, "All right. Let's start the main battle." Vulcan blocked the attack with his weapon, looked at him, and replied, "You said that using your body to fight lacks class." Hyde used his strength to push his weapon back and said, "I never said I couldn't fight." He extended his sharp claws forward. Growling, he declared, "I will finish you, spirit." Watching Hyde approach, Vulcan gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Suddenly, a stream of energy radiated from the corner of his eye, making Hyde suddenly freeze. His body seemed to burn under a mysterious power. Hyde screamed in panic, "What? What is happening? My body." On this side, Vulcan was equally surprised, his body is being absorbed by the pillar. Above, the penalty remover was sucking the vitality from Hyde's body. He flailed and screamed loudly, "Why is the weapon absorbing me?" As if realizing the problem, Hyde's eyes froze. "Impossible." Then Hyde shouted, "So that's how it is, Pello. Right from the start." On this side, Cannon was also fading away. Hyde's voice echoed, "Are we just fuel for that weapon?" Now, at the top of the penalty remover, it radiated a red aura. Hendrik stood below. looking up with a mind full of questions. Why is it absorbing its allies? A glowing red spherical object, placed on a mechanical pedestal, and surrounded by light, radiating a dazzling golden crystal light from the center. The penalty remover began to tilt. A stream of red energy, brilliant and powerful, was fired down, creating a dazzling beam of destructive power. Hendrik looked at the pillar of light and realized its path. He shouted, "It's Cha Jin-hyuk's location." The brilliant and fierce red energy beam finally hit the ground, creating an explosion. Blinding white light spread all around. Inside the glowing red halo, a white sword-shaped crystal appeared, shining intensely from the center, promising peerless power. After the explosion, the sphere of red energy with a weapon symbol inside lay deep in a crack in the ground, still emitting intense light. Jin-hyuk propped himself up. Behind him, Pello, whose body was locked, smiled. Red chains wrapped around the lock, as if to neutralize the power. System warning, abnormality detected. System. After a moment, the chains tightened, causing the lock to shatter into pieces. The system continued to announce, "Penalty on climber Pello has been removed." Pello stood before the penalty remover, looking down. A low voice rang out. "This is the weapon I prepared for you. A penalty remover." Jin-hyuk paused, thinking, "It removes penalties?" Amidst the flaming yellow and orange halo, Pello, his eyes shadowed by darkness, smiled smugly, holding a dazzling sphere of light in both hands. He said confidently, "For someone who has climbed the upper floors, I'm sure you understand what this means. Cha Jin-hyuk, you cannot win." Jin-hyuk looked at him, gritting his teeth in anger, not replying. The penalty remover, like a giant spiral, reaching straight for the sky, radiated light, sparkling and wrapped in a rainbow halo, with a red sphere at the peak. A source of dazzling golden light burst from the center, creating expanding circles of light, while surrounding stone fragments were blasted away. By the explosive power, all the angels present, along with Venian, were blown away. Miserable screams echoed in the air. The city of dreams is about to be destroyed. A series of violent explosions, orange-yellow explosions, occurred consecutively on the ground, along with clear streaks of light, creating a chaotic scene of a destructive attack. He knelt on the stone ground, asking, Is everyone okay?" An angel nearby replied, We're okay." Venian panicked, "What about the apostle? Where is he?" Then Venian looked at the scene before him. A fierce orange-yellow beam crashed down, piercing through the giant hovering rocks. He thought, "Impossible. Is he still fighting the enemy?" Pello looked down at Jin-hyuk, who was slumped under a rock. He mocked, "You were talking so much just now. Why so silent all of a sudden?" Haha. He supported his body to stand up. Jin-hyuk snapped, "Shut up." After speaking, he calculated in his mind. A penalty remover. Is that the weapon Donut mentioned? Jin-hyuk continued. You have an interesting toy there, Pello. But going against the towers will bring severe consequences. Pello pointed at the penalty remover, speaking confidently. I sacrificed my allies. I can use it after the sacrifice. The 4 emperors who climbed over 600 floors. Behind Pello, a figure appeared. He held a sword, ready to strike down. Unaware, he continued speaking. They were at death's door anyway. On this side, only Jin-hyuk noticed the situation behind Pello. He thought, a member of the Divine Sword? So one of them is still alive. Following Jin-hyuk's gaze, he finally realized it. Pello quickly swung his sword, slicing the ambusher's body in two. The man's eyes rolled back. Blood gushed from his throat. He smirked with disdain. You people can't fight, wingless ones. On this side, the mask on Jin-hyuk's face began to appear. He lunged forward with terrifying speed. Jin-hyuk shouted a warning, Bastard, stop right now. Looking at the situation before them, the angels began to worry. A 9-star without the penalty. We couldn't defeat them even before. The guy next to him added, We're doomed. Venian suddenly interrupted. No. We can't give up. Venian screamed with determination. We are Lucifer's sword. We must defeat the invaders at all costs. While spirits were high, a voice stopped them. No. Haru stood above, waving her hand. Get out of here now. Go to another area, hurry. It's too dangerous. Above the penalty remover, a giant hand reached out and grabbed the red energy sphere. Haru realized something. She turned around, alert. Below, Venian was stunned and shouted, "Impossible." The system displayed a notification, "Abnormality detected." System, Megalo appeared behind the penalty remover. His hand was gripping the sphere. The system continued to display. "Penalty on climber Megalo has been removed." Megalo roared in anger and rage. His scream caused the penalty remover to collapse. The surrounding scenery and everything shook with his roar. Uriel was confused. Glancing in the direction of the sound, she said, "That sound?" Hamiel was slumped on the ground, with arrows piercing her body. She said, "Megalo's penalty is gone." Uriel was startled, "What?" She smirked confidently and continued, "Now you are done for. Megalo will destroy this entire place. Giants have low intelligence and do not crave power too much. However, their position among the four emperors has never been shaken. There is only one reason: overwhelming power. Because it is superior to the advantages of other races." An angel heard this and spoke in confusion. "A giant without the penalty?" The guy next to him trembled and added, "Does that mean?" Uriel turned back and shouted to reassure them, "Don't give up. Let's go support that side." Suddenly, Hamiel interrupted. "No, you cannot." She had now borrowed the power of Sandalphon. Hamiel screamed, "Don't take another step." On this side, Megalo heard something. He held out his hand, observing and thinking, "What is it?" I heard a vague scream. And suddenly the bugs became smaller. Or have I become bigger? Then Megalo clenched his fist with determination. "Whatever." He swung his fist. "I can use more power to destroy everything. So I don't care." Haru turned to assess the situation. "He's coming!" She screamed, "Everyone, dodge." Venian gritted his teeth and spoke his thoughts. "It's impossible to dodge something that big." Megalo began to rush in. Hendrik and Vulcan rushed out to intercept him. Standing, their faces were focused, not relaxing for a second. Streams of red and purple power shot towards him, making Megalo lose balance and lean back slightly. He growled in anger. His glowing eyes glared straight at Hendrik and Vulcan. Then Megalo shouted, shaking the entire space, "That hurts, you bugs." Hendrik put his hand out. Supporting his body, he warned, "Dodge." In a moment of condensing power, he, with cold glowing eyes, threw a powerful punch, wrapped in blue and black energy, tearing up the ground. A dazzling beam of blue light shot out. Hendrik and Vulcan were overwhelmed by the power. Pushed back. High above, rough rocks hovered in midair. Two energy blades, one bright yellow and one cold blue, collided powerfully. Pello and Jinhyuk were facing each other in a tense standoff. He swung his hand, blasting the energy and causing an explosion, pushing Jinhyuk back. His gaze fell on another location. Jinhyuk thought in shock. The penalty on that giant has also been removed. The people down there are in danger. I need to help them. Suddenly, from the top of a rock block, a fierce golden lightning bolt struck down, making him freeze. Hamiel, with brilliant golden wings and a dazzling halo, slowly descended facing Uriel. Jinhyuk speculated silently, "That light. A supreme being has descended on her." Her eyes, deep and cruel, swept down as she spoke. "So it is you. The one who opposed the selection and killed." He didn't hesitate, flying up and shouting, "Uriel." Behind him, Pello chased and said, "Don't let your guard down like that." Jinhyuk was angry. Glancing at the beam of light, he cursed silently. "Damn it." From behind, he hurriedly landed on a nearby rock, letting the dazzling beam of energy shoot past. Jinhyuk used his sword to steady himself. Now, covering his body was a stream of dark purple energy that was slowly fading away. Jinhyuk made a judgment, "Damn it. He broke through my demon transformation." Glancing over his body, he gritted his teeth, "I don't have enough demonic energy left to fuse." Even that wasn't enough against Pello. "No more penalty?" Pello looked down from above and spoke arrogantly. "What's wrong, Cha Jinhyuk? You can't focus. Because you're busy worrying about other things. Right? You created an opening for me. Just because of your useless teammates. In the sky, we have Sandalphon. Below, we have Melek. Your teammates will all die." He looked straight at Jinhyuk's face and declared, "And I will kill you." Pello pointed his finger and laughed excitedly. "All right, to punish you for defying God's will. Right here and now, I sentence you." All those who oppose the heavens must be executed. The corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth lifted, and he replied. I told you already. My teammates are different from yours. Over here, Melek silently turned back to look at Vulcan and Hendrik's group, who were joining forces to protect each other. His voice continued to ring out. We won't let our teammates die. Melek bowed his head, his voice low. Magic evasion? As a knight, this time I will destroy Y. Before he could finish his sentence, a gold coin fell in front of him. Out of nowhere, a torrent of gold coins rained down from the sky. A warm voice spoke up, golden rain. Melek panicked and shouted, money? They were floating. The Lich stood high above, continuously throwing gold coins down. He said, 5 million gold. A streak of light flashed right above Sandalphon's head, catching his attention. Sandalphon turned his head to look and speculated. That is what I just saw. Kyung-hoon let himself freefall in midair. Everywhere he passed was trailed by a source of bright energy. He was stunned, the saint's apostle? Kyung-hoon smiled sinisterly, with eyes glowing brilliantly in the aura. Azure, Choi Kyung-hoon first form. Long blade slash. He decisively delivered a powerful strike, emitting azure light right into the center of Sandalphon's head. A fierce turquoise power suddenly pierced down from above, causing an explosion of light and debris. Flash slash. The Lich clamped a gold coin in his hand and said coldly. Our victory, Kyung-hoon added excitedly, starts now. A figure was flying up from the depths of a cylindrical abyss, covered in dim blue light and ruins. Sandalphon's body was sent flying. Kyung-hoon landed powerfully. His eyes glowed, full of power. Kyung-hoon looked down at his hand full of scratches and gritted his teeth. It hurts more than I thought. Might have to stop using this hand for a while. His hand was trembling uncontrollably. Kyung-hoon thought. Trading this hand to banish a god without any obstacles is truly a worthy price. Sandalphon also disappeared thanks to this hand. A pair of long slender legs stepped in front of him and spoke. Right from the start, Hamiel dragged her tattered body over and said coldly. Were you waiting to banish Sandalphon? How dare you? She rushed forward madly, screaming. How dare a human like you look down on gods? Kyung-hoon stood still. He held his aching arm and retorted. Complaining about gods, instead of worrying about them. Kyung-hoon's next words made Hamiel freeze. Why don't you try looking at yourself? If you can't improve yourself, then don't claim to pursue the power of gods. As he finished speaking, suddenly, her body parts were severed from her body in astonishment. On this side, Jin Hyuk summoned power arrows, preparing to shoot forward. First bow, primal chaos all-transforming divine weapon. Chaos omnipotent first arrow. His figure hovered against the dark purple sky, drawing the bow, and releasing a shower of brilliant purple energy arrows, tearing through space with overwhelming power. Jin Hyuk shouted, fish and arrow. On this side, Pella was creating an energy sphere to block it. He spoke up. How many hits until you understand, Cha Jin Hyuk? Pello brought the sphere close to his face, preparing to launch the move. He was very confident. Even if you use all your skills. A brilliant sphere of light exploded, wrapped in giant rings of energy, accompanied by a loud sound effect, signaling the release of power. Pello continued, to me, you are still no different from a squirming insect. Observing the situation before him, Jin Hyuk frowned thinking, damn it. An explosion of white light, blinded powerfully at the center, creating amplifying energy circles, and blowing away surrounding debris. In the moment of terrible collision, in midair, he landed on a giant floating rock fragment, crouching low and alert, with his black cloak flying in the wind. Blood flowed from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. He pondered calculatingly. Pello's light attacks are causing great damage to me. Jin Hyuk looked at Pello high above, secretly calculating, I won't be able to defeat Pello without taking any penalties. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, starting to make a decision. Then the thing I need to focus on is that penalty remover. The penalty remover still stood tall there. In the center was the red sphere, studded with a vertical white crystal prominent on top. Reflecting on it was the figure of Hendrik raising his sword, preparing to strike. He swung the sword, emitting a long crimson energy stream, leaving a powerful trail of light on the sky. Black dragon slash. Melek put his hand out to block the slash. He evaluated, it's nothing. Hendrik crouched low to the ground after the attack. while Melek's giant body above was covered by glowing red blood streaks and slash marks from the attack just now. He gritted his teeth thinking, I got here thanks to hard training. But, a figure dashed and appeared right next to him, startling Hendrik out of his train of thought. I can't inflict any wounds on his skin. He glanced in the direction where the noise came from, silently lamenting, oh. No, reacted too late. Melek decisively swung a punch tearing the ground, roaring. Got you, insect. Melek looked at Hendrik collapsed on the stone floor. Continuing, the bug I missed last time. Finally caught it. Around Venian, Haru, Vulcan, and the others were also down. The voice continued. The others are down. So Melek doesn't need to stop any more bugs. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck straight into his face. That voice was firm. Melek will go there now and help Pello. After the attack, the lich flying high above looked at him and asked. Where do you think you're going? I'm still here. Melek glanced and replied, strong. A lock-shaped symbol appeared on the lich's hand. He continued, but you have a penalty. If you hit me, your whole body will suffer countless wounds. Melek grabbed the sphere on the penalty remover, declaring confidently, I don't have any penalty. If Melek protects this machine, his eyes glowing, he glared straight at him and roared, then Melek will win. Hearing his words, the lich thought in annoyance. I thought all giants were stupid. But they know exactly how to fight. To overcome this situation, Jin Hyuk had the same thought, have to take a risk. A beam of blinding yellow and white light, surrounded by azure aura, shot straight down. He shouted, penetrating strike. Pello watched the energy burst and asked calmly. So you still haven't gave up, huh? He looked at Jin Hyuk in the one body knowledge form and continued. You've used up all your divine power. Before he finished, Jin Hyuk disappeared in a flash of light. Pello looked up in astonishment and shouted, what? Then, Pello chased after Jin Hyuk's figure ahead. He screamed, are you running away, cha? Jin Hyuk. Pello chased while laughing loudly in mockery. You know you'll lose. So you gave up on revenge and ran away, right? Jin Hyuk glanced back and replied coldly. You are the one. He pointed the ultimate scepter straight at him and continued, giving up something important. Pello saw what just flew past and gritted his teeth. Impossible. Looking in the direction Jin Hyuk was rushing, he deduced, he's aiming for the penalty remover. Pello raised his arm high, concentrating sparkling energy at his fingertips. In the moment of preparing a counterattack, he said, do you think that stupid tactic? A yellow-orange arrow flew fast towards Jin Hyuk. Pello continued. Will work exactly as you planned? The brilliant yellow energy arrow pierced through his arm, creating an explosion of light and speed. Right at the point of impact. Ignoring the wound, Jin Hyuk stood firm, raising the scepter high, creating a pitch-black energy sphere. Surrounded by mysterious brilliant rings of light. From his scepter, a column of massive, brilliant red energy erupted, rushing straight forward. At breakneck speed against the sky, Jin Hyuk shouted, divine power shot. Pello realized the issue, thinking, he missed. Because he got hit by my spear. He whispered angrily, that was close. However, that was not in Jin Hyuk's thoughts. No, I didn't miss. He looked down at Melek below, pondering. My target from the beginning was. The beam shot straight into the center of him. The thought flashed by, the penalty remover of that giant. After being hit, Melek was confused. What happened to my penalty remover? Seeing him distracted, the lich seized the opportunity. His hands created a bright golden energy sphere. He shouted, gold rush. The lich looked serious and continued, billion gold. Melek, with pointed ears and a pained expression, was submerged in a sea of energy fire. Pello turned his head in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening and shouted, impossible. Looking at the rubble and the lich standing on top, Pello angrily voiced his thought. From the start, he was aiming for Melek's penalty remover. After taking the full force of the attack, he went limp, his eyes glazed over as if about to collapse. In the center, his huge body had a hole punched through. Melek fell freely from above. He roared, you won't escape. Blood spurted from Melek's mouth. He continued. I will ignore the penalty and enhance myself. We will die together. As he finished, Hendrik's figure appeared behind Melek. He raised the sword in his hand high, preparing to strike down. No, only you will die. Hendrik growled, demon dragon slash. In an instant, His dark shadow swung the crimson energy blade, executing a decisive slash that tore through. Melek. Seeing the situation worsening, Pello gritted his teeth, trembling, and hissed, "Cha Jin Hyuk." He blamed frantically. "If you hadn't come back, everything would have gone according to plan." Pello extended his hand forward, creating an energy sphere. He affirmed firmly, "This time I will kill you properly." As he finished, Kyung-hoon's figure shot up. He asked, "Who are you planning to kill?" Kyung-hoon's eyes glowed, carrying a wind-tearing punch. He roared, "How dare you betray my friend!" He released a stream of emerald green energy, blindingly exploding into a powerful beam of light, with speed trails spreading everywhere, then said, "Eat this." In the critical moment, an energy protective shield, made of hexagons, suddenly appeared, glowing to block the attack. Pello stood behind the shield and spoke. "Attacks like that cannot smash my divine power, Choi Kyung-hoon." He smirked, asking, "You really aren't penalized, huh?" TCH. A fierce attack rushed in, colliding with the shield. Pello was startled, raising his hand as if to dodge. He looked down, saying, "You." Pello continued shouting, "Goldrich, are you on Cha Jin Hyuk's side too?" He tossed a gold coin in his hand and replied, "I was never on your side." Pello couldn't find an ally, he calculated silently. If both of them bet their lives to fight, then the power they use will be on par with mine. How troublesome. I need to protect the remover and attack them at the same time. Suddenly, a dragon appeared high above. Pello looked at it in surprise, thinking, "Dragon?" On this side, Uriel, Venian, and other angels were performing a ritual. She whispered, "We have cast all the divine power we have." Uriel looked up and begged, "Please." A light flashed through the body of the dark dragon. Miho leaped down, letting her body fall freely. A shout rang out, "Black Fox!" Miho smiled happily, calling, "Mom." The red sphere on the penalty remover suddenly exploded in a burst of power, shattering the surrounding fragments. Pello's solid shield was shattered to pieces. Tiny energy fragments shot everywhere. The nine-tailed fox appeared. She looked down at Pello and said, "Hello, slave of the Supreme Heavenly Lord." He startled and screamed, "The nine-tailed fox has descended." Pello reached forward, while a small energy sphere was forming amidst the aura. Powerfully, he roared in anger, "If that body is harmed, your lineage will end too." The nine-tailed fox hardened her face and uttered, "Freeze." Suddenly, Pello's body froze. He thought in fear, "I can't move." She glanced back, signaling, "Now is the time." Jin Hyuk crouched low, his body in a combat-ready stance. He raised high the great sword covered in dark energy. The nine-tailed fox shouted, "Honey." Jin Hyuk growled, declaring, "It's over, Pello." Pello was in extreme panic but couldn't resist. He could only cry out in despair, "No." In an explosive attack, Jin Hyuk swung his sword, creating an energy sphere that tore through everything around. With overwhelming power, Pello's entire body was blown backward by the force of the power released. He put both hands up, trying to steady his body. Pello gritted his teeth, thinking, "I blocked Choi Kyung-hoon's punch, but I'm pushed back by just this slash." Suddenly, a lock symbol appeared above his head. Pello froze. His red pupils widened. "Oh no. The penalty." Jin Hyuk rushed in, grabbed his collar and said, "That's enough." "Pello." Pello's hand trembled, calling, "Cha Jin Hyuk." The nine-tailed fox smiled happily from above. "Maybe we won." The ball system appeared next to her. "The peak of all evil says it has been a long time since a group attacked the heavenly realm." It turned to ask further. They ask if the gift they prepared has been received. Supreme Heavenly Lord? On this side, Yahweh's system did not respond. The nine-tailed fox added, "Why aren't you saying anything?" His system flew away. She smirked and said, "Ran away?" The ball system replied, "They are laughing and saying they are speechless." Lucifer listened to the conversation silently without speaking. Pello stood facing Jin Hyuk, stubborn, "No. It can't end like this. I need to create a paradise where the strong rule. Because I have to kill those who want to conquer the tower." He spoke seriously. "If you do that, no one will climb the tower. That is not paradise." He didn't care and laughed. "That world is the right thing. Everyone realizes their place and obeys. That is what that person." Jin Hyuk impatiently interrupted. "Stop talking nonsense." Behind him, Baal was summoned. Jin Hyuk continued, "It's time to receive your penalty. Pello, give my regards to Carmen." Pello looked at the mouth with sharp fangs, bearing out thinking, I can't die like this. The person who understands my ideals. I still haven't seen the world he creates. He suddenly screamed in resistance. I cannot die like this, Supreme Heavenly Lord. A streak of light stretched across the sky, a giant dark hand surrounded by light. With a white border gripped and tore the sky like glass, preparing to pull its entire body out from the crack. From the void, Yahweh stepped out in a giant muscular form, enveloped in white light, looking strong and powerful, ready to face the world. His face was covered by a white beard, and brilliant light appeared full of authority, with eyes emitting powerful energy, demonstrating supremacy and absolute power. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light from above tore through the sky, immediately attracting the attention of Jin Hyuk and Pello. He froze, asking in a low voice, "What is that?" The nine-tailed fox over here also froze and said, "Impossible." Pello laughed confidently as if victory was assured. "He has answered my plea." Vulcan crossed his arms in front, along with Haru, all looking up. His voice echoed, "The strongest angel." "No, the strongest god of the tower." Uriel's group similarly looked up at the sky. Kyung-hoon and the Lich stood still observing. Pello continued to raise his voice, "Supreme Heavenly Lord." A giant hand reached out, tearing the sky. The authoritative figure of Yahweh stepped out with a brilliant halo. His eyes shone brightly, full of power. Yahweh spoke. "Destroy." He looked down majestically, extending a giant hand forward, as if giving an order, or about to release a supreme power. Seeing Yahweh's action, the nine-tailed fox was startled. She turned back and shouted to warn everyone, "Run." From his finger emitted a blinding light, immediately creating a brilliant energy sphere. An X shape at the fingertip signaled the release. Scene change. An ancient castle stood tall amidst the blue sky, the ground on the 190th floor. The voices of busy people in the market rang out. "All right, this is so cheap. Climbers, come get your equipment." The owner held out a red apple and said, "Try this, it's very sweet." The shopper asked cheerfully, "Really?" He took the apple and said softly, "Thank you." Just as he touched it, suddenly the raised arm dissolved into the void. Only a black shadow remained, stretching across the pure white background. The shopper's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. Light, intense white light from the top left corner tore through the sky, immediately causing the majestic castle, with towering black spires, and the city below to vanish as if they never existed. One by one, everything slowly vanished into the void. High-rise buildings were swallowed by the beam of light, blinding, leaving only patchy streaks of light, and irreversible disintegration. The whole city was submerged in a fierce white light, causing massive architectural blocks to endure merciless destruction, leaving only debris and the fiery red of devastation. A violently exploding stream of energy shot down, tearing the sky, and flinging architectural fragments into the air. After the explosion, giant building blocks were torn apart and collapsed catastrophically, creating an image of total destruction. The hand receiving the apple from the shopper earlier fell down and slowly dissolved. Those who hadn't completely disappeared shouted in panic. The city, it disappeared. The face of one of them reflected extreme panic. From the epicenter of the devastation, a stream of golden light, brilliant like molten lava, flared up, cracking the ground into burning veins. Thick black smoke rolled up, rising to cover and engulf the entire scene, leaving only a deep pit, burning with twisting yellow-orange energy rays. Yahweh's fingertip was lowering. The pit of destruction was still burning. Standing beneath his giant body, Pello laughed triumphantly. "Truly a beautiful scene. You bastards!" he roared. "So I declare, this is the power of my god, sister. The true master of the tower. This is Jahi's power." Suddenly, a stream of fiery energy pierced straight through Pello's chest, causing the smile on his lips to freeze. While he was still speaking in a tone challenging the insects, behind Pello, a voice spoke up. "Enough, Pello. I need a large amount of divine power. There must be a price to pay for my descent." Amidst the enveloping golden halo, Jahi raised his hand high, releasing a colossal wave of power, aimed to destroy Pello standing before him. The old man made his decision. "So, hand over everything you have to me." He panicked and tried to stop him. "Wait, I still." However, Jahi did not listen and interrupted him, continuing. "This is what you desired. The fate of being ruled by the strong." Pello's body gradually dissolved into nothingness. He screamed in agony. "I was loyal to you. Jahi's body radiated a majestic golden light, sucking all of Pelo's life and power inside, causing him to fade away. Pelo begged in fear, "Please spare me. I don't want to die." The destructive power surged directly into the old man's mouth. After absorbing the colossal source of power, Jahi lowered himself. He spoke. "Finally, I can move properly." Jahi. Rank, Supreme Being. Divine Power, 999 plus. Jin Hyuk suddenly rushed up and spoke, "You." He held the sword in his hand, in a stance ready to attack. Jin Hyuk growled. "You are behind all of this, aren't you?" Jahi didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. "That's right. I will kill things like you. And create my own paradise," he coldly replied. "Really? Then," Jin Hyuk smirked and declared with confidence. "This will end if I kill you, right? I will take your life as punishment for arbitrarily killing that traitor Pelo." "Pelo?" The old man replied with amusement, "You are quite interesting. Now I understand why Baal likes you." System ban appeared. Jahi. Law forbidding supreme beings from arbitrarily interfering with the tower. Jin Hyuk called ban. The system continued. "Do you think other gods will let this slide?" Jahi looked at the screen and said coldly. "Other gods? Which god dares to oppose me?" He pointed his finger and spoke aggressively. "After I burn the ground of the 190th floor to ash and execute that bastard Cha Jin Hyuk, everyone will know." Jahi raised his hand, and in his palm, a sphere of pure white light condensed, brilliant and sparkling like the most precious gem. He affirmed firmly, "I am the master of the tower." From the sphere of pure light in Jahi's hand, a stream of orange-red energy, brilliant and violent, was unleashed, tearing apart everything in front of it. Being attacked suddenly, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth thinking, "It's that attack again. And it's faster." Venian's figure appeared. His train of thought continued. "I can't dodge it." In the moment of life and death, he hugged Jin Hyuk tightly, using his own body to dodge and shield him from the glowing red energy beam rushing towards them. Venian gritted his teeth and glanced back. After the fiery streak of light flashed by, like an energy arrow soaring into the pale blue sky, fading and dissolving into the endless void, Jahi raised his voice in criticism. "Are you Lucifer's minion? Resisting is useless." As he finished speaking, a violent purple stream of power shot straight at his face with terrifying speed. Jahi turned towards Kyung-hoon and the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox angrily said, "You plan to interfere? Nine-tailed fox and the apostle of Test?" She didn't hesitate to reply directly. "Of course." Kyung-hoon rubbed his knuckles and added, "I didn't learn everything just to stay silent." With a determined face and cold sharp eyes, the old man raised his hand high and continued summoning. "Take this energy sphere." A stream of fiery energy shot straight down from above, creating an earth-shattering explosion right on the stone. Hovering in mid-air, Jin Hyuk, amidst the smoke and dust, gritted his teeth in anger. He turned to look at Venian and spoke, "Venian, thanks to you, I'm still alive." Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Jin Hyuk panicked. "You?" He knelt down and shouted, "Your legs." Venian whispered, "Apostle, I couldn't watch you die." Jin Hyuk was startled and hurriedly explained, "Why go this far? I am not Lucifer's apostle." The other replied, "I know." Jin Hyuk paused slightly and exclaimed, "Huh?" Venian continued to speak his heart. "However, if the person Lucifer chose to free us from the rule of that evil god is you, then I will protect that prophecy." He clenched his jaw tight, hissing, "Even they." He glanced over at the angel souls, glowing around them, continuing, "Have agreed with me." Jin Hyuk observed and thought, "The souls of the dead wingless ones?" Venian sincerely opened up. "Please fight alongside us, Jin Hyuk, by devouring our souls." "What?" Jin Hyuk shouted, "Devour everyone's souls? Do you understand what that means? It means you won't be able to ascend, unable to be reborn through reincarnation, or even become undead. That's the end." Venian replied seriously, "I have prepared for this." He clenched his teeth, "But," Venian interrupted, "only you can defeat Jahi." He shouted, urging, "We don't have time. Jin Hyuk, you need to do it right now." Jin Hyuk clenched his fists until they trembled. He growled, "All right." With burning eyes and a fierce expression, Jin Hyuk opened his mouth wide, swallowing the angel souls inside. He made a vow, "I won't let everyone's efforts go to waste." Jin Hyuk tilted his head back, continuously sucking in the angel souls. He summoned his power and shouted, "Gluttony." Venian lay below, watching Jin Hyuk intently. Finally, he lowered his eyes and smiled contently. "Thank you." A brilliant sphere of energy exploded, centered on a mysterious black spot split into 4 parts. Kyung-hoon and the nine-tailed fox combined their strength to attack Ja-hee. He clenched his fist and threw a wind-shearing punch at the old man. Kyung-hoon thought, our enemy is a god. Continuing like this is pointless. On this side, the nine-tailed fox also created an energy sphere ready to strike down. She calculated silently. We must ensure victory by using full force. The nine-tailed fox stood amidst a brilliant purple-pink light and energy ribbons, radiating the power of the mystic fox. On the other side, surrounded by a powerful emerald green aura, Kyung-hoon clenched his fist and rushed forward, his eyes glowing furiously, preparing to unleash the most destructive punch. Enhanced straight punch, crushing 2 brilliant streams of power. One emerald green and one purple-pink flared up, reflecting on both sides of the aged but powerful face of Ja-hee. After the collision, the power exploded into his body, creating an electric shock, tearing through space. Immediately after the collision, Ja-hee's head emitted a thick black smoke completely obscuring his face. The nine-tailed fox turned to ask about Kyung-hoon's condition. Are you okay, Apostle of Test? He held his arm and replied, I can't use this hand because of a penalty. A giant hand shot out, as if to grab Kyung-hoon tight. He was still unaware and continued speaking. But with this amount of power, even a supreme being couldn't. After finishing his sentence, Kyung-hoon finally realized. He turned his head and shouted, shit. Ja-hee's giant hand had firmly grasped Kyung-hoon's body. His other hand also reached out, not sparing the nine-tailed fox. Ja-hee looked at the two and growled, how dare you resist the king of gods? I will not forgive you. He roared in fury, I will not. Ja-hee stood straight, his whole body glowing in a blinding golden energy halo. He clenched his 2 fists, cursing the insolent insects. Then he calmed down, I've decided. I will kill all of you and destroy the lower floors of this tower. Then the powerful insect swarm will not be able to crawl out anymore. Below, everyone panically looked up at the crumbling sky. Ja-hee's voice echoed. I will block the gates to every tower. I will create my own paradise, where no one dares to challenge my authority again. Kyung-hoon rolled his eyes back in pain. The nine-tailed fox was no exception. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure. Suddenly, a high-speed, sharp black slash swept past, cleanly severing both his arms. In that moment, Ja-hee froze, surprised by the situation. A familiar voice rang out, truly ridiculous. Kyung-hoon whispered, you, followed by a piercing scream. Before them was Cha Jin-hyuk. He rested the sword on his shoulder, looking down and saying, who said they would let you do that? The nine-tailed fox observed. Jin-hyuk, silently evaluating the immense divine power that cut off Ja-hee's arms. Did he absorb the power of the wingless? But if that's the case, Ja-hee suddenly laughed loudly. He roared furiously. You fool, just a tiny human, yet so greedy. To actually eat Lucifer's minions. It seems you have obtained an amount of power nearly on the scale of a god. Disregarding his wounds, Ja-hee spread open his 2 severed arms, unleashing a violent stream of energy from them. He declared, you do not have enough authority to wield that divine power. Jin-hyuk nimbly dodged through the beams of light, evading Ja-hee's attacks. The old man's voice continued to echo in the air. You receive divine power beyond your level. It will continue to burn your body, and you will collapse. He clenched his jaw, looking towards Ja-hee. Despite everything, the old man extended his giant hand, as if to grab Jin-hyuk, who was flying with pure white angel wings. Ja-hee spoke, I will crush you. His eyes widened, pupils emitting a glowing purple light, like magical fire, surrounded by black and purple-pink auras, signaling an outbreak of power. The old man's giant hand rushed forward, colliding powerfully with the glowing purple energy emitting from Jin-hyuk, creating an explosion of blinding light and lightning in midair. Ja-hee shouted, that, down there. Kyung-hoon was equally surprised. He also shouted in skepticism. Demonic energy? But the power Jin-hyuk consumed was divine power. Next to him, the nine-tailed fox stiffened and said, impossible. Rewinding time. Jin-hyuk sucked all the angel's souls into his body. He shouted, gluttony. Jin-hyuk clenched his teeth, absorbing all the nutrients. Suddenly he opened his mouth. A glowing golden energy sphere shot out from inside, exploding violently. Jin-hyuk strained himself, thinking. Divine power is flowing in endlessly. If this goes on. The system suddenly appeared, reminding him, calm down. Jin Hyuk struggled to look at the system screen and called, Lucifer. It continued to notify. Surely. You already have the clue to solve this problem. He recalled standing before Lucifer's statue. His image imprinted deep in his widened eyes. A giant black-purple wing, with prominent veins, suddenly sprouted, tearing through the air. On the other side was a pure white angel wing. A thought appeared. Convert the abundant divine power into demonic power. And by balancing those two powers, you can neutralize the pressure. In midair, Jin Hyuk appeared with a contrasting combination. One side was magical dark purple. The other was radiant golden white. In the center was a diamond-shaped block of energy shining brightly. He smirked and called, Zenus. From above, he hovered with opposing wings, looking down majestically at Jahi below. The old man realized the problem, immediately gritting his teeth and hissing, that form. Jahi roared in fury. Lucifer. Jin Hyuk didn't say much. He coldly dropped a sentence, all right, let's end this. Jahi. In the palm of Jahi's hand, a pitch-black sphere, dark and powerful, was formed. He growled. How dare you? Ja. He unleashed a stream of golden energy, spiraling like a fire drill, sweeping away everything in its path, continuing to scream. Mocking me with that form? The power surged forward with explosive pressure. Jin Hyuk's eyes flashed defiantly, one side a magical purple glow, and the other a brilliant golden gleam, signifying maximum power concentration. He didn't hesitate to rush straight into the light beam, declaring, keep dreaming. Jahi silently evaluated. How could he block my divine power so easily? Does this mean his divine power is on par with mine? Jin Hyuk raised his hand with sharp claws, enveloped in purple magical flames. He smirked and said, don't be surprised just because your attack was blocked once. Jin Hyuk swung his sword, summoning power. Myriad manifestation divine weapon. Primordial chaos. The blade, burning in purple magic fire, was raised, sharp and ferocious. He rushed towards Jahi, declaring, because your neck will be severed this time. The old man angrily clenched his fist and screamed, how dare a lowly insect like you? As soon as the glowing purple slash collided with Jahi, an explosion of blinding white light erupted, spreading out violent rays of energy. The collision created an absolute white light explosion, surrounded by blurry rainbow halos, shaking and distorting the space itself. Below, everyone observed and buzzed with discussion. He is fighting Jahi. Can he win? Haru whispered, Orabayoni. She shouted to cheer him on, don't lose. Haru screamed loudly, Orabayoni. Blood was oozing from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. Jin Hyuk, in his demonized form, roared in anger, putting all his strength into this attack. His blade gradually tended to shatter. Jahi's divine body. Small cracks appeared on the old man's hand. Slash. With a sound, the demonic divine blade broke through Jahi's hand, grazing his body and cutting off his arm. The old man was extremely surprised, his brows furrowed tight, feeling uneasy and worried. I am a god with divine power transcending the tower. Jahi looked towards Jin Hyuk. A thought involuntarily appeared. Could he be using divine power on a level equal to mine? He smirked and thought, and demonic energy too? Jahi did not accept defeat. He screamed frantically. Impossible. I am God. I am the master of this tower. Jahi's severed finger floated in the air, surrounded by burning golden energy rays, then gradually faded into nothingness. Jahi screamed, no way. A soul with its whole body glowing like an orange flame was heading towards him. Many souls appeared around. Echoing in the air was Jahi's scream. That a human could surpass me? Jin Hyuk coldly interrupted. No, you are not a god. He pointed at the old man and said bluntly. You are just a frightened coward. Jahi gritted his teeth hearing the next sentence. Jin Hyuk spoke, the fact that someone surpassed you. Two glowing souls were flying towards him. The old man shouted, shut up. Let's see if after this attack, you can still talk so big. Jin Hyuk braced himself, watching the two beams of light aiming straight at him. Absolute power exploded, forming a giant sphere of blinding white and bright orange fire. Huge, engulfing everything in its destructive rage. Jahi mocked. A guy who gets power by absorbing Lucifer's flies. You look truly ridiculous. Intense light covered the whole scene, reflecting in his pupils. The distorted figure of someone bursting with energy, silencing Jahi. Amidst the ruins and brilliant light after the explosion, he gaped in astonishment, watching Jin Hyuk hovering with contrasting wings, swinging his sword of fire in a powerful arc. He put the mask on his face and replied in a low voice, unlike you. Images of angel souls flashed through Jin Hyuk's mind. He continued. The people you consider flies. Venian's smile flashed by. Jin Hyuk confidently declared, are much braver than you. The more he spoke, the more agitated Jahi became. He cursed in frustration, you stupid bastard. With a face wearing a demon mask, purple horns and burning eyes, Jin Hyuk unleashed a powerful slash, tearing through the glowing purple energy, rushing straight into the abyss, glowing like lava. The slash pierced straight through his body, causing Jahi's body to tremble violently. His body was completely enveloped in glowing purple light and lightning. System Ban and Jahi were facing each other. His system displayed. Did you come here to mock me? It repeated. Ban on this side. Replied via system, yeah, like he said. You are truly a coward. Despite possessing great power, you crushed those with potential. And you also tried to crush him. Ban accused him, fear, and crushing talented people. That is the reason for your failure, Jahi. On the other side was just dead silence. Then a line of text appeared, damn it. Finally, it shattered in an instant. Outside, Jahi's body was also fading into nothingness. In the final moments, he still stubbornly screamed. Impossible. I am the true master of the tower. Jin Hyuk didn't say much, unleashing a destructive energy blast to end it all. And the old man had to take the full force of the fatal attack. Jahi's body shattered. His cracked fragments floated, then merged into the air. In the blinding light of the finishing blow, against the blue sky, his last piece of head shattered, floating in the air like weightless debris. A tragic end. The last remnants of the villain turned into small crumbs and disappeared forever into the void. Jin Hyuk calmly retracted his power. He thought, the power that my body couldn't withstand is disappearing. Jin Hyuk held the mask, glanced in a direction, and said, that's enough. Right? Venian's soul. And the other angels are here. He smiled and continued. I have avenged everyone. Venian smiled contentedly as a thank you. Then gradually disappeared. He stood there silently watching his body fade away. Finally, Jin Hyuk lowered his eyes and thought. Now I've reached my limit. He relaxed, letting his body freefall in the endless sky. A hand reached out to catch Jin Hyuk. Haru hugged his body tightly. Jin Hyuk's eyes groggily opened. The first thing he saw was her silhouette. Haru's calls rang out continuously, Ora Bioni, Ora Bioni, Ora Bioni. Everyone was present. They asked. Are you awake? Jin Hyuk looked around and replied, everyone. Is everyone okay? Then he gently closed his eyes and whispered, thank goodness. Haru panic called, Ora Bioni. Everyone worriedly ran over and shouted. What is this? Wake up, Cha Jin Hyuk. She screamed in fear, Ora Bioni, please open your eyes. Ora Bioni. 1 month later. The dungeons of the Holy Kingdom that Pelo sold became the property of the resistance against Heaven, under the management of Goldrick. After the loss of the leader, the 4 emperors began to conflict with each other. The highest floors of the tower fell into chaos, and they couldn't focus on the lower floors. Floor 190. The entrance to the next floor. Henry glanced over and asked, did you rest well? Jin Hyuk massaged his shoulder and replied, I rested so long my body is stiff. Haru also chimed in, you used enough power to defeat a god. Of course, you should rest that much. Miho below agreed, that's right. He nodded and spoke his thoughts. Jahi's select and destroy plot has failed. Now there's no one to stop us. With a face full of determination, Jin Hyuk spoke. Now, let's go sweep the tower. Everyone shouted in unison. Yeah, let's do this. After the glorious victory, Jin Hyuk's entire Team 5 stepped through the gate together. A brilliant blue vortex, opening a new beginning, and closing their magnificent journey.